Yo, peace family. Welcome to The Source, FOTG. We ain't gonna delay this one too much. We're gonna get right into it. Appreciate y'all being here. Make sure you hit the like, hit the subscribe on your way in, tap in, share with a friend. Let's get into it, family. Appreciate you being here.
Is this a trained technique that's by the Minneapolis Police Department when you were overseeing the training unit?
It is not.
And how does this differ?
I don't know what kind of improvised position that is. So that's not what we train.
All right.
Yeah.
As you reflect on Exhibit 17, I must ask you, is this a trained Minneapolis Police Department defensive tactics technique?
It is not.
Think that's cool though, right? What's your oh man, what's your badge number, bro? You think that's cool right now, bro? Bro, what is you, 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro, or 987, bro? You're a bum.
What's your name tag, bitch?
I'll try and get that. 987, you're a bum, bro.
I am appalled at the repetitive behavior of this coward and disgusted by the inaction and acceptance of the behavior by members of this agency. Such conduct is a disgrace to this badge and an embarrassment to what is truly a noble profession. Such conduct is a disgrace to this badge and an embarrassment to what is truly a noble profession. It's not enough to condemn the actions and failures of the past. These examples show evidence of a systemic failure and a department's culture that totally lacked the ability to hold itself accountable to professional standards. The Minneapolis Police has a tradition to recycle the badge numbers that are no longer assigned to a current officer. This badge betrayed and so egregiously dishonored will be destroyed, and the badge number permanently removed from our rosters so that no future Minneapolis police officer should have to wear it.
Get him out of here. Yeah, so today we're going to be covering the opening statements plus some of the first witnesses. And we may end up covering most of the whole trial. It's a lot of stuff to cover. But either way, appreciate y'all being here. Let's get into it. Starting off with the opening statements. Well, actually, it's a little bit of argument before the opening statement. So we're going to start with that. And we're going to get right into it. Let's go.
Reasonableness standard rather than the subjective intentions of Mr. Floyd and reasonable officers' analysis of that situation. That's the relevant
And can you give
issues.
me an example of what you think should not be said?
That Mr. Floyd was trying or wanted to resist arrest, that he was trying to
Shout out to Tall Glass in the building. What up, what up, what up? I see you, fam. Appreciate you joining.
fight with the officers intentionally, that he was faking or malingering his medical distress. Those are the types of things that relate directly to his subjective state of mind.
Right.
And we've written our motion in a way that we realize those strictures apply to both parties. We acknowledge that, certainly. But it's really to clarify what we see as a potential problem with opening statements. And so I think it's rather self-explanatory. Wanted to bring it to the court's attention so we could deal with it here this morning and just be clear about it.
And the other part of that being, as far as Mr. Chauvin's intent or knowledge, or vis-a-vis that policy that you attached to your motion.
Right. Again, it's an objective officer standard about his perceptions and how they would be dealt with by an objective officer. What he intends to do, right, is relevant because, of course, there is an assault charge and other intent is an element of some of these crimes, and so his intent is relevant. But his conduct is still judged by an objective, reasonable standard.
All right. Mr. Nelson, anything you want to add?
Real quick, family. You know, it's crazy that I haven't showed anything. We haven't shown nothing, but just the fact that you mentioned George Floyd's name automatically puts your content in a restricted zone. So I will be getting restricted, limited ads for this, but that's all right because we need to talk about it. And since they already did that, I might as well let the stuff play. You know, I'm blanking out the faces and all that, but shoot, they gonna block me anyway just because we talking about George Floyd. That's crazy. They don't do that with everybody. What up, Ali? I see you. Appreciate you joining, family.
No, Your Honor, I mean, I essentially agree as long as we can.
Hold on. I gotta get you. Okay, go ahead.
Again, Your Honor, it's just simply stating the objective observations of the police officers and of the people who were there. I don't have an issue with that. I agree that, per the court's ruling, that Mr. Floyd's subjective internal process is off limits.
All right. And maybe I can give an example, because like most of the judges on this bench, I'm fairly strict regarding no argument in opening. As far as Mr. Floyd, obviously description of appearances, I think even to the point of saying he appeared to not be complying, I think that's permissible because someone will testify to that, but they cannot say he was resisting, he was, especially in opening. Those are conclusions, those are inferences drawn from his behavior. So when witnesses are testifying, expect that they will talk about what they observed as far as appearances. Sometimes it has to lapse into it appeared to be resistance or non-compliance. But to say that he was is an inference from the behavior. I know this is a fine line, but just so you know kind of where I would draw it. As far as Mr. Chauvin, at the scene, there's this policy in place. Certainly it is permissible in opening to talk about the policy and how an officer on the scene has to follow this policy, make an assessment. And I think if you get to the point of saying the word should is where you get into inferences. For example, if in opening you were to say, Mr. Chauvin should have made this evaluation, that's argument. But to say this is the policy, this is what every officer on a scene should do, that I think is objective, and it is, and then you can talk about the behaviors on the scene.
What up, Daniel
It sounds like
Berry
I'm
Sports Highlights? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
Hairs a little too thinly, but I think you kind of get the gist of it. Any inferences you draw are argumentative, and so that shouldn't be done. But the description of the policies that were in place that bound any officer who's out on the street responding to an arrest, all that is appropriate in opening and as far as testimony. Anybody need any clarification beyond that? Okay. A couple things. We are going to try and stick as much as we can to the 9 to 9:30 is going to be to argue any legal issues that come up, because invariably legal issues come up. I don't want to move up
All right, we ain't got to get into all that part. I just want to play the beginning of that argument where they was trying to restrict some of the testimony or some of the opening statements. And you heard the rules that the judge said. So let's just get into the opening statements.
or affirm that you will be attentive during this trial and follow the instructions of the court so that you may reach a fair and just verdict, that you will not discuss this case with anyone until submitted to you for deliberation, and will keep your verdict secret until it is delivered to the court. If so, say I do. Thank you. You may be seated. Well, the trial is about to begin, and it is very important that you, members of the jury, be able to hear and see everything that takes place during the trial. If you suffer from some hearing loss and would benefit from amplified sound, then please raise your hand now, and we'll make sure that you get a hearing assistance device. All right, no hands. If during the trial, at any time, you have difficulty hearing or understanding what a witness is saying, or if a witness or attorney should block your view, please raise your hand immediately so that we can correct the problem. Now, during the trial, you are going to hear the testimony of several witnesses. You will have to make judgments about the credibility and the weight of their testimony. Be patient and listen to the testimony of all the witnesses. Keep it all in mind until you have heard all the evidence. As you listen to the witnesses, you should take note of such matters as the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case, the ability and opportunity to know, remember, and tell the facts, their experience, frankness and sincerity, or the lack thereof, the reasonableness or the unreasonableness of their testimony in light of all the other evidence, and any other factors that bear on the question of believability and credibility. And the last
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
And real quick, shout out to our early stream sponsors, Chan Black is Golden, Ali, Tall Glass. I appreciate y'all renewing y'all membership, staying part of the family. Appreciate y'all being here. Much love to that. Much love to that. Let's keep it rolling.
analysis, you should rely on your own experience, good judgment, and common sense. Now, you have been given notepads so that you may take notes during the trial. You should not, however, feel required to do so. The most important thing is that you give full attention to the testimony as you hear it. Now, to protect the privacy of your notes, I would suggest you write your random juror number, which we will keep the same, and put that on the first sheet, and then begin taking notes on the second sheet. We also have extra pads if you run out of space. Now, we will collect and keep your notes secure at the end of each day, so you can leave them on the chair during breaks and at the end of the day. At the end of the trial, you will be allowed to take your notes with you into deliberation, and I will instruct you further regarding the use of those notes at the end of the trial. Keep in mind also that I cannot give you a trial transcript at the end of the trial. No such transcript can be prepared for your deliberation. We count on the jury to rely on its collective memory and the exhibits submitted to you. Now, during the trial, an objection may be made to some evidence, and I may sustain.
All right. We ain't got to hear all the rules. He taking his time with them, so we going to skip a little bit past that. But before we do, shout out to Ali again for the gifted membership that she just dropped. Y'all show her some love in the chat. Drop some what up. Drop some smoke emojis. Appreciate you, fam.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Blaze up for you.
What?
Yeah. Appreciate you. Let's get into it. Shout out to Ali for that. Appreciate the love. Appreciate the support. Y'all show her some love. Drop some what up. Send some coins in the chat. All right, let's get back to it.
Or overrule the objection. If I sustain the objection, it means that the question may not be answered. In that case, you should simply ignore the question and any answer that might have been given. If no answer was given before the objection was made, you should not speculate. A problem should arise. You need to bring your note. We will begin with opening statements. In the opening statements, the attorneys may describe for you what they believe the evidence in this case will be. Evidence is what the witnesses say, and any exhibits submitted to you. What the attorneys say, however, is not evidence. Anything shown to you in opening statements is also not evidence unless and until it is actually received in evidence during the trial. You should keep an open mind about all the evidence until the end of the trial, until you have heard the final arguments of the attorneys, and until I have instructed you on the law. It goes without saying that this case is important to all the participants, and you should give your undivided attention to this case while trial is in session. I thank you in advance for your service. In taking on your role as jurors, you provide an important and central service in the administration of justice. Mr. Blackwell, do you wish to open?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Judge, you
May it please the court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Jerry Blackwell, and I apologize for talking to you through this plexiglass, but it's probably the least of the gifts that the pandemic has given us. You're going to learn in this case a lot about what it means to be a public servant and to have the honor of wearing this badge. It's a small badge that carries with it a large responsibility and a large accountability to the public. What does it stand for? It represents the very motto of the Minneapolis Police Department: to protect with courage, to serve with compassion. But it also represents the essence of the Minneapolis Police Department approach to the use of force against its citizens. when appropriate. The sanctity of life and the protection of the public shall be the cornerstones of the Minneapolis Police Department's use of force. Compassion, sanctity of life, cornerstones, and that little badge is worn right over the officer's heart. But you're also going to learn that the officers take an oath when they become police officers. They take an oath that I will enforce the law courteously and appropriately, and as you will learn, as applies to this case, never employing unnecessary force or violence. And not only that, I recognize the badge of my office as a symbol of public faith, and I accept it as a public trust to be held so long as I am true to the ethics of police service. Symbol of public faith, ethics to police service, sanctity of life, all of this matters tremendously to this case, because you will learn that on May 25th of 2020, Mr. Derek Chauvin betrayed this badge when he used excessive and unreasonable force upon the body of Mr. George Floyd, that he put his knees upon his neck and his back, grinding and crushing him until the very breath, no, ladies and gentlemen, until the very life was squeezed out of him. You will learn that he was well aware that Mr. Floyd was unarmed, that Mr. Floyd had not threatened anyone, that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs, he was completely in the control of the police, he was defenseless. You will learn what happened in that 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The most important numbers you will hear in this trial are 929. What happened in those 9 minutes and 29 seconds when Mr. Derek Chauvin was applying this excessive force to the body of Mr. George Floyd. We have two objectives in this trial, ladies and gentlemen. The first objective is to give Mr. Chauvin a fair trial. Mr. Chauvin has a presumption of innocence. He is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. We plan to prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mr. Chauvin was anything other than innocent on May 25th of 2020. And our second objective, ladies and gentlemen, is to bring you the evidence, which I'm trying to preview this morning. We are bringing this case, this prosecution against Mr. Chauvin, for the excessive force that he applied onto the body of Mr. George Floyd, for engaging in behavior that was imminently dangerous, in the force that he applied without regard for its impact on the life of Mr. George Floyd. So let's begin by focusing then on what we will learn about this 9 minutes and 29 seconds. And you will be able to hear Mr. Floyd saying, "Please, I can't breathe. Please, man, please." In this 9 minutes and 29 seconds, you will.
Crazy stuff we got coming up, man. Crazy stuff. I got a little preview of something else we got coming up later, though, also. Shout out to No One. What up, No One? I see you. Appreciate you joining. Indigo Kepra in the building. What up, what up, what up? I see y'all. Appreciate y'all joining, family. Check this out.
Kimura or side chokes or things like that, you want to attack the side of the neck to cut the circulation of the breathing from your person. And then to get the choke tighter, you hit different shimmies, which I felt the officer on top was shimmying to actually get the final choke in while he was on top to get the kill choke, because a side choke or a blood choke can ultimately turn into death, and that's what we've seen here.
And so,
jury is to disregard the last statement by the witness.
This was one of the witnesses that, yeah, that is him. This is one of the witnesses that was there while it was happening, and he explaining the choke because he's trained in martial arts, so he knows some of the moves that was happening. What up, Starfish and Coffee? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
just for the record, the last statement about.
Have you been watching the James Ogletree? Nah, I haven't been watching the inmate murder where he killed a guy. Nah, I haven't watched it. I'm gonna have to check it out. Appreciate you, family.
The last statement. Proceed.
And so, did you think, based on your training experience, that this looked like a blood choke?
That is correct.
And did you say that to the officer?
That's correct.
And how did he respond when you said that to him?
He looked at me right here. It's the only time he looked at me. When I said it was a blood choke, it's the only time he looked up. We looked each other dead in our eyes. Yeah, and when I said it, he acknowledged it.
And
Like we're looking at each other right here.
Last statement is sustained as non-responsive. Move
and
to
so
the next
when
question.
I'm sorry. And
How was that non-responsive? Because he said he was a blood.
Mr. Williams, from that vantage point depicted in Exhibit 17, that officer, do you see that person present in the courtroom today?
That's correct. He's standing right there.
In order to ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yeah, we're going to get into a little bit more of that. We probably play that full testimony because it's actually pretty interesting. But let's get back into it. Just wanted to give y'all a little snack of what's coming up.
See that as Mr. Floyd is handcuffed there on the ground, he is verbalizing 27 times, you will hear, in the 4 minutes and 45 seconds, I can't breathe. Please, I can't breathe. You will see that Mr. Chauvin is kneeling on Mr. Floyd's neck and back. He has one knee on his neck, and the knee on his back is intermittently off and on his back, as you'll be able to see for yourself in the video footage. You will hear Mr. Floyd as he's crying out. You hear him at some point cry out for his mother when he's being squeezed there. It's very close to his mother, you will learn. You will hear him say, tell my kids I love them. You will hear him say, about his fear of dying, he says, I'll probably die this way. I'm through. They're going to kill me. They're going to kill me, man. You will hear him crying out, and you will hear him cry out in pain. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. You'll hear that for yourself. Please, I can't breathe. Please, your knee on my neck. You will hear it, and you'll see at the same time while he's crying out, Mr. Chauvin never moves. The knee remains on his neck. Sunglasses remain undisturbed on his head, and it just goes on. You will hear his final words when he says, I can't breathe. Before that time, you'll hear his voice get heavier. You will hear his words further apart. You will see that his respiration gets shallower and shallower and finally stops when he speaks his last words, I can't breathe. And once we have his final words, you'll see that for roughly 53 seconds, he is completely silent and virtually motionless with just sporadic movements. You're going to learn those sporadic movements matter greatly in this case because what they reflect. Mr. Floyd was no longer breathing when he's making these movements. You will learn about something in this case called an anoxic seizure. It is the body's automatic reflex when breathing has stopped due to oxygen deprivation. We'll be able to point out to you when you'll see the involuntary movements from Mr. Floyd that are part of an anoxic seizure. Not only that, you're going to learn about something that's called agonal breathing. When the heart is stopped, when blood is no longer coursing through the veins, you will hear the body gasp as an involuntary reflex. We'll point out to you when Mr. Floyd is having the agonal breathing, again, as a reflex, involuntary reflex to the oxygen deprivation. So we learn here that Mr. Floyd at some point is completely passed out. Mr. Chauvin continues on as he had, knee on the neck, knee on the back. You'll see he does not let up and he does not get up. For the remaining, as you can see, 3 minutes and 51 seconds. During this period of time, you will learn that Mr.
Insane. Like, it's no longer a need once you got him on the ground in handcuffs, detained. Like, why would you still keep him there on the ground? That don't make no sense. What up, TSC? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. Y'all see the new emojis? Well, see them clearer now? I'll pull it up a little later.
Mr. Chauvin is told that they can't even find the pulse of Mr. Floyd. You learn he's told that twice. They can't even find the pulse. You'll be able to see for yourself what he does in response. You will see that he does not let up and that he does not get up. Even when Mr. Floyd does not even have a pulse, it continues on. It continues on, ladies and gentlemen, even after the ambulance arrives on the scene. The ambulance is there, and you'll be able to see for yourself what Mr. Chauvin is doing when the ambulance is there. You can compare, you'll be able to compare how he looks in this photograph to how he looked in the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Same position, doesn't let up, and you'll see he doesn't get up. The paramedic from the ambulance comes over. You'll be able to see this in the video. He checks Mr. Floyd for a pulse. He has to check him for a pulse, you'll see, with Mr. Chauvin continuing to remain on his body at the same time. doesn't get up even when the paramedic comes to check for a pulse and doesn't find one. Mr. Chauvin doesn't get up. You will see that the paramedics have taken the gurney out of the ambulance, have rolled it over next to the body of Mr. Floyd, and you'll be able to see Mr. Chauvin still does not let up, doesn't get up. And you will see it wasn't until such time as they want to move the lifeless body of George Floyd onto the gurney. Only then does Mr. Chauvin let up and get up. And you'll see him drag Mr. Floyd's body and unceremoniously cast it onto the gurney. And that was for a total of 4 minutes and 44 seconds. You can see here that for the first 4 minutes and 45 seconds, you'll learn that Mr. Floyd was calling out, crying for his life. And ladies and gentlemen, not just Mr. Floyd. You're going to hear and see that there were any number of bystanders who were there, who were also calling out to let up and get up, such that Mr. Floyd would be able to breathe and to maintain and to sustain his life. But then for the remaining 4 minutes and 44 seconds, Mr. Floyd was either unconscious, breathless, or pulseless. And the compression, the squeezing, the grinding went on just the same for the total of 9 minutes and 29 seconds. You're going to learn in this case quite a lot about the Minneapolis Police Department's use of force policy. What you're going to see and learn a lot about is what is the standard for applying force against individuals, the use of force policy. You learn that Minneapolis Police Department employees shall only use the amount of force that is objectively reasonable in light of the facts and circumstances. The force used shall be consistent with current Minneapolis Police Department training. What you learn, ladies and gentlemen, is that the use of force must be evaluated from one moment to the next moment, from moment to moment. What may be reasonable in the first minute may not be reasonable in the second minute, the fourth minute, or the 9th minute and 29 seconds, that it has to be evaluated from moment to moment. You'll also learn that the Minneapolis police are precluded, not allowed, to use any more force that is necessary to bring a person under their control. They can't use any more restraint than is necessary. You're going to meet an expert. His name is Jody Steger. He's a Los Angeles Police Department sergeant and a use of force expert. He's going to tell you that the force that Mr. Chauvin was using was lethal force. It was force that was capable of killing a human or putting his or her life in danger. The evidence is going to show you that there was no cause in the first place to use lethal force against a man who was defenseless, who was handcuffed, who was not resisting. That there's no cause to...
going to show that anything that I may have said, they exacerbated it.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Yo, shout out to TSC with the not one but two gifted memberships. Y'all show her some love and drop some of the TSC heart emojis and some coins in the chat. Appreciate the support, family. Show her some love for the gifted memberships. Cynthia Trop and Danielle Judge got gifted a membership. Appreciate you. Shout out to TSC. Much love, much love. Let's keep it rolling.
To use that force.
And oh yeah, it's definitely greatly appreciated because like I said, this video will be limited on monetization because of the graphic content. So gotta appreciate every little piece. Appreciate you, family.
In the first place, you're going to hear from Minneapolis Police Sergeant David Pleeger, who's going to come and talk with you. He was the officer on the scene, so he arrived at the scene after this took place. He is going to tell you that the force against Mr. Floyd should have ended as soon as they put him on the ground in the first place, meaning that the 929 should not have been even a 1, much less than 929. And that went on for way too long. He will tell you in terms of the restraint on the ground and the manner of the restraint for Mr. Floyd. You're also going to learn about another very important policy in the Minneapolis Police Department that's a core principle of policing. You will hear this phrase that police have to live by in terms of how it is they relate to the public. In your custody is in your care. In your custody is in your care. Meaning that if you as an officer have an individual, a subject that's in your custody, it is your duty to care for that person. And you will learn that caring, ladies and gentlemen, is not a feeling. It's a verb. is something you're supposed to do to provide care for that person. You are going to hear from any number of police officers who will talk about this duty to provide care. Officer Nicole McKenzie, who is the Minneapolis Police Department Medical Support Coordinator. You'll hear from Sergeant Kerr Yang, the MPD Crisis Intervention Coordinator. In your custody is in your care. You're going to learn that when Mr. Floyd was unconscious, that when he was breathless, when he did not have a pulse, that there was a duty to have administered care, to let up and get up. You will learn. You'll listen to Minneapolis Police Commander Katie Blackwell. No relation to my knowledge. But you will hear from Katie Blackwell, and she's going to tell you about the training that Mr. Chauvin received. You're going to hear that he was a veteran on the Minneapolis Police Department for 19 years, had been trained in CPR multiple times at the time. And you'll be able to see for yourself that when Mr. Floyd was in distress, Mr. Chauvin wouldn't help him, didn't help him. But you're also going to see that he stopped everybody else from being able to help him. You will learn that amongst the bystanders was a first responder, a member of the Minneapolis Fire Department, who was trained in administering first aid and emergency care. She's going to come and talk with you. Her name is Genevieve Hansen. She wanted to check his pulse. She wanted to check on Mr. Floyd's well-being. She wanted him to let up and get up. She did her best to intervene, to be able to act, to intercede on George Floyd's behalf, and you'll be able to see for yourself when she approached Mr. Chauvin on top of George Floyd with both of his knees, reached for his mace in his belt, and pointed in her direction. So she couldn't help. She'll come and talk with you about that experience. Now, you're going to learn that in the aftermath of this, that Mr. Chauvin's last day of employment with the Minneapolis Police Department was on May 26th of 2020. The Minneapolis Chief of Police, Chief Arredondo, is going to come here to talk with you. He was the police chief at the time. He's the chief today. He is going to tell you that Mr. Chauvin's conduct was not consistent with Minneapolis Police Department training, was not consistent with Minneapolis Police Department policy, was not reflective of the Minneapolis Police Department. He will not mince any words. He's very clear. He'll be very decisive that this was excessive force. So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, what was this all about in the first place? Well, you're going to learn that it was about a counterfeit $20 bill used at a convenience store. That's all. You will not hear any evidence that Mr. Floyd knew that it was fake or did it on purpose. You will learn from witnesses we will call that the police officers could have written him a ticket and let the court sort it out. You will learn that even if he did it on purpose, it was a minor offense, a misdemeanor. So in terms of the charges that we are bringing, we're going to prove to you that Mr. Chauvin's conduct was a substantial cause of Mr. Floyd's death. We've charged him with murder in the second degree, murder in the third degree, and manslaughter for using excessive force against George Floyd. You will learn that the use of excessive and unreasonable force against a citizen is an assault. In this case, we will show you that this was an assault that contributed to taking his life, an assault. We're going to show you that putting knees on somebody's neck, Mr. Floyd's, putting a knee on his back for 9 minutes and 29 seconds was an eminently dangerous activity, and he did it without regard to what impact it had on Mr. Floyd's life. We're going to show you that also. Putting him on the ground, we call that the prone position, on your stomach, face down. Putting him in the prone position, handcuffed like this in the first place, was uncalled for and was an excessive use of force, let alone for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, how are we going to prove these charges? We're going to prove it, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost by witness testimony. We're going to bring in some of those bystanders that I've referred to, normal folks, that tell you what they saw. They'll tell you why they stopped. They'll tell you why they were concerned. They'll tell you from that witness chair. We'll bring them in here. You're going to hear from any number of police officers responsible for training, responsible for what the officers learn around first aid, coming to the care of others. We'll bring in a number of police officers, including the chief of police. But we're also going to bring in various professionals and experts, medical experts, experts in police conduct. You're going to meet any number of them. You'll have here a forensic pathologist, Dr. Thomas, who studies the tissues of the deceased as a forensic pathologist to determine the cause and manner of death. You're going to hear from a pulmonologist, Dr. Chauvin. He's a lung specialist, cardiologist, heart specialist, critical care physicians, emergency medicine physicians, internal medicine, and also from toxicology. We're also going to bring in the court Dr. Andrew Baker, who's the Hennepin County medical examiner, who will tell you about what he found. So we'll also bring him in. But we'll also bring in experts who will prove that the use of force here was not reasonable. I mentioned earlier Jody Steger, Chief of Staff for the Inspector General, LA Police Department, and Seth Stoughton. You'll hear from both of them. Now, spend a few minutes talking to you about what this case is about. There are any number of things that this case is not about. Maybe an infinite number of things the case isn't about. But one of those things that this case is not about all police or all policing. You will learn from Chief Arredondo when he comes that police officers have difficult jobs. They have to make split-second decisions. They sometimes have to make split-second life and death decisions. In this trial, you're going to meet any number of the men and women from the Minneapolis Police Department who do a fantastic job. They're committed, take very seriously preserving the sanctity of life. I mentioned already Commander Katie Blackwell, Sergeant Carrie Yang, Officer Nicole McKenzie, to name a few. This case is about Mr. Derek Chauvin and not about any of those men and women, and it's not about all policing at all. And this case is not about split-second decision-making. In 9 minutes and 29 seconds, there are 479 seconds, not a split second among them. That's what this case is about. You are going to hear from one of the bystanders, Charles McMillan. And Charles McMillan is going to talk to you about the excessive force that he saw Mr. Chauvin displaying on May 25th. And he will tell you what he experienced in the way that Mr. Chauvin looked at him and the other bystanders who were calling out for Mr. Floyd's life. He will tell you what he saw in terms of Mr. Chauvin never letting up or getting up on his body. You will be able to observe Mr. Chauvin's body language for yourself in the video and determine what that language says to you. So I'm going to show you in a moment one of the videos that you're going to see in this trial, just to kind of tee up for you what will be the essence of what we will be focused on in the trial. I need to tell you ahead of time that the video is graphic, that it can be difficult to watch. It is simply the nature of what we're dealing with in this trial, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to see any number of videos from the police officers who had body-worn cameras on. But you're also going to see videos from the bystanders, normal folks, the bystanders. You're going to see these bystanders, a veritable bouquet of humanity, these bystanders. You'll see here a little girl who's wearing a green shirt on the right with the words love on the green shirt. I won't say her name now because she's a minor, but she is going to come and talk with you about what she saw. Next to her in the blue pants is her cousin, who at the time was also a minor. So I won't tell you her name, but she's also going to come in and talk to you. Cousin was taking a younger one to Cup Foods to be able to pick up candy and snacks when they came upon what was happening with Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd on the ground. Next to the young woman in the blue pants is Genevieve Hansen, the first responder who tried to intervene to check his pulse and to check on Mr. Floyd. She's going to come and testify to you. Next to her is a young man named Donald Williams, trained with a security background. He's also trained in mixed martial arts, who was very excited and alarmed about what he saw in the exchange between Mr. Chauvin on top of George Floyd. He's going to come in and testify to you. So any number of these bystanders, and others also, will be coming in to talk with you. And so they come from the broad spectrum of humanity, different races, different genders. You have older people, younger people. But you will see that what they all had in common as they were going about their business is that they saw something that was shocking to them, that was disturbing to them, and it made them stop and take note. Stop and take note. They tried to first, you will learn when you meet them, to intercede on what was happening with their voices. They tried to interject, to exhort, to please stop, to try to get into what we call good trouble just with their voices, because something there was concerning to them. And when that didn't work, you can see any number of them pulled out their cameras to document what was happening. such that it would be memorialized, such that it would not be misrepresented, such that it could not be forgotten. What we'll see this morning will be the footage taken from one of these bystanders in just a moment. And you will learn, with respect to these bystanders, that none of them knew who George Floyd was. They didn't know his history. They didn't know anything about it. All they knew was they came upon an individual that they saw was in some serious distress under the knees of Mr. Chauvin, and it alarmed them. Let me show you what the scene looks like, just briefly. Here in Minneapolis, this takes place at the intersection of Chicago Avenue and 38th Street at Cup Foods. If you can see the image of a squad car on Chicago Avenue, that is ultimately where Mr. Floyd was being restrained on the ground, under the knees of Mr. Chauvin. We will spend quite a bit more time with this map during the trial, but just for now, I just wanted to try to set the stage for what you're going to see. So with that, I'm going to show you the video evidence. And the video evidence, I think, will be very helpful and meaningful to you because you can see it for yourself without lawyer talk, lawyer spin, lawyer anything. You can see it for yourself.
Look how they throwing people out here. Got him bleed on the ground. He crying and shit. That is sick.
Please. Please. Please, I can't breathe. Please, man. Please, somebody help me.
Well, you got him down, man. Let him breathe, at least, man.
I can breathe.
I've been trying to help out. So you can breathe, look at my hand on the neck, man. One of my homies died with the back phone.
I'm about to die, you see.
Relax.
Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
I've been waiting the whole car, man. Get up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up and get in the car right.
I can't.
I gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win.
My knee.
You can't win, man.
I'm through.
I know you were never, you didn't listen.
That's the food. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. Just water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe.
Shut up.
They gonna kill me. They gonna kill me, man.
Bro, with your feet on his neck, man, you get off the
His nose is bleeding, like, come on now.
That's wrong right there with his feet on his neck.
Look at his nose.
You just seen your knee on his neck. Yeah, you got your feet right on his neck. He ain't even resisting the rest.
I cannot breathe.
You just a grown, you're a tough guy. You're a tough guy, huh? You're a tough guy. He ain't even resisting the rest, bro.
His whole nose is bleeding.
Follow him? Bro, but why you just sitting there? He ain't doing nothing now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
Why don't you do drugs, kids? It ain't about drugs, bro. Y'all understand that?
Y'all don't gotta put y'all right.
You heard him? You heard what the cop said? He said this is the result of doing drugs, kids. This is the result of doing drugs. Oh, man. But the president just did a statement today about how they about to lower their drug prices all over the country. The fuck?
Human, bro.
His nose.
You can put him in the car. That's some bum ass shit. That's some bum ass shit, bro. That's some bum ass shit, bro. Gotta know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on his neck, bro. Bro, he ain't crying, bro. You circle like in a jiu-jitsu move, bro. You trapped in his breathing right there, bro. Like, you don't think that what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro. Right, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit, bro. You fucking stopping his breathing right there, bro.
Okay, he's talking.
He's talking. Bro, but you could get him off the ground. You being a bum right now. You could get him off the ground, bro. You could get him off the ground. You being a bum right now. He enjoying that. He enjoying that shit. He enjoying that shit. He a fucking bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing. You enjoying it. Look at you. Your body language explains it. You fucking bum.
Bro, get the fuck off of him.
It's the whites. They love
But,
them.
no, I already know that, bro. I trained with half of these bum ass dudes at the academy, bro. You know that's bogus right now, bro. You know it's bogus. You can't even look at me like a man because you a bum, bro. He's not even resisting arrest right now, bro.
His nose is bleeding.
You fucking stopping his breathing right now, bro. You think that's cool? You think that's cool
really
though,
not.
right? What's your oh man, what's your badge number, bro? You think that's cool right now, bro?
You'll call police on another police.
You think that's cool though, bro? You're a bum, bro. You're a bum for that. You're a bum for that, bro. You getting mad. You just sitting there stopping his breathing right now.
Look
The
at
dude's
him.
about to go out right now, bro.
Look at
Bro.
him. Get off of him now.
You gonna choke him like that?
What the fuck? He got mace. He got mace. He cannot breathe. Get over here. No, first of all.
Bro, look, well, you should check on him. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive
Look at him.
right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now, bro. No, bro, look at him. He's not responsive right now, bro. Bro, are you serious? You gonna just let him sit there with that on his neck, bro? Is he breathing right now? Check his pulse. Check his pulse. Check his pulse, Tal. Tal, check his pulse. Tal, check his pulse, bro. Bro, check his pulse, bro. You bogus, bro. You bogus. Don't do drugs, bro. What is that? What do you think that is? You call what he doing okay?
Again, with the don't do drugs, why this dude is literally choking this dude to death on the ground. What the fuck? And this nigga standing here like he told you check his pulse. You could clearly see the life leaving this dude's body. Man, what the fuck?
Get back. You call what he doing okay. You call what you do. You call what he doing okay, bro. Bro, bro, you think that's okay? Check his pulse. Child, check his pulse. Check. The man ain't moved yet, bro. The man ain't moved yet, bro.
Minneapolis.
Bro, you're a bum, bro. You're a bum, bro. You're definitely a bum, bro.
Tell me what his pulse is right now.
Check the pulse. Bro, he has not moved not one time.
He's off crack right now.
But yeah, bro, go back in the store, bro. You don't understand.
No,
bro.
I'm the reason.
Okay, that's cool. Go back in the store, bro. Go back in the store, bro. He's not fucking moving.
I see that.
Bro.
I'm trying to help y'all out.
Bro, you don't need to.
And they already talking about he probably OD'd. So they was already planning on using that excuse. But if you feel like he probably OD'd, then why are you still choking him out? Why are y'all choking him out if y'all already saying he probably OD'd?
Help me out, bro. I know your parents. I know everybody that owns the store. You don't need to help me the fuck out, bro. He's not fucking moving right now, bro.
I just saw that, man.
Bro, he was just moving when I walked up here.
And I know, and then that they did that to
you
him.
just got out. You just got back out here, bro.
I've been watching it the whole time.
You just got back out here, bro. Bro, he doesn't have it, bro. He's not fucking moving.
No, did they fucking kill him, bro?
Bro,
They
bro,
just killed him
what
or
you, 1087, bro? You're a
Oh
bum,
my
bro. Or
God, bro.
987, bro? You're a bum.
is
First thing you
lying.
want to grab is your mace because you scared, bro. Scared of fucking minorities. You're fucking bum, bro. Like, bro, 3 minutes, bro. He's not fucking moving. Bro, he's not even fucking moving. Get off of his fucking neck, bro. Get off of his neck. Yes, look at that, bro.
on the street.
Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? And you gonna keep your thing on your neck? Yeah, I bet you. Bro, I barely touch me like that, dude. I swear I'll slap the fuck out of both y'all.
I didn't want to call the ambulance.
Bro, you just gonna let him keep his hand on his neck, bro? You're a bitch, bro. Tal, you gonna let him keep that like that? You gonna let him kill that man in front of you, bro? Huh?
Like what?
Bro, he's not even fucking moving right now, bro. He's not even fucking moving. Bro,
You're not gonna help us, bro?
Right, he black. They don't care.
97 years
If it ain't fake people, they don't care, bro.
You gonna just sit there with your knee on his neck, bro? You a real man for that, bro. He ain't handcuffed,
Look at him.
bro.
Just
You a
listen.
real man, bro.
Listen,
You a real man, bro. I tell you, he's a man, bro.
The fact that you guys are checking his pulse and doing compressions if he needs that, you guys are on
Oh
another
my
level.
God, bro.
And then he just gonna
Okay.
pull him
They
up
just
there like
dragging
that,
him
bro.
like, come
Yeah,
on
and
now.
I have your name tag, bitch.
That's not very professional.
It don't matter. So what? Freedom of speech. Freedom of speech, folks.
Back on the street.
Don't touch him. I got this all on camera. Watch out.
Don't touch me.
You touched him. You went to him. So shut up. You went to him. Y'all always trying to start
Bro,
something.
don't ever touch you, bro. Like, you bogus, bro. You damn near dead, bro. He's fucking dead, bro.
I appreciate you. You're wrong now, bro. You're wrong now, bro.
929, the three most important numbers in the case, 9 minutes and 29 seconds, is how long that went on. For half of that time, Mr. Floyd was unconscious, breathless, pulseless. You will see in the videos, ladies and gentlemen, that Mr. Floyd from time to time was heaving up his right shoulder. There's a reason for that. Mr. Chauvin's on his left side, his back and his neck. He can't move that. His hands are behind his back. He's heaving up the right shoulder so he can get room for his rib cage to expand to breathe. Because at this point, you will learn he's pancaked with the hard pavement beneath him and Mr. Chauvin on top of him. In order to breathe, you have to have room for the lungs to expand in and out. And you'll see Mr. Floyd doing his best to kind of crank his right shoulder up, having to lift up his weight and Mr. Chauvin's weight on top of him to get a breath for as long as he could get a breath. And you will see and hear more about that during the trial. You will learn that a number of the bystanders there called the police on the police. Genevieve Hanson, the first responder, called the police on the police. You'll learn that Donald Williams, the young man who's very vocal, security background, mixed martial arts background, saw the pressure that was put on the neck. He called the police on the police. But not only that, you're going to learn that there was a 911 dispatcher. Her name is Jenna Scurry. Jenna Scurry is going to come to talk to you also. There was a fixed police camera that was trained on this particular scene, and she could see through the camera what was going on. You will learn that what she saw was so unusual and for her so so disturbing that she did something that she had never done in her career. She called the police on the police, a 911 dispatcher. She called Sergeant David Plinker, who's going to come in to testify. She called him to report what she saw because she found it just that disturbing. She will tell you that she felt that she saw a man literally lose his life. And you will hear her testify. Now, I want to talk to you a little bit about intent. That is, what our evidence is going to be on the issue of intent. As I mentioned, we're going to show you that the use of force here was excessive and unreasonable. We're going to show you that it was not accidental in terms of what was happening there at the scene. What Mr. Chauvin was doing, he was doing deliberately. Now, when we bring you the evidence of intent, it's not going to come in like a sandwich board. It has a front side and a back side. And the front side says, this is our evidence of intent. And the back side says, yeah, you saw it. We will bring it to you, ladies and gentlemen, through the totality of all of the evidence, looking at it all together. You will, for example, hear from Nicole McKenzie, the medical support coordinator for the Minneapolis Police Department. She will tell you that the dangers of the prone position, putting people face down on the ground, have been known about in policing for over 30 years, that they train officers on it. She will tell you that arrestees, citizens who are under arrest.
Like, how stupid do you have to be to not know that putting your foot on somebody's neck, and you trained in this type of stuff, you have a likely of cutting off their windpipe, cutting off their air. He already saying he can't breathe. You saying he OD'd, but you still want to do all this. Crazy. And then they want to fight like he was in the right. What up, brown sugar babe? I see you, family.
Should never be put in the prone position except only momentarily to get them under police custody or control, to get handcuffs on them, but never left in that position. You will learn that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs.
Chan My Black is golden in the building. What up, what up, what up? Y'all show Chan My Black is golden some love.
Already, so they didn't need to put him on the ground to get him into, to get him under police control. And she will tell you that the reason that you don't put persons or leave them in a prone position that way, let alone with a man's body weight on top of them, let alone for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, the reason you don't do that is because of the potential to obstruct the airways. You're also going to hear from Lieutenant Johnny Mercel, the Minneapolis Police Department Use of Force Training Coordinator. He's going to tell you about what training Mr. Chauvin had received. But he's also going to tell you that he knows of no training that would suggest that kneeling on somebody's neck, as Mr. Chauvin was doing, was proper, according to Minneapolis Police Department training. You will learn that officers are trained to avoid putting pressure on areas that are above the areas of the shoulder, on the spinal column, on the neck, on the head. And that to do that is using deadly force, because if you are putting pressure or blows in those areas, you run the risk of seriously injuring the person or potentially even killing them. It can be deadly force. And so they're trained not to do that. But above all, you know, the police are trained in the side recovery position, that if you have to put somebody in the prone position to get them under control, you turn them over on the side as soon as possible so you don't obstruct their airways by having them on their stomach where the lungs can't expand with the chest, let alone having a weight on your back. You put them in the side recovery position right away. And you will hear all about the importance of that. And we'll obviously bring you the evidence of all of the warnings that Mr. Chauvin would have received, not just from George Floyd himself, from the calls and crying out by the bystanders, from the approach of the ambulance, from the paramedics and so on, all of whom did their part to encourage him to let up and to get up. You'll be able to consider that too under the umbrella of intent. Now I want to talk with you a second about the evidence on causation, the medical causation in terms of what was happening to Mr. Floyd while he was there on the ground. And if I had to give this part of the evidence, you're going to see a name, I would tell you that you can believe your eyes, that it's a homicide, it's murder. You can believe your eyes. And here's what you'll be able to see for yourself. You'll be able to see every part of what Mr. Floyd went through, from him first crying out, from his effort to move his shoulder to get his breathing, to get room to breathe. You'll be able to hear his voice get deeper and heavier, his words further apart, his respiration more shallow. You'll see him when he goes unconscious. And you'll be able to see the uncontrollable shaking he's doing when he's not breathing anymore, the anoxic seizures from oxygen deprivation. You'll be able to see when he's going through agonal breathing, the involuntary gasping of the body once the heart has stopped from oxygen deficiency. And you'll hear, and are well aware when there was a loss of pulse. You'll hear from a number of experts on the stand that putting a man in a prone position with handcuffs behind his back, somebody on his neck and back pressing down on him for 9 minutes and 29 seconds is enough to take a life. You'll hear that also. You're also going to hear from other experts who will point to the significant evidence of the excessive force that was put on Mr. Floyd's body. You'll be able to see, ladies and gentlemen, the road rash on the shoulders from where he's been pressed into the pavement from the weight on top that stripped off layers of the skin. The same with respect to knuckles on his hand when he's pressing up trying to get room to breathe. The damage to his nose when he pressed his face into the pavement to try to get room to breathe, ladies and gentlemen. You will learn that the last 9 minutes and 29 seconds of Mr. Floyd's life, he was only alive for part of that period of time, but it matches the patterns of somebody who dies from an oxygen deficiencies. We'll be able to point to the video evidence. You'll be able to see for yourself. You're also going to hear and see certain evidence of what this was not. This was, for example, not a fatal heart event. This was not, for example, a heart attack. You will learn that there was no demonstrated injury whatsoever to Mr. Floyd's heart, as in a heart attack. You'll hear evidence that Mr. Floyd had an artery in his heart that was partially clogged. You will learn that there was no damage to Mr. Floyd's heart from an inadequate blood supply to his heart, that there was no clotting in his heart. You will learn that the medical examiner, when he was examining Mr. Floyd's heart after he had died, saw no injury, no evidence of heart injury, and it was so unremarkable he didn't even photograph the heart. You will learn that this was not what's called a fatal arrhythmia, that the heart beats rhythmically, and occasionally then the heart gets out of rhythm. And out of rhythm, the heart just may stop. In the case of a fatal arrhythmia, you're going to learn that when a person suffers that, they stop and they drop right there where they are. It's instant death. You'll be able to see for yourself that Mr. Floyd did not die an instant death. He died one breath at a time over an extended period of time. Does not at all look like the way that one dies from a fatal arrhythmia. It was instant death. And this was not an instant death. You'll also learn, ladies and gentlemen, that George Floyd struggled with an opioid addiction. He struggled with it for years. You will learn that he did not die from a drug overdose. He did not die from an opioid overdose. Why? Because you'll be able.
So also, I do have that part ready to roll today, where the medical examiner was talking about how much was in his system, how much fentanyl was in his system, and basically it wasn't even enough to get a DUI. He wouldn't even have got a DUI with the amount of drugs that was in his system.
Able to look at the video footage, and you see he looks absolutely nothing like a person who would die from an opioid overdose. You will learn that opioids are tranquilizers. And when a person dies from an opioid overdose, what do they look like? First and foremost, asleep, in a stupor. And they never come to again. And they simply pass away. Opioid overdose. They're not screaming for their lives. They're not calling on their mothers. They are not begging, please, please, I can't breathe. That's not what an opioid overdose looks like. Now, you will learn that Mr. Floyd had 11 nanograms of fentanyl in his system when he died, and they may say that's a fatal amount. Well, what you have to learn is something about tolerance. So for a person who has never been exposed to opioids or fentanyl, that may be lethal for them. But for others who have been struggling with it for years, then they have a different tolerance level. You will learn, for example, that 11 nanograms of fentanyl is in the range that you will find in people who might receive opioid for cancer pain, for example. Mr. Floyd had lived with his opioid addiction for years, and you can see on the video that his behavior is not consistent with somebody who dies of an opioid.
Post-mortem cases versus DUI cases versus what was in Mr. Floyd's system. He was way below anywhere near any overdose, family.
Addiction. He didn't go into slumber. He was not non-responsive. He was calling out for his life. He was struggling. He was not passing out. Now, you're also going to hear from a forensic pathologist, Dr. Lindsay Thomas. And what she does as a forensic pathologist, she studies body tissues on autopsy to try to determine the cause and manner of death. She did this over a 35-year career as a forensic pathologist. Over that period of time, she had done medical examiner, forensic pathology work in some 37 Minnesota counties. Of the 87 we have, 7 counties in Wisconsin. She had done over 5,000 autopsies and determined cause and origin or manner and cause of death in thousands of others. She's semi-retired now and works as a consultant still in the field of pathology. She was one of the persons who helped to train the current Hennepin County medical examiner, Dr. Andrew Baker, when he was just getting started out in forensic pathology. Now, here's where Dr. Baker and Dr. Thomas agree as to the manner of Mr. Floyd's death, and I will show you the findings from Dr. Baker. When he lists manner of death for George Floyd, homicide. Now, I want to explain to you that when he uses homicide, it's not the way that we use it here in the courtroom. When a medical examiner says homicide, it simply means that the person died at the hands of another, is what that means. And I will show you what list that's chosen from in just a minute, and Dr. Thomas will come in and testify about that. But it means that he died at the hands of another. But you'll also learn that he listed a cause of death: cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. Now, I'm going to translate that into English, and you'll hear this from Dr. Thomas. Cause of death, cardiopulmonary arrest. What you're going to learn is that every human being that's ever been on the planet has 2 things in common with every other human being.
Real quick, I got something else I want to run past y'all real quick.
Floyd's 7-year-old daughter Gianna, the first to speak, addressing the judge on video.
We used to have dinner meals every single night before we went to bed. My daddy always used to help me brush my teeth.
Do you wish that he was still here with us?
Yeah, but he is.
Through his spirit?
Yes.
Yeah. If you could say anything to your daddy right now, what would it be?
It would be, I miss you and I love you.
Floyd's brother Terrence with a question for Derek Chauvin.
What were you thinking? What was going through your head when you had your knee on my brother's neck? Why when you knew that he posed no threat anymore, he was handcuffed, why you didn't at least get up? Why you stayed there?
The Floyd family seeking the maximum sentence.
We don't want to see no more slaps on the wrists. We've been through that already. In my community, in my culture, we've been through that already.
Chauvin had only one person in court to speak on his behalf, his mother.
The media, public, and prosecution team believe Derek to be an aggressive, heartless, and uncaring person. I can tell you that is far from the truth, and that my son is a good man.
She did not offer condolences to the Floyd family, instead speaking directly to her son.
Derek, I want you to know I have always believed in your innocence, and I will never waver from that. I will be here for you when you come home. Remember, there is no stronger bond or love than a mother's love.
Chauvin, who's also facing federal civil rights charges, then addressing the court himself.
At this time, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind. Thank you.
Judge Peter Cahill then handing down his decision. Chauvin faced a minimum of 10 years in prison and the maximum of 40. He was sentenced to 22.5 years behind bars.
Number one is that they're born, and number two is that they die of cardiopulmonary arrest. Because all the cardiopulmonary arrest means is that the heart stops and the lung stops. It's simply another way of saying death. So, cause of death, death. Complicating, that is involving law enforcement, subdual, that is subduing George Floyd, restraining him and compressing his neck under cause of death. And in how the injury occurred, decedent, George Floyd, experienced a cardiopulmonary arrest while being restrained by law enforcement officers. Now, in terms of the manners of death, where you see here it says homicide, here would be the standard list of the choices that medical examiners will look to in determining what the manner of death was. How the injury or disease leads to death is manner of death, and this is Dr. Thomas will talk to you about this. 5 manners of death. Natural causes. A heart attack is a natural death, you will learn. A fatal arrhythmia is a natural cause of death, you will learn. Accident. A drug overdose is an example of an accidental death. For example, car accident can be an accidental death. Suicide, homicide, which is when they chose death at the hands of another, or undetermined, that if you can't tell which it is or what it is, you indicate undetermined. And here you will learn that Dr. Andrew Baker and Dr. Thomas
was accused of shooting 3 little white women with a Winchester rifle.
Wasn't natural, not accidental, not suicide, not undetermined. It was homicide, death at the hands of another. But that's not all that Dr. Thomas is going to tell you. She's going to tell you something about the limitations.
50 yards away. See, now he thought he was going to get off with that old I'm blind excuse. But oh boy, he had another thing coming.
The jury will now go off and deliberate on...
Guilty! That nigga is guilty!
Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
I don't need to deliberate. Hang that nigga now. I got the rope right here.
Of pathology, that is looking at the tissues of persons after they have been deceased and trying to determine whether somebody died as a result of oxygen deficiency. There are limitations, because in over half the cases where somebody dies from insufficient oxygen, and when you know they died from insufficient oxygen, there are no signs in the body tissues. She would give you the example, for example, of somebody who's smothered by a pillow and they died that way. She said you may see nothing in the body tissues, but you know they died from oxygen deficiency because you know how they died. And here in this case, you will hear that on autopsy, they didn't see any objective things in George Floyd's tissues, but she says we have to look at all the evidence and we can see what happened at the scene. And we can see moment by moment that he had all the telltale signs of a person who's struggling and suffering from not receiving sufficient oxygen. She will say you have to look at all the evidence, and we'll show you that objective evidence as we go through. So finally, I want to talk to you about some of the evidence that you will hear, some of the facts that do not excuse this excessive use of force, but you will hear about them. We will tell you about them. For example, you will hear that George Floyd was a big guy. He was over 6 feet tall. Every police conduct witness we bring to you on the stand, every use of force expert will tell you that his size is no excuse for any police abuse. You're going to hear, obviously, that he struggled with drug addiction, that he had high blood pressure. They'll talk about heart disease, and we will tell you about that heart disease that he had. What you will learn is that George Floyd lived for years, day in and day out, every day, with all of these conditions until the one day on May 25th when he ended the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and that was the only day he didn't survive. That he went into that circle of 9 minutes and 29 seconds is the only day he didn't come out again. You will learn that. It's not an excuse for what happened in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. You will hear what happened earlier on the day, on May 25th. You will be able to see how the police approached him in his vehicle over the fake $20 bill. You'll be able to see how when they approached his car, came to his window within seconds, they had pulled out their gun, were pointing it at his head, and were using the foulest of language. You'll be able to see them get him out of his car, put him right away in the handcuffs. You'll see them pat him down so that they know he doesn't have any weapons. And not only that, you'll be able to hear George Floyd when he approaches the squad car saying he is terrified to be put into that squad car. You hear him say, I think I'm going to die if they put me in there. I think I'll die if I'm put in that squad car. He was terrified. You'll hear him talk about that. He says he was claustrophobic. And then he asked to count himself. Let me count my way into the squad car. And he starts trying to count 1, 2, up, then manhandle him, shove him into the car with the handcuffs on, and you'll see how he freaks out from that. You hear him saying, I can't breathe in the back of the squad car, and we will show you in the back of the squad car where Mr. Chauvin at one point had his hands around Mr. Floyd's neck in the squad car, and another, his arm and elbow around his neck with Mr. Floyd's head here, when they were pulling him out of the squad car, putting him on the ground in the prone position, and when the 9 minutes and 29 seconds begins. But you're also going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, at the time they put Mr. Floyd on the ground that way, there were 5 grown men, armed police officers, who were on the scene over a fake $20 bill. There were 5 of them there. Mr. Chauvin and his partner, the 2 officers who shown up there earlier in the first place, before Mr. Chauvin was there, and a member of the park police. There were 5 there. For a man who didn't threaten anybody, you will see committed no act of violence in any way, who didn't try to run away, and who was put in the prone position this way with 5 grown men, armed police officers present. None of that, ladies and gentlemen, we submit you will find to be an excuse for what happened in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds. We're also going to want you to learn something about George Floyd, George Perry Floyd. His family members call him Perry because he was not simply just an object of the excessive use of force of police. He's a real person. And I want you to learn something about it. At the time that he was killed, he was 46 years old. He was a father, a brother, a cousin, a friend to many. He's originally from Houston, Texas. Even before Houston, he was from my original home state, North Carolina. Fayetteville, North Carolina, before Houston, is where his family was from. He excelled in basketball and football. Loved shooting hoops, even to the end, and kept himself fit that way. He moved to Minnesota from Texas for a fresh start. And the rest of this you learn about him. His work as a security guard, that he lost his job when COVID hit. He's a COVID survivor, George Floyd was. And he lost his job as an employer was forced to close given COVID. But the point to all of this is that we want you to know something about who George Floyd was as a person, because he was somebody to a lot of other bodies in the world.
Lady L in the building. What up, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining. Welcome back, no one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to sit down in a moment this morning. We're going to show you through the evidence that there was no excuse for the police abuse of Mr. Chauvin. We're going to ask at the end of this case that you find Mr. Chauvin guilty for his excessive use of force against George Floyd that was an assault that contributed to taking his life, and for engaging in imminently dangerous behavior, putting the knee on the neck, the knee on the back, for 9 minutes and 29 seconds without regard for Mr. Floyd's life. We're going to ask that you find him guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, murder in the 3rd degree, and 2nd degree manslaughter. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson, do you wish to open at this time?
Yes, sir.
You may.
Yeah, so that's the opening statements of the what is that? I don't even know. That's not the prosecution. I don't think he worked for the state, right? I don't think that was a state attorney. I think that was on behalf of Floyd, was it? I wasn't even paying attention when he first stood up. But anyway, the first half of the opening statements. We got the second half coming up right now. I do want to play this little clip, though. Play this real quick.
I guess what I would say in response to that is when you do your own independent research, you can find data to skew in any direction you want it to.
But it's the Washington Post. I'm not just making this stuff up. This is the left. I'm using left-wing sources here. This is not Breitbart.com or Gateway Pundit or the Charlie Kirk Show or Daily Wire, right? This is the left-wing sources, and I'm not cherry-picking because you said police brutality. So then I pinpoint, okay, how many black people are then killed unarmed by police every year? Boom, that's the number. In a population, by the way, where there's tens of millions of black Americans, it's an insignificant sum. And you know that more kids are killed in urban violence going to school or walking to the playground than blacks are killed by police? Yet we don't talk about that as much. The question then is why? Is that, this is my belief, is that black America is so abused by the current mainstream media, it's abused by the Democrat Party, and they don't want black America overdosing on drugs, right? That George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? That also, did you know that what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd was actually in the police manual training? It was completely justified and was trained by his superiors to do. Now, let me ask you a question. How many unarmed black people, on average, are killed by police a year?
Well, I'd have to look up that statistic.
Guess.
Probably over 50%.
Yeah, it's 15.
He said 15. Hold on. He said 15 unarmed. This one, let's see, 2024. I don't know if y'all can see that. 2024 was what, 32? I mean, oh, that's 2022. 2022 was 32. Let me see. Hold on. 2022 was 32. 2023 was 28. 2024 was 28. So obviously those numbers, that average that he talking about, ain't as real as what he's saying. Let me see. Hold on. What was 2021? 2021 says. Oh, that's too small. I can't read that. Let me see. Let me blow it up. Unarmed classification. The unarmed can vary. Many studies track incidents where victims were not in possession of a deadly weapon. However, disagreements can rise. Okay, that's not the part I'm looking for. Where's that? Mapping. Okay, here we go. The nonprofit organization reported that police killed 200 black people in 2021, and data indicates that black people were 3 times more likely to be unarmed than white people when killed by police. Where do they get these statistics from? And so out of y'all killing 200 people that year, y'all saying that only 15% of them was non-armed? That's what y'all saying? 15% of them? Nigga, that's still too many people. It don't matter. It don't make sense. Shut up. My bad. Let's get back to it.
People a year. 15. George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? That also, did you know that what Derek Chauvin did?
I guess what I would say in response to that is,
May it please the court, counsel, Mr. Chauvin, members of the jury. A reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense. At the end of this case, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about doubt. But for purposes of my remarks this morning, I want to talk about reason and common sense and how that applies to the evidence that you're about to see during the course of this trial. Reason is an idea that wholly permeates our law, our legal system, and it forms the foundation. And you will see and hear that repeatedly throughout the course of this trial. What would a reasonable police officer do? What is a reasonable use of force? What would a reasonable person do in his or her most important affairs? What is a reasonable doubt? As such, reason dictates and necessitates how the evidence must be looked at and analyzed in every single case. And common sense is exactly that. It's common sense. Common sense tells you that there are always 2 sides to a story. Common sense tells us that we need to examine the totality of the circumstances to determine the meaning of evidence and how it can be applied to the questions of reasonableness of actions and reactions. In other words, common sense is the application of sound judgment based upon a reasoned analysis. And that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the evidence in this case. The evidence that you will see in this case during this trial. It is, I agree with counsel for the state, it is nothing more than that. There is no political or social cause in this courtroom.
Rock Solid TV in the building. What up, family? I see you. Appreciate you joining.
But the evidence is far greater than 9 minutes and 29 seconds. In this case, you will learn that the evidence has been collected broadly and expansively. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension employed nearly 50 case agents, analysts, and technicians to investigate this case. The Federal Bureau of Investigation included at least 28 additional agents in their investigation. These agents combined have engaged in an extensive and far-reaching investigation. They have interviewed over 50 members of the Minneapolis Police Department, including the officers who responded to the scene after Mr. Floyd was brought to the hospital. They interviewed members of the Minneapolis Police Department command staff. They interviewed officers who oversee training and policy-making decisions within the Minneapolis Police Department. They have interviewed nearly 200 civilian witnesses in this case. Some of these witnesses saw the entire incident, some who saw a portion of the incident, many who saw nothing, and some who had some piece of information to give to the officers, and others who had nothing.
Also, real quick, I see my count keep jumping up and down a lot, so usually that means that it's ads popping up. If y'all getting a lot of ads, hit that refresh button, because I had to reset it. So if you're getting a lot of ads, just try to refresh the browser. It should be less popping up. Sorry about that, family. Let's keep it rolling.
These agents interviewed the numerous medical personnel who attended to Mr. Floyd, and they interviewed the numerous firefighters and paramedics who responded. Agents executed approximately a dozen search warrants in this case to gather information. And in the end, you will hear a term throughout, I believe, this case called the Bates stamp number. The Bates stamp system is a way for lawyers to keep track of the case, to make sure that we are working from the same set of documents, the same set of evidence, to preserve the integrity of the investigation. You will learn that we are approaching 50,000 Bates stamped items. So this case is clearly more than about 9 minutes and 29 seconds. As you all saw during jury selection, the witness list in this case neared 400 people. So how do we begin to analyze and organize this evidence? I suggest that you let common sense and reason guide you. I propose that every witness you will hear from and every piece of evidence that you will see or hear during this trial can be assigned to one of 4 basic locations: Cup Foods, the Mercedes-Benz, Squad 320, and Hennepin County Medical Center. So let's start at the first, Cup Foods. You will learn that on May 25th, 2020, shortly after 7:00 p.m., Mr. Floyd and his friend Maurice Hall entered the Cup Foods located at 38th in Chicago. While they were there, they ran into their other friend, or Mr. Floyd's ex-girlfriend, Chauvin Hill, and he offered her a ride. You will hear from Chris Martin, who is the store clerk at Cup Foods. Mr. Martin observed Mr. Floyd. He watched his body language. He interacted with Mr. Floyd in this moment, and Mr. Martin formed the opinion that Mr. Floyd was under the influence of something. You will see the actual video from inside Cup Foods. Mr. Floyd did use a counterfeit $20 bill to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Mr. Martin realized this, and first, along with another one of his co-workers named Nabil Walter, went outside to the car where Mr. Floyd, Mr. Hall, and Miss Hill were sitting. Mr. Martin asked Mr. Floyd,
Hold on. Now, we know good and dang well how they be checking them bills as soon as you pull a bill up, especially a 20. Trust me, I know. They pull that bill up and shine it every time we see it. So you mean to tell me that he waited all the way until he was outside to realize that the 20 was fake? I don't know. That's kind of suspect right there. Like, I'm pretty sure you would have noticed the 20 was fake before he was sitting in the car. And then if he bought the cigarettes with a fake 20, why would he go and just sit in the car and just wait for you to realize that it's fake? Why would he not just drive off soon as he bought the stuff? Once he got away with it, why would he still sit there? That don't make sense.
To come in and either buy the cigarettes, exchange, or return the cigarettes. And you will hear from Mr. Martin that Mr. Hall and Mr. Floyd refused. You will hear that a short time later, Mr. Martin went back to the car a second time. He went back to ask them again, please come inside, give us the money, or return the cigarettes. And that second time, again, Mr. Floyd refused. So, at 8:01 p.m.
So he had another chance to leave. So he could have left twice if he was really trying to defraud you or get away with this 20. Why would he sit there knowing that he gave you a fake 20? The math ain't mathing, family.
A second clerk from the Cup Foods, named Omar Camaro, called 911 to report Mr. Floyd. During that call, Mr. Camaro, you will hear, described Mr. Floyd as drunk and that he could not control himself. He's not acting right. He's 6 to 6.5 feet tall. Accordingly, Minneapolis police officers Thomas Lane and Alexander King were dispatched to the scene and arrived at 8:08 p.m. They were driving Minneapolis Squad Car 320, and they faced parking southbound in the northbound lane of Chicago Avenue and were directed by store employees immediately to the second location, the Mercedes-Benz. During this trial, you will hear evidence of what happened in the Mercedes-Benz in the 20 to 30 minutes prior to the police arriving. You will hear from Mr. Floyd's friends, Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall. This will include evidence that while they were in the car, Mr. Floyd consumed what were thought to be 2 Percocet pills. Mr. Floyd's friends will explain that Mr. Floyd fell asleep in the car and that they couldn't wake him up, that they kept trying to wake him up to get going, that they thought the police might be coming because now the store was coming out, and they kept trying to wake him up. And in fact, one of these friends called her daughter, Miss Hill, Shawanda Hill, called her daughter, Shakira Prince, to come and pick her up because they couldn't keep Mr. Floyd awake. At 8:09 p.m., Officers Lane and King approached the vehicle, and Officer Lane approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and Officer King approached the passenger side. During the course of this trial, you will see and hear the body-worn cameras of these officers that fully capture the entire interaction with Mr. Floyd and his friends. You will see Officer Lane draw his service weapon after Mr. Floyd failed several times to respond to his commands to show him his hands. You will learn that that is an acceptable police practice. You will see the officers struggle with Mr. Floyd to get him out of the Mercedes-Benz and handcuffed. And you will see and hear everything that these officers and Mr. Floyd say to each other. The evidence will show that when confronted by police, Mr. Floyd put drugs in his mouth in an effort to conceal them from the police. At approximately 8:10 p.m., Officer Peter Chang of the Minneapolis Park Police responds. He responds to the scene to assist Officers King and Lane, and he helps in detaining the passengers. You will see Officer Chang's body-worn camera, and you will hear his interactions. This becomes important as we learn about police practices, because what you will learn is that when an officer responds to what is sometimes a routine and minimal event, it often evolves into a greater and more serious event. You will see surveillance videos near Squad 320 from a local business called the Dragon Walk that capture the actions and reactions of everyone present at that location, including evidence of further concealment of controlled substances. During the course of the investigation, 2 search warrants were executed on the Mercedes-Benz. The first on May 27th of 2020, the second several months later on December 9th of 2020. BCA agents located various pieces of evidence during both of these searches, including 2 pills that later analysis by the BCA revealed to be a mixture of methamphetamine and fentanyl. This is what's called a speedball, a mixture of an opiate and a stimulant. You will learn that these pills were manufactured to have the appearance of Percocet. While standing next to the Mercedes-Benz, Officer King and Officer Lane both asked Mr. Floyd what he was on. And he says he is on nothing. Officer King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to the 3rd location, Minneapolis Squad 320. The evidence will show that as Officers King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to their squad car, a citizen by the name of Charles McMillian walked alongside them. He kind of joined them. And he was encouraging Mr. Floyd to cooperate with the officers. Get in the car, you can't win. The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd and the officers began to struggle as they attempted to get him in the squad car. And you will learn that Officers Derek Chauvin and his partner Tu Tao arrived to assist Officers King and Lane at 8:16 and 48 seconds, almost 8:17. Upon their arrival, the first thing that Officer Chauvin sees is Officers King and Lane struggling with Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin asked the officers, "Is he under arrest?" Yes. And then Officer Chauvin began to assist them in their efforts to get him into the squad car. You will see that 3 Minneapolis police officers could not overcome the strength of Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin stands 5'9", 140 pounds. Mr. Floyd is 6'3", weighs 223 pounds. You will learn that because of this intersection at 38th and Chicago is considered a high crime area, the city installs what's called a milestone video system. It's a camera that sits high atop a pole and can surveil the entire intersection. When you see these videos pulled back from afar, you will be able to see the Minneapolis police squad car rocking back and forth during this struggle. So much so that it catches the attention of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry. This was not an easy struggle. As the struggle continues, you will see and hear both what Mr. Floyd was saying to the officers and the officers' responses to him. Mr. Floyd does end up on the street and appeared to continue to struggle to these officers, so much so that they considered applying what's called the maximal restraint technique. It used to be called the hobble or the hog tie. Mr. Chauvin used his knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left shoulder blade and back to the ground, and his right knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left arm to the ground. Officer King was placed below Mr. Floyd's buttocks, and Officer Lane was at the feet. And you will see and hear them continue to struggle with Mr. Floyd as he's attempting to kick. You will see and hear that a crowd begins to develop, watching and recording officers, initially fairly passive. As the situation went on, the crowd began to grow angry. But here's what you will also see and hear. You will see and hear the conversation between the officers behind the squad car. The crowd is not aware of what they are saying and doing. You will learn that several bystanders, including Donald Williams and Genevieve Hansen, they grew more and more and more upset with these officers. You've seen it this morning. But you will also see it from the perspective of the police officers. As the crowd grew in size, seemingly so too did their anger. And remember, there's more to the scene than just what the officers see in front of them. There are people behind them. There are people across the street. There are cars stopping, people yelling. There is a growing crowd and what officers perceive to be a threat. They're called names. You heard them this morning. A fucking bum. They're screaming at him, causing the officers to divert their attention from the care of Mr. Floyd to the threat that was growing in front of them. At this location, questions emerge about the reasonableness of the use of force. And this will ultimately become one of the decisions that you have to make. To answer these questions, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the evidence will show that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigated the Minneapolis Police Department's training and policies. You will learn about things such as the authorized use of force, proportionality of force, excited delirium, defensive tactics, including prone handcuffing, neck restraints, maximal restraint technique, the swarm technique. You will learn about rapidly evolving situations and the Minneapolis Police Department's decision-making model. You will learn about crowd control, medical intervention, de-escalation, procedural justice, crisis intervention, and the human factors of force. That is, what happens to a police officer or any person when they are involved in a high-stress use of force situation. And you will learn that Derek Chauvin did exactly what he had been trained to do over the course of his 19-year career. The use of force is not attractive. but it is a necessary component of policing. The evidence will again demonstrate that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension conducted 2 searches of Squad 320. You will learn that in the second search of Squad 320, agents recovered several pieces of partially dissolved pills. You will learn that these pills were again analyzed, were again shown to be consistent or similar to the pills found on the Mercedes-Benz, in that they contained methamphetamine and traces of fentanyl. Moreover, these pills contained the DNA and saliva of George Floyd. Which leads us to our final location, Hennepin County Medical Center. The evidence will show that officers made 2 calls for emergency help. Those calls were within 1 minute and 30 seconds of each other. The first call,
I mean, I assume it's pretty obvious, but if y'all can't tell, that's him up there kind of dancing right now with the tank top on. That was George Floyd inside the store right before all this happened.
officers called for paramedics to arrive code 2 because Mr. Floyd had a nose injury. He was bleeding from the nose. That occurred during the struggle. Mr. Floyd banged his face into the plexiglass partition of the squad car. You will see the blood evidence in the squad car. That first call came at 8 o'clock, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds. The second call was what's called a stepped up call, or a code 3 call, meaning get here as fast as you possibly can. That call was made and placed at 8 o'clock, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. You will learn that paramedics arrived on scene at 8:27 and 18 seconds, just 19 minutes after Officers King and Lane arrived, within 6 minutes of it being called a code 3, and they did what they refer to as a load and go because of the crowd. They came, they picked up rather than attempting to resuscitate him or treat him on the scene, they loaded him into the ambulance and they drove to a location several blocks away to begin their resuscitative efforts. And you will hear and learn that Officer Thomas Lane accompanied them for part of that time. You will learn ultimately that Mr. Floyd was transported to the emergency department at Hennepin County. Efforts to save Mr. Floyd were made at the direction of Dr. Bradford Wankeed Langenfeld. Again, he took important tests. He ran blood samples and blood gas samples. He took obtained very important pieces of information. And you will learn that later that evening Mr. Floyd was pronounced dead. The evidence will show then that Dr. Andrew Baker of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office conducted the only autopsy of Mr. Floyd. And you will hear of several interviews that Dr. Baker had with law enforcement, where he discusses the cause and manner of death and what that actually means according to what he saw present in Mr. Floyd's body. And some of this evidence is extremely important to the final determination of Mr. Floyd's cause of death. The medical findings include things such as the blood gas test that was taken at HCMC that revealed Mr. Floyd had an exceptionally high level of carbon dioxide. Dr. Baker found none of what are referred to as the telltale signs of asphyxiation. There were no bruises to Mr. Floyd's neck, either on his skin or after peeling his skin back to the muscles beneath. There was no petechial hemorrhaging. There was no evidence that Mr. Floyd's airflow was restricted, and he did not determine to be a positional or mechanical asphyxia death. At the time Mr. Floyd was in the hospital, a femoral blood draw was taken. That blood draw was analyzed by a lab.
He said it's not no evidence of what? Did we not just watch that video, what was going on? He talk about it's no evidence of what? You gonna just sit up here and just lie? Man, they love lying.
Result not determined to be a positional or mechanical asphyxia death. At the time Mr. Floyd was in the hospital, a femoral blood draw was taken. That blood draw was analyzed by a lab. The results of Mr. Floyd's toxicology screen revealed the presence of fentanyl and methamphetamine, among other things. And it will be important to know the difference between fentanyl and methamphetamine. The autopsy revealed many other issues. including coronary disease, an enlarged heart, what's called a paraganglioma, which is a tumor that secretes adrenaline, swelling or edema of the lungs. And the state was not satisfied with Dr. Baker's work. And so they have contracted with numerous physicians to contradict Dr. Baker's findings. And this will ultimately be another significant battle in this trial. What was Mr. Floyd's actual cause of death? The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd died of a cardiac arrhythmia that occurred as a result of hypertension, his coronary disease, the ingestion of methamphetamine and fentanyl, and the adrenaline flowing through his body, all of which acted to further compromise an already compromised heart. At the conclusion of this evidence, you will be instructed as to the law, the elements of the offense, and the court will give you detailed instructions on what you must find to convict Mr. Chauvin of these charges. But when you review the actual evidence, and when you hear the law and apply reason and common sense, there will only be one just verdict, and that is to find Mr. Chauvin not guilty.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our morning recess at this time until about 11:15.
Monkey shit. Just get up there and just lie, just like it's nothing, like, you know. And then they lie on us. They lie on us and make it like we do way more than what we did, and they lie to defend themselves and make it like they do less than what they did. Crazy stuff, family. I want to tap into old boy testimony right here. Let's go to that. Appreciate y'all being here, family. Much love, much love. Let's keep it rolling.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, sir.
Have a seat. Yes, Your Honor. And just to test out the microphone, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Full name is Donald Wynn Williams II. DONALD WYNNI, last name WILLIAMS II.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
So this was one of the witnesses that was there. That was the one that you heard in the background that was talking all the shit to the police, saying like, why y'all, like saying he not moving, why y'all keep doing that, why your knee still on his neck, he not fighting back, his body stopping and all that. So this was that one.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors roughly how old are you?
33.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur and a professional fighter. And a father.
And a what?
And a father.
And that takes up probably as much time as all the others.
Yes, it does.
So you, by entrepreneur, you have some of your own companies that you run?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Various businesses?
Correct.
And tell us, the jury, if you would, sort of where you live, not your address, but the city or town where you live.
I'm in a unique situation, but I do have a place in Roseville and
Cup Foods.
Correct. Far back too much. Minneapolis, 26 everywhere.
And Mr. Williams, well, before I forget to ask you, you've done some work in the security field.
That is correct. Been working in security for over 10 years.
And what does that mean? What do you do to work in security?
Far security, private security. Worked at the clubs, at Pichaluches, different clubs downtown Minneapolis. Worked at Allied Security for a year before this situation as well. And I've done private security for the Mystic Lake kids as well. So I've been working security for quite a few years.
And so that means everything from, I suppose, being what we might think of as a bouncer to just...
Yeah, so from being a bouncer to a private security, like I said, being a door guy, to like escorting some of the high-profile athletes as well too. Some of the comedians that came into Minnesota, and like I said, some of the high-profile kids from Mystic Lake, that families own Mystic Lake. I have done multiple private securities for them as well on different events throughout Minnesota.
So for doing that job, do you have to learn some use of force?
Correct. Well, my uniqueness is I'm a wrestler from high school that developed into a martial artist. So that's what gave me more of the opportunity to be able to do the private security and things like that, and just certain connections from the mixed martial arts world, from my previous manager to the different friends inside of my circle.
And when you're doing security, do you sometimes have the opportunity to work with Minneapolis police officers?
That is correct. I have worked side by side with Minneapolis Police Departments and Minneapolis Police since I was 21 years old. And again, I'm 33 years old right now. I work downtown. Like Pt.1 brought me in a couple of years ago when one of the top guys, Antonio, left to go to Vegas and work out in Vegas. Pt.1 reached out to me and put me at the door, and I was able to control my city because I have a relationship with both sides of the city. No matter if it's business, streets, friends, different areas. My connection is pretty broad to the Twin Cities, so I'm able to talk certain people out of certain situations downtown from there. So yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, so working security, you sometimes work with Minneapolis police officers who are also working security.
That is correct, off duty.
And sometimes when they're called in as police officers to an incident.
That is correct.
And since you mentioned the mixed martial arts, let's talk about that a little bit. You mentioned also wrestling.
That is correct.
And when did you start in the sport of wrestling?
I started in 7th grade, or 7th grade.
Yeah, I haven't heard that yet.
Yeah, right. Hey, soon.
Somebody might be upset if you start calling me. But so you started wrestling at a very young age.
Correct.
And wrestling as a sport, what kind of things you got to learn if you want to be a good wrestler?
That is correct.
What kind of things do you need to learn?
You need to learn one, the mentality of being a wrestler. It's a hard pace, different grind. It's not really a sport; it's a lifestyle. You got to really learn the technique of wrestling, and then it's different. You got to learn the different atmospheres of wrestling. And that's why 3 things.
Beat your opponent.
Yeah, you have to be able to condition your body. You have to be able to do different circuits to control your weight off of someone else's movement and body movement and things like that. Flow resistant to everything,
And so you're saying flow, F-L-O-W, not
yeah, like flow, F-L-O, yeah, flow,
yeah.
W.
Wasn't sure if you said float or flow. So.
Flow,
Got
F-L-O-W.
So would you tell the jurors then about your wrestling career?
Yeah, I wrestled kids at Edison and are growing.
Reporter who is taking everything down on a stenographic machine.
Correct.
That way she can get a break between. So,
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm going to back you up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Just to ask you a couple specific questions. You mentioned DCTC.
Correct.
Can you describe for us what that is? What
Yeah,
that is?
Dakota County Technical College.
Okay, so it's like a junior college
Yes,
wrestling.
junior college, correct.
And the other was RCTC?
Yep, Rochester Community College.
Okay. And so you wrestled at the college level?
Correct.
Then at some point did you take up mixed martial arts?
Yes, about sophomore year at Rochester. I'm in a unique situation. I have my kid with me, so we kind of shifted towards getting our grades together and trying to blend
What year?
22, like 09-ish, like 09. Training 10.
Wasn't that during that time period? Are you in the gym training?
Us Monday through Friday. Like I devoted my life to mixed martial arts, and my kids' life to mixed martial arts. So it was a 40 hours or more a week job at the Minnesota Martial Arts Academy. I was in there the majority of the morning from 10 a.m. to sometimes 3 in the afternoon, training for hopefully a fight.
So the Mixed Martial Arts Academy, that's the business where you trained?
That is the gym I train at, correct.
And when you were training there, did you ever did you ever train with Minneapolis police officers who were there?
Correct.
Describe that for the jury, please.
Not everybody they don't always let you know that they're a cop or CIA agent or FBI agent, but we all kind of link together because they're trying to learn how to be able to defend different chokes or be able to detain different people. So Greg Nelson, which is the head professor there, he's a unique guy. He's been able to work close with the military and the Army and the combative team. So we get a lot of Army combative people coming in and training with us just so they can learn how to, defend themselves in war, I'm taking. And so I've been training next to some of them for, like I said, a decade.
And some of them are Minneapolis police officers training there.
Yep, that is correct. And they're not all Minneapolis Police Department. They're from all different precincts, all different backgrounds of the law enforcement.
So when you're training in mixed martial arts, is part of the ultimate goal to get the other person to submit?
Yeah, that's the goal of it. Everybody gets into martial arts for different reasons. As you're rolling and understanding it, yes, your whole thing is to be able to get the person to submit when you do put a choke or a different submission on them.
So let me talk to you about that. So you're trained on what are called chokeholds.
Correct.
And what kind of training do you receive to do a chokehold?
Well, you go into a basic class. They teach you the basic techniques of jiu-jitsu, how to be able to defend yourself from the back, how to be able to defend off of a choke, and how to be able to put someone in a choke as well. And those are some of the basics that we learned from them.
So if we talk about specifically chokeholds involving the neck,
Correct.
did you also have to learn about the structures in the neck that can lead to a chokehold?
Correct.
And
Different. There's air chokes and there's blood chokes and there's limb chokes.
so explain the first two.
Air choke is more of like choking someone, they still have air to breathe in there, you know, and they're able to, you know, absorb it and feel it, you know. And then you also have a choke where it's a blood choke where it specifically attacks the side of the neck and it specifically cuts off the circulation of your arteries and stops the different blood flowing from top of your head to the bottom of your head. And sometimes you could get in a blood choke and not know you're in a blood choke until you're unconscious.
In your training, have there been times when you've been rendered unconscious through a chokehold?
Correct. I have been submitted on a professional level in live matches, and I have over 30 jiu-jitsu submission matches where I have got caught in a submission before on a rear naked choke and a front choke. Only have two. You only choke out
Show the guards. Tell everybody. Well, I still fight
twice in the jiu-jitsu side, but on my martial arts on the fighting side, in a fight I've been submitted maybe 3 times on a side choke.
So in that training, do they have to teach you what that's like so you know to avoid it?
Yes, correct. So it's a uniqueness. You have to kind of like be acceptable to being choked. You know, you can't just like you can't, not normal people can just really get choked. You gotta relax, you gotta be able to breathe, you gotta be able to let the choke happen, and you gotta be able to know when to actually tap out on the choke because you're in practice, you're not trying to put this person to sleep, but you're trying to get them to understand how it feels to be choked. So we do go back and forth choking each other. Sometimes you'll see white stars when you get choked, and it kind of like helps you understand, you know, when you went too far, you know. And some people choke tolerance is higher than normal, you know, some are really low, where when you do put a blood choke, they're tapping right away, and some people will be able to absorb it and actually meditate there because they want to be able to be comfortable in the choke and be able to get out of it in a live action.
So you use the term tap out. What does that mean?
So tap out would be, for instance, so if I have you in submission and I feel like it's getting to a certain point where it's not comfortable for me, I just tap my opponent, and my opponent releases his choke, and then we're back to grappling again. And you know, I catch him in a submission, and if he's not comfortable, he taps. And this goes for the neck, limbs, and all that, so you don't harm each other during practice.
What can happen, have you learned through your training and experience, if you don't tap out, if a choke goes too far?
If you don't tap out, you can lose consciousness, and you can develop different, I'm not a doctor, but somnies from your brain to your body because of lack of oxygen and things like that.
So we talked about that a lot, but I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Correct.
We'll come back to that in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I want to take your attention back to May 25th of 2020. You remember that day?
Correct, I do.
And on that day, at some point, did you go to Cup Foods?
Correct.
And prior to going to Cup Foods that day, had you done any activities with, for instance, your son?
Correct. Yeah. So earlier that day, I just went fishing with some wrestling friends, wrestling family, me and my son, and we caught maybe 3 bass. Throughout that whole day of fishing, it was a beautiful day during the day, so everybody was out on the lake. So we went fishing and caught 3 bass. After we got done fishing, rolled around a little bit, had to fish in a little bowl on the side, you know, the boat swimming around the water, uncomfortableness. And once we got done fishing, we had to, you know, drain the water, take our fish, and find somewhere to actually transport our fish back home on, you know, safe way, I guess, to their death. So we put them in a bag and tied them up, and we pretty much suffocated them on our way home for our ride.
So that you could enjoy them later.
Yeah, so we can actually cut them up, eat them, and freeze them, but you're still in the freezer.
And so at some point then you decided to go to Cup Foods. Why did you decide to go there that day?
So I went to Cup Foods because I haven't cut a fish up in since I was about 23, working at a butcher at Solo grocery store. So me and the fish we were going through some things of watching this fish actually die and watching him lose his air and watching his eyes actually roll back in the back of his head. So after we got done cutting them up, me and my son was actually watching on a YouTube channel trying to figure out how to actually cut the fish the proper way and make sure that we're doing it right, cutting the fins off, chopping the side of the head off, you know, filleting the fish. So after I got done doing that, I just needed air for myself. So I went to the store to go get something to drink at the time, and I kind of just snuck out from the family once I got done cutting the fish.
So did you drive there?
That is correct, I did drive.
Okay, I'm going to show you something we've already received as Exhibit 1 on the screen.
So he said he had like a premonition. He saw it coming. he had just did that to a fish, killed the fish, poked the eyes out the head, and then he had to go see the thing in real life. Crazy.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Correct.
All right. And this is the intersection of 38th and Chicago where Cup Foods is, correct?
Correct.
And you will notice on the bench in front of you one of these little styluses, hopefully.
Correct.
And you can draw on this, and I'd ask you just to show the jurors where you drove up and where you parked.
Is it showing up? Is it showing up on there or no?
I don't see it yet.
I don't see it either. Oh, there it goes. Came from that angle. So wow, I parked somewhere in here.
All right. So for the record, you drove down 38th Street toward...
Miss DB in the building. What's good, Miss DB? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining.
Okay. And I'm going to show you some photographs to sort of help illustrate what you did that day, all right? And I'm going to first, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 18.
No objection.
18 is received.
Okay, can you put 18 up, please? Now, do you recognize this photograph?
Correct.
This is something we had shown to you before.
That is correct.
And who is that in the photograph?
That is Donald Wynn Williams II, which is me.
Okay. And is that you parked, the area where you parked on 38th?
That is correct.
And that's you walking up?
That is correct.
And can you describe for us what you're wearing, the sweatshirt that you're wearing?
Northside Boxing Club.
So that's not the academy where you train, that's just another club?
No, that is not. It's a youth gym for boxing.
And so when you decided to go to Cup Foods, did you get all dressed up and get ready for going out?
No, not at all.
Okay. This is just an outfit you threw on?
That is correct.
All right. When you were on your way to Cup Foods, did you grab your cell phone and take it with you?
That is correct.
You had it with you?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And so after you got out of your car, as you walked up towards Cup Foods, did you notice any police cars in the area?
That is correct. I did.
Okay. Describe for the jurors then kind of what you saw as you're walking up.
As you can tell by my face expression, I was kind of like, oh, the police is here. And I noticed that there was 2 police squad cars out there. And I just had to look on my face like, oh, we're in the city, something else is going on. Should I get back in my car or not?
Okay. And what did you decide to do?
My energy just kept pushing me forward, and I kept walking.
Okay. And so you kept walking towards the store?
That is correct. I started walking towards Cup Foods entrance.
And did you end up going into Cup Foods?
No, I did not make it into Cup Foods.
Why not? What stopped you?
My energy stopped me, the surroundings stopped me, the energy of the air, just me as a person, if people know me personally. It's just the energy was off. I couldn't get in the door for some reason, and then once I realized why.
So when you came around, so Cup Foods sits on the corner, correct?
That is correct.
So 18 shows you walking up on the 38th Street side.
Correct.
When you get around the corner, what is it that starts to affect your energy and your decision to go in the store or not? Yeah,
so I was just sitting at the door, just like, man, there's so much going over here. Do I involve myself? Because I'm usually, I pay attention to my city. So I was contemplating with myself, do I involve myself or do I go inside the store? I started hearing different voices from people that they know, telling someone that they just calm down, everything's gonna be okay. And then I heard, some people saying that, I'm looking from some point for their mother, and I heard another voice just saying that, you should let him up and that he's not resisting arrest. And there's just certain things that just kept boop, 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 hitting me while I was standing there, like, should I go in the door or not?
And did you go into the store then?
I did not go into the store.
All right. So now I'm going to show you, well, first I will offer Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No. Anything received? Put 19 up, please. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
That is correct.
And is that you then walking along Chicago?
That is correct, walking on Chicago.
All right. So when you get into this area, what are you experiencing right here where you're walking along?
Again, like I said, I was just hearing different emotions, different comments, and at this point I just was kind of like observing. So I kind of slowly trotted over there.
And we can see in Exhibit 19, there's a couple other people on the sidewalk here. Did you know any of those people as you walked up?
No, I did not know no one out there at all.
The first people that you see while you're there, you stayed at that area for quite a while, correct?
That is correct.
So the people that you first see as you're walking up, can you kind of describe how they looked or how they appeared to you, who they were?
Correct. Again, I don't know none of them. I just remember off of certain visualization that it was 3 people outside. It was an older guy, a younger lady, and maybe one more other gentleman out there. And yeah.
And then this photograph also shows in front of you a person with a green shirt. Do you remember seeing that person?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like she wasn't like in, she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. And so you, well, from where you are in this photograph, where did you go? What did you end up doing?
I believe I ended up probably standing next to this little spot right here where she's standing at the point. I probably was standing somewhere in here after I came from this way, and I just sat there and chilled right in this area for a second, observing like security officers do. I observed the scene first before I spoke.
And as you observed it, what are you seeing and hearing?
Well, once I get there, I hear an older guy saying it's gonna be okay, quit this and arrest. They're gonna get you up and put you in the car, and just hearing people, different people actually vocalizing their concerns to the officer, and hearing George on the ground pretty much pleading for his life, saying he's sorry, I can't breathe, I want my mom, just please let me up, and things like that.
So, while we still have Exhibit 19 up, can you show the jury after you got done observing, where did you go from there?
I ended up somewhere in this vicinity throughout the whole time.
Okay. And so when you went over by the curb area there, what did you see happening on the ground behind the squad car?
Well, before I walked up, I noticed that it was an officer standing right here, kind of pretty much dictating the crowd from only standing on this curb right here where they're at. Noticed that part right away, and then I finally noticed it's going to be on the opposite side, but I noticed George's head was kind of sticking out from the side of the car, and then I noticed Officer Chauvin right here with his knee circulated on George's neck, but this is all happening on this side of the car.
All right, we'll get to that in just a second while we're still on this photograph.
Correct.
When you went over there initially, did you leave the curb and go onto the street?
There is a possibility that I was battling with myself to stay on the curb and throughout the time, correct.
We know later you went into the street area, but when you first got there, did you stay on the curb?
Yeah, when I first got there, I stayed right here. I didn't move too much right there. I stayed here, and I might have stepped down once or twice back and forth, but I can 100% remember.
And you saw an officer standing in that area you showed us before.
He was about like somewhere.
Did you learn later that officer's name?
Yeah, I read his badge. I read his badge. Can I say his name right now? No. But at the time, I think I called him by his name from his badge, just from visualization, reading his badge.
Was it Officer Tao?
Correct.
All right. And you were able to read that from his badge on his uniform?
That's how much respect I tried to give him at the beginning.
And so you saw him there?
Correct.
And what did you understand his role to be when you were observing?
He was a dictator. He dictated what went on the curb. He controlled the people. He controlled me, and he was the guy that let it go on while it went on.
Now, you mentioned Mr. Floyd.
Correct.
Where was this individual you referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Can you please repeat that?
Sure. Where was this individual that you have referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, again, was on this side of the car, angled down by the tire area in this area, but on this side of the car.
And at this time, prior to coming into court, did we show you a photograph of the officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah, prior to court today, did we show you a photograph of that officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
That is correct.
And that photograph, did it fairly depict what you saw when you got there first?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, to that extent, I would offer Exhibit 17.
Any objection?
17.
Now I'm going to show Exhibit 17 on the screen, and so this is what you saw when you came to that area on the curb there.
Yeah, this is what I saw, and the only reason why he's looking at me right now is because I told him it was a blood choke.
Okay, we will come back to that in a little bit. When you were there, was Mr. Floyd able to speak?
That is correctly. He was speaking in a distress way.
And what kinds of things led you to believe he was distressed?
He was vocalizing it to the officer. He said, "My stomach hurt, I can't breathe, my head hurts, I want my mom," yeah, those are the things that he repeatedly said. He wanted to get out the car. He said he's sorry for what he did. He pleaded with my mans and told him, like, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't pretty much have to die."
And so did you feel like you could have walked closer from this vantage point on the curb?
I could have. I felt that way in a way, but it was a fear factor as well.
And at this time, so you had seen Officer Tao, and you had seen this officer in Exhibit 17.
Correct.
On Mr. Floyd. Did you see any other officers at the scene at that time?
No, I did not.
Right. Were you, and so this in Exhibit 17 shows the vantage point you had, the view you had from where you were standing.
Correct. I only had that side view of the two officers and the shoulder length of George Floyd's head, nothing else.
And when you were in this location, can you describe for the jurors what you saw about Mr. Floyd, how he appeared? Well, let me back up just for a second. You used Mr. Floyd's name. Did you know him at the time?
I did not know Mr. Floyd at all. No real connection.
So you're using his name because you've learned since then who he is?
Correct. Can't go too many places without not knowing his name or seeing his face.
So when you're in this location, you first come up and you're seeing him, he's able to speak.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw of Mr. Floyd's condition as time progressed here?
As time progressed, so when I first arrived on the scene, Mr. Floyd was vocalizing his sorriness and his pain and his distress that he was going through. The more that the knee was blocked on his neck and shimmies were going on, the more you seen Floyd fade away and slowly fade away, and like the fish in the bag, you seen his eyes slowly, pale out and again slowly roll to the back of his eyes. And he, so this is what I seen, this is what I heard, and that's how, what it was. Like, he was going through distress because of the knee, and he vocalized it that I can't breathe, I need to get up, and I'm sorry. And his eyes slowly roll to the back of his head. You seen the blood coming out of his nose. You heard him tell him before he stopped speaking that my stomach hurts, and those most of the times is the last bowel movement of your life. So from there on, he was lifeless. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't have no life in him, no more on his body movements.
During that time period, did you notice anything about his breathing that was significant to you?
Yes, just like in MMA, you could tell when someone gets tired, or you could tell when someone's getting choked out or things like that. His breathing was getting tremendously heavy and tremendously harder for him to breathe, and you actually could hear him. You could see him struggling to actually gasp for air while he was trying to breathe. And I mean, he barely could move while he was trying to get air.
As you were standing there, did others gather around?
Correct. At the moment, I was the most vocalist person out there pleading for Floyd's life because I felt like it was definitely in the wrong. And there was at one point in time a medic came on scene, and she spoke on checking pulse, what made me even go even more harder because I heard it, and then I registered in it like, oh, you do need to check his pulse. Oh, he is not moving. Like, oh, you just killed this man, And so her expertise was like, look, he's fading away. You need to check his pulse. She's asking him multiple times. I'm asking him multiple times. No one checked his pulse.
Do you remember Officer Tao saying anything during this time period?
Yeah, he did what American does, and he blamed it on drugs for being a black man on the ground.
Let me just tell you.
Sorry about that. Yeah. He blamed it on
during this time period.
Yeah, he did what American does, and he blamed it on drugs for being a black man on the ground.
Let me just tell you.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
What did he say about drugs?
He said, "This is what drugs do to you," and I replied, "This is not what drugs do to you."
So, did that Officer Tao saying that help?
He said, "This is what drugs do to you." So basically, drugs get you choked out by the police on the ground for no reason, for a fake 20, allegedly. They couldn't even prove it was his.
The situation?
No, it didn't. If I'll be honest with you, it pissed me off more because that wasn't the case. You know what I mean?
So, when you were there, seeing this, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to draw some conclusion about what this officer in Exhibit 17 was doing?
Can you go ahead and repeat that?
Yep, it's kind of a long question.
Yes, it was.
As you're standing there, seeing what you've described to the jury, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to get an idea of what this officer was doing physically there?
Correct. Yeah, so like as I'm standing there and observing everything, before I even spoke, if you've seen the video, I watched what was going on, and as he's positioned here before I even spoke to the officer, I watched the position, one, of where the position of the neck or the knee was on the neck, you know, two, what body movements was going on while the knee was on the neck, and then three, what was the condition of George Floyd while he was going through this torture. One was that the neck was diagonal across the throat, which on a blood choke you would tack the side of the neck, you know, and which you're in a Kimura or side chokes or things like that, you want to tack the side of the neck to cut the circulation of the breathing from your person, and then to get the choke tighter, you hit different shimmies, which I felt the officer on top was shimmying to actually get the final choke in while he was on top to get the kill choke, because a side choke or a blood choke can ultimately turn into death, and that's what we're seeing here.
And so,
jury is to disregard the last statement by the witness.
Just for the record.
Disregard the last statement, like the whole thing, or hold on, can I re-ask that? Can we keep the first half? Hold on, what you mean disregard? There go your objection. You was looking for an objection. There you go.
The last statement.
It was on top to get the kill choke, because the side choke tighter, you hit different shimmies, which I felt the officer on top was shimmying to actually get the final choke in while he was on top to get the kill choke, because a side choke or a blood choke can ultimately turn into death, and that's what we're seeing here.
And so,
jury is to disregard the last statement by the witness.
Just for the record, the last statement about leading to
the last statement. Proceed.
And so, did you think, you know, based on your training experience, that this looked like a blood choke?
That is correct.
And did you say that to the officer?
That's correct.
And how did he respond when you said that to him?
He looked at me right here. It's the only time he looked at me. When I said it was a blood choke, it's the only time he looked up. We looked each other dead in our eyes. Yeah, and when I said it, he acknowledged it.
And
like we're looking at each other right here.
Okay.
Last statement is sustained as non-responsive.
And so when, I'm sorry. And Mr. Williams, from that vantage point depicted in Exhibit 17, that officer, do you see that person present in the courtroom today?
That's correct. He's standing right there.
In order to ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant?
It will so reflect.
When you were there at the scene, did you at one point tell the officers that you were trained at the academy?
That is correct.
And what did you mean by academy?
A shortening for the Mixed Martial Arts Academy.
Now, as this was happening, did other people eventually come to the scene?
That is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 184. Before we put that up, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 184. It's not on there. All right, we'll come back to that later. When this crowd was there, do you recall roughly how many people were there?
No, I do not.
At any time, did you hear anybody threaten to harm the officers?
No. Well, I won't say harm. I mean, some kid that might have called the police. I'm not sure exactly from when I talked to him after the situation, but he did come out once he realized what was going on, and he almost tried to rile the crowd back up, and I just kind of like, nah, to chill out. It's too late. You can't do that. Just go back inside. So that was the only incident I recall of.
And when you did that to him, did he go back inside?
Yeah, he went back inside crying. He was a younger kid.
Now, earlier you mentioned the term shimmy.
Correct.
I've just been spelling S-H-I-M-M-Y. Good enough?
Yeah, good enough. you never gave the spelling of it, but yeah, shimmy.
And so that's a move that you learned in your training for mixed martial arts holds.
That is correct.
And what's the purpose of doing a shimmy?
To get the choke tighter, to close the gap of the air between your arm and the neck.
And were there times that you saw things that you thought you recognized as a shimmy by this officer on Mr. Floyd?
That is definitely correct.
Your Honor, just for the record, we are going to show a portion of a video that I think counsel will stipulate to its admissibility. We'll lay full foundation for it tomorrow, and I'm only going to show a portion of it for this witness today. And that's Exhibit 15.
Any objection to the partial? Exhibit 15 will be received, subject to later foundation.
Now, Mr. Williams, you did not take any video at the scene yourself.
That is correct. No video.
And we had an opportunity to show you a video earlier. And did that video fairly and accurately depict what you were seeing there?
From a live angle, yes. From myself, yes.
All right. What I'm going to do is play a portion of Exhibit 15, and it's the time period roughly when you are there. And while we play it, I would just ask that you explain to the jury the things that you saw you would consider a shimmy, and just sort of explain how what it is that you're seeing to make you think that.
Correct.
Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. So we'll do Exhibit 15 starting at 44 seconds.
Let me breathe, please, man. I've been trying to get about breathe with this man.
So now he just did it right there. You can see his foot is on there, his toe is pointed down, and you will see a small gesture in his back foot like this. And that's just the pressure you push more down between his knee, towards his head, and the concrete, and cut off circulation.
All right, and we'll continue on that, please.
Yeah, he just did it again.
We saw that movement there that moves
Correct.
the knee on
And
the
his
neck.
foot, this time his foot came up off the ground, so no foot on the ground, so all the pressure is on his neck.
And you're talking about the foot on the same leg as the knee.
Yep, so correct. So the same foot on the knee, so it's like this, it's a choke here, so this is, for instance, my neck here, and then for me to close this, I shimmy, I shimmy, 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 and now I close the choke on the side of the neck.
And just for
So
the
I really
record,
like to shimmy.
sorry.
Yeah.
Just for the record, you're demonstrating with your arms. How
Yep,
that-
I'm demonstrating with my arms, so that's choke, from neck here, and for instance, my neck would be from here, so I would have this across from here, and then I'm closing it off here, pretty much the angle of his knee, and then every time I'm shimmying, I'm getting this right here to close the gap closer within my neck, and it's the same way that you can do without having the neck across here.
So we'll continue on with the video then.
What do you want?
I can breathe.
He just did it again. He did it again. He did it again.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the
It's
car.
just a small gestures, and then you'll see his shoulders slowly swag. Sorry.
Okay. So.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll wait. We've stopped the video at this portion, and if you could just explain what you're seeing here,
Correct.
that leads you to believe this is a shimmy type move.
So explain now.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So the gestures and the movements is from his shoulders and the top, and he's just doing it with his knees. Not it's not an actual choke with the hands. Now he's actually putting the same pressure as you would with your neck. And like I said, every time his shoulder is moving, he's pushing that pressure down on his neck from the shoulders to the knees, all the way from this angle. And you will see his shoulder shift, and then you'll see the bottom of his knee shift, and his foot come off. The one time he took his foot off the ground and put multiple pressure. Now his foot's not on the ground. He's driving off his far foot.
And as you're seeing this, are you also seeing things on Mr. Floyd's face that you testified to earlier?
Correct.
All right. So let's continue with the video then.
Get up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up, get in the car right.
I can't.
Get gave y'all the opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win.
My knee.
You can't
My neck.
win, man.
I'm through.
I know you didn't never you didn't listen.
My claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts.
Of course, you know, at that time, they system shut down. They was like, that's it for the day. We can't show no more there, but I still got some more. So y'all ain't got to worry about that. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. You dig?
Well, isn't this a nice surprise?
Is this a trained technique that's by the Minneapolis Police Department when you were overseeing the training unit?
It is not.
And how does this differ?
I don't know what kind of improvised position that is. So that's not what we train.
All right. As you reflect on Exhibit 17, I must ask you, is this a trained Minneapolis Police Department defensive tactics technique?
It is not.
Think that's cool though, right? What's your oh man, what's your badge number, bro? You think that's cool right now, bro? Bro, what is you, 1087, bro? You're a bum, bro, or 987, bro? You're a bum.
Yeah, what's your name tag, bitch?
I'll try and get that. 987, you're a bum, bro.
I am appalled at the repetitive behavior of this coward and disgusted by the inaction and acceptance of the behavior by members of this agency. Such conduct is a disgrace to this badge and an embarrassment to what is truly a noble profession. Such conduct is a disgrace to this badge and an embarrassment to what is truly a noble profession. It's not enough to condemn the actions and failures of the past. These examples show evidence of a systemic failure and a department's culture that totally lacked the ability to hold itself accountable to professional standards. The Minneapolis Police has a tradition to recycle the badge numbers that are no longer assigned to a current officer. This badge betrayed and so egregiously dishonored will be destroyed, and the badge number permanently removed from our rosters so that no future Minneapolis police officer should have to wear it.
Good afternoon, Chief Arredondo.
Good afternoon, Counselor.
Thank you for being here this afternoon and this morning. A few follow-up questions for you regarding this incident. Your determinations today are in reference to employment policies and Mr. Chauvin's actions violating the departmental employment policies.
That is correct.
Now, as the police chief, I assume that you're not out on the street day-to-day arresting people.
That is correct.
Can you just give me a general sense, when's the last time that you've actually, I don't mean to be dismissive, but actually arrested a suspect?
It's been many years, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your role as the Minneapolis police chief is sort of grander in its scope, right? I mean,
it's large in context and the operations of the department, yes.
And part of that job is to be sort of aware of issues in policing, kind of policy changes, use of force changes. All of these things fall under the umbrella of your role as the chief. Agreed?
Yes.
And you're sort of the general in a sense, right? Formulating the plan for your police department.
And delegating some of those to our subject matter experts, yes.
Correct. When you talk about training of a police officer, you would also include the training that the Minneapolis Police Department goes through, but you may go to other trainings out of state, listen to speakers talking about issues that confront policing, right?
Yes.
As well as maybe a homicide detective will get permission to travel to an interviewing a suspect type of a training in some other state or location, right?
Yes.
And so there is a variability within the training depending upon your role as in the police department, right?
Yes.
So that you've got sort of your rank and file basic patrol officers, and they go through all of the trainings that you've described, the defensive tactics, medical assistance or basic medical training, crisis intervention, things that we've been talking about here today, right?
Yes.
And then the investigative type officers, they may go to some they have to go through that training, but they may go through some additional training in terms of how to interview suspects or how to properly collect evidence, etc., unique to their role, right?
Yes.
And then you as the police chief or those who are in the more management or administrative side of the police department, you go to the kind of the big picture training sometimes.
That's correct.
All right. So I want to review with you a few of the policies that we've already talked about today. If we could take this down for the moment, Your Honor. First of all, I'd like to show you what has been introduced as Exhibit 216, which is the use of force policy for the City of Minneapolis Police Department.
Yes.
We've discussed this. And I know that kind of what we did a little earlier is we kind of jumped around from part to part, but I'd like to walk through some of these issues in a little bit more linear fashion, if we could. So you've described under policy 5-301.01 that the Fourth Amendment's reasonableness standard applies to the use of force in Minneapolis, of the Minneapolis Police Department. Agreed?
Yes.
And that goes on to say that MPD employees shall only use the amount of force that is objectively reasonable, and it continues, in light of the facts and circumstances known to that employee at the time the force is used. Correct?
Yes.
So the reasonableness standard, or the objectively reasonable standard, applies to the facts and circumstances that are known by the officer at the time the force is being used. Correct?
Yes.
Now, 5-302 gives some definitions in terms of the use of force, and it differentiates between active aggression and active resistance. Can you describe the difference between active aggression and active resistance?
Active aggression, behavior initiated by the subject that may or may not be in response to police efforts to bring the person into custody or control. The active aggression, when presenting behaviors that constitute an assault, or in the circumstances reasonably indicate that an assault or an injury to any person is likely to occur at any moment. That's for active aggression.
Yep, let me just stop you there. That's active aggression. So that's where a suspect is essentially fighting with a police officer or doing something that is aggressive, behaviorally speaking. Agreed?
Yes.
And that is aggressive in its nature.
Yes.
Now, can you read active resistance?
Active resistance is a response to police efforts to bring a person into custody or control for detainment or arrest. Subject engages in active resistance when engaging in physical actions or verbal behavior reflecting an intention to make it more difficult for officers to achieve actual physical control.
So essentially what we're talking about here is behavior that may or may not be physical in its nature that simply makes it harder for an officer to take a person into custody. Agreed?
Yes.
And
real quick, the poll results so far is: was George Floyd's death justified? 9% say yes, 9% say no, and 82% say hell no, and 22.5 years is not enough.
sometimes that is maybe not trying to punch the officer, but pulling away or hiding his arms or doing something that just makes it more difficult physically, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's
you're not going to take me alive, you dirty cop. You know, like they're saying something to prevent the officer from arresting.
Yes.
Right? So they're using their words, they're using their behaviors. Is it common, based upon your experience, for people to enjoy being taken into custody? Do people like to be arrested?
Typically not.
Right. And in your experience, is it common practice for people whom are being arrested to say things in an effort to try to get the officer to not arrest them?
That certainly occurs, yes.
Right. My mom is homesick, I need to get home to my kids. There may be words that they use to try to convince an officer to not arrest them, right?
Yes.
Now, you would also agree that there is a difference between being arrested and being detained. Agreed?
There can be.
Right.
Yes.
So an officer in certain circumstances is permitted to expand the scope of the original intervention. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
You can restate.
Let me try. When an officer approaches a situation, and let's assume it's a relatively minor offense, is it possible that that minor offense can grow in its scope of investigation?
Yes.
And it's actually quite common for that to happen, correct?
Yes.
An officer makes a traffic stop for speeding or something like that, smells drugs in the car, searches the car, finds a large amount of drugs, finds guns, etc., right?
Yes.
So what starts out as a relatively minor incident, a traffic ticket, can turn into a felony arrest, correct?
It could.
And that, again, happens quite regularly.
Yes.
So when an officer, well, let me back up a second. You would agree that being a police officer is a pretty dangerous profession.
There are inherent dangers with it.
I've never had to get in a fight with anybody in my life, in my job, right? But in your job, it's probably more probable that that will happen. Would you agree with that? Now, talking about the use of force, when an officer approaches a motor vehicle, is that considered to be one of the most dangerous initiations of contact between an officer and a citizen?
I don't have the exact statistics on it. It's certainly an encounter that officers are certainly more heightened. I know that domestic response calls can also have a sense of heightened awareness for officers, but it's certainly something, a traffic stop certainly raises an awareness for officers, yes, for their safety.
And that's because that's that suspect's sort of space, right? The officer doesn't know what's in the car or in the apartment during a domestic situation. You're walking into someone else's territory, so to speak, right?
Yes.
Right. And so there could be guns, there could be knives, there could be any number of instruments that could bring harm to a police officer, right?
There's that potential.
Now, obviously, there's...
Hey, yo, shout out to Reggie Righteous in the building, saying I was wondering the same. Now more people want to add to it. Let me see, 17% say yes now. Somebody else want to come and click yes. Yeah, appreciate y'all participation, family. They ain't gonna stand on, ain't nobody gonna say who did it, but I appreciate y'all participation.
Tens of thousands of traffic stops, and there's not every traffic stop turns violent. I'm not suggesting that, but that does happen regularly. Agreed? That traffic stops turn violent.
Yes, they can.
So when we're talking about the use of force policy under 5-301.01, the last sentence that wasn't read before is the force used shall be consistent with current MPD training. Agreed?
Yes.
Now there's a difference between a policy change and like a best practice change. Would you agree with that?
Can you clarify?
Sure. So there are certain times where the policy, it's with respect to the use of force, may specifically change to prohibit a particular style or use of force, right?
Yes.
So thinking about in the old days, officers used to wear like weighted gloves to make their punches more effective, right?
Yes.
The policy changed and prohibited that, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a difference between, say, the evolution of defensive tactics. Would you agree with that? I mean, the defensive tactics training you received in 1989 is much different than the defensive tactics training that's taught now, right?
Yes.
And I believe it was maybe 15 years ago that the Minneapolis Police Department started moving towards more body weight control, sort of this jujitsu, training as opposed to physically striking people to gain compliance?
And are you referencing policy or training?
Training.
I believe so.
About 10, 15 years ago, agreed? Yes. And that was sort of highlighting the evolution, as you kind of described it in your direct examination, of policing since you've become a police officer. That's
Yes.
one way it's evolved.
Yes.
And when something changes per policy, can't wear weighted gloves anymore, for example, that's it, no more. Agreed?
Yes, agreed, yes.
But if the policy, if training, for example, evolves into a best practice, it doesn't prevent an officer from learning a technique he learned earlier in his career. It just may not be the best practice anymore.
So I pause just to, when you say that they're learning something, but if it's not in alignment with our policy, then that would not be prohibited, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Let me try to explain. So if an officer was trained in a particular handcuffing technique, and then they go to their defensive tactics training and they say, this is a better way to handcuff a suspect, it's not a policy change, it's just a best practice change. And they can still use the old way they did it.
It would, Counselor, it would have to be something that the training staff would have to, not just an officer saying, I want to do it this way, and I mean, it's something that would have to be authorized through our training staff. Yes.
So we could talk about that kind of thing with the training, the use of force defensive tactics training, right? That would be the better place to talk, better people to talk to about that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Now, when we're talking about active aggression and active resistance, sometimes those two things are happening simultaneously, agreed?
It can be, yes.
Go back to... So now we were talking then about, again, the Graham versus Connor case and how that is incorporated into the Minneapolis Police Department policy. And I'm showing you Exhibit 217 now. It should be up in front of you. What we're basically talking about was a United States Supreme Court decision that outlined the objectively reasonable use of force standard, right?
Yes.
And Graham versus Connor is not limited to those three factors that you were read before, right? The Graham versus Connor analysis.
Yes, correct.
Those are three that are kind of listed, but ultimately it's not an all-inclusive list of considerations for the reasonableness of the use of force. Agreed?
That would be my understanding, yes.
And in fact, what the policy reads is that the reasonableness of a particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of the reasonable officer on the scene rather than with the 20/20 vision.
Now that's another one of their big problems. They keep coming with this reasonable officer thing. Like, I don't know, they need to judge better of what a reasonable officer is, because they just give that to anybody. That way they just let anybody get away with doing whatever they want, trying to act like it was reasonable. Oh, whatever a reasonable officer would have thought. Like, where y'all even get that from? How does that even work? Oh man, what happened to my eye?
Of hindsight, right?
Yes.
So we're looking at it in the instant and the moment based upon the objective standard, right?
Yes.
Now the policy also includes that the calculus of reasonableness must embody allowance for the fact that police officers are often forced to make split-second judgments in circumstances that are tense, uncertain, and rapidly evolving about the amount of force that is necessary in a particular situation, right?
Yes.
And that's because when officers go to a situation, kind of like what we talked about before, what can be initially very minor can grow into something major. Agreed?
Yes.
Now to show you Exhibit 219. We read a part of 5-304, which is threatening the use of force and de-escalation. And I want to talk to you a little bit about de-escalation. Have you heard the term, sometimes you have to escalate to de-escalate? You ever heard that phrase?
I have not heard that.
Okay. So in here you talk about, or the policy talks about that officers shall consider verbally announcing their intent to use force, including displaying an authorized weapon as a threat of force, right? So sometimes an officer has to take out his gun, say, hey, I mean, that's a use of force in that instance, right?
Yes.
And if you don't listen to me, you know, I'm going to use force. It's a pretty clear indication that force could be used when you have a gun pointing at you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
But other things such as chemical irritants or tasers, it's not limited to just the firearm, right?
Yes.
And so sometimes what an officer has to do is command the presence, right? They have to take control of the situation.
Yes.
And sometimes that's not particularly attractive, is it?
Could you explain?
Sure. The use of force is not something that people like to watch generally, right?
Objection, speculation, and argument.
Sustained.
Would you agree that the use of force is not an attractive notion?
I would say that use of force is something that most officers would rather not use. Yes.
Right. And you described in your direct examination how the single greatest way that the Minneapolis Police Department could be judged is based upon how the public perceives its use of force.
Yes.
Right? So it has a tendency to garner a lot of attention.
It can.
So much so that citizens have become more prone to record observed interactions with police, right?
Yes.
Something that you didn't have to deal with back in 1989, right?
Yes.
So essentially what this policy 5-304 in terms of threatening the use of force, it's contained within this de-escalation concept, right? So sometimes you have to display a weapon to gain command so that you can de-escalate, right?
Yes.
Now, when we're talking about, is it fair to say that
All right, give me a second. We'll come back to that guy over here trying to explain that the use of force is the use of force, and we can use the use of force because we're police officers and we have a license to kill. Get out of here.
How you came to see that?
While working at my position, we have 2 cameras or 2 TVs on our walls, one on both sides of the walls, so either side of the room can see. While I was dispatching calls, because this call was not the only call that I had to dispatch to officers in different precincts, I noticed that the cameras were up at 38th in Chicago and that we were able to see what was going on.
And did you recognize what was depicted in the video?
To the best of my knowledge.
And was Cup Foods in the video?
Yes.
And did you recognize that as Cup Foods?
Yes.
Was that consistent with what you knew to be 38th in Chicago?
Yes.
And so did you also, when you observed that, see some police officers?
Yes.
And can you just describe when you first looked up there in general kind of what you saw?
When I just saw the squad car. I didn't see the police officers.
And did you watch this video feed for a period of time?
I went in and out of the camera and being able to pay attention to it. I did not watch the whole video. Or as it was happening, I did not watch the whole time.
And why not?
I still had calls to take care of and things to give out to the police officers.
So we've marked a copy of that video. Did you have a chance to view that before coming into court today?
Yes.
And you understand that we
they about to pull up the video from a different view than what they was showing on the news from one of the CTV cameras or whatever it's called. Give me a second. I'll fast forward past this part right after this.
All right, so I'm going to start Exhibit 11. And I'm going to let it run for about 15 seconds, and then I'm going to pause it, okay? All right, so if you could do that, please. All right, so I'm going to ask to pause it right here. Now, as I said, other than cutting out the big sign on the right side, does this fairly depict what you were able to see when you looked up at the at the screens on May 25th of 2020 regarding this incident.
Correct.
And you said when you first saw it, there were no officers. Now we obviously have seen some officers walking into view. Were you still able to watch it when they did walk into view?
I was in and out of this video, so I do not remember them walking to the car.
All right. And what do you remember, seeing the next time that you looked up?
I believe they were getting into the back of the squad car.
And do you remember then the next time that you were able to see it, generally what was depicted?
I believe they were still trying to get into the back of the squad car. It was moving a little bit, and then I went back to my screens.
And I think what I'd like to do is have this run, and if you could just watch the video and tell the jurors, when you were able to look up what parts that you remember seeing that day during your shift, okay?
Okay.
All right.
I believe this is close to where I started watching. And then I know I didn't watch that much, and then the next time I looked, they were opening the door. I do remember that.
Which door do you mean?
The driver's side back seat.
Mr. Floyd, it's about 8:17 and 10 seconds when you said that, approximately.
Yes.
Now the officers have opened a rear passenger door. Do you remember seeing this part of the video?
Yes. I remember seeing the squad move.
And what do you mean by move?
So like now you can see the squad is moving back and forth.
It's not like being driven, but moving back and forth.
Right.
And for the record now, the timestamp at the top is 8:17:50 approximately.
And I know I wasn't able to watch all of this.
So at some point here you had to turn away and do your job.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what was the next thing you remember seeing?
The next time I remember looking up is they had moved from the back of the squad to the ground.
Right. And so when you see that, let me know and we'll just make a reference to it at that time, okay?
Okay. I don't exactly know when they moved to the ground. I just know that when I looked up,
right,
we were no longer in the back seat.
Because you've told us that you remember seeing them on the ground with him, I want you to point out the time in the video that looks familiar to what you remember seeing when you say that you saw them on the ground with him, just so that we know, okay?
believe this is when I started watching again.
So for the record, the timestamp at the top reflects 8/19/25. So this is what you mean by
crazy stuff there. I don't want to go too far, too deep into too much of that. I mean, that's pretty much it. Then we know what happened after that. So we'll get back to some of this real quick. Let's keep it rolling. Appreciate y'all.
Pretty much every single one of these use of force of policies contains some phrase, if reasonable or if practical. There's limitations on the use of force, right?
Yes, there are limitations, yes.
And it's situation by situation, right?
Yes.
And then again, if we go back and look at the language of the Graham versus Connor and the policy that's contained by Minneapolis Police Department, it's the use of force has no precise, objective, singular rule. It's different in every case.
Yes.
So for example, in the de-escalation policy 5-304B1, de-escalation is advisable when it is safe and feasible, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes de-escalation, again, includes the use of force, right? The use of force can be a de-escalation tactic.
I was thinking of your example of displaying your weapon, and so I don't have a lot of knowledge in terms of physical force being used to actually de-escalate a situation, but the threatening use of force or threatening verbally, I'm more familiar with that.
Okay. Yeah. So again, if we were to talk to the use of force or defensive tactics,
objection, argument, and
Overruled.
they would be the best source of that.
objection, argument.
Overruled.
Yes.
But the purpose of de-escalation, agreed, is to attempt to slow down or stabilize the situation so that more time, options, and resources become available to the officer.
Yes.
Basically, slow down, everybody kind of calm down, let's try to relax, right?
Yes.
But it's a lot more, the process of de-escalation is not just trying to talk somebody out of doing something. There are actions that are important, there may be reactions that are important, and the de-escalation policy includes some examples of those things, right?
Yes.
Such as placing barriers between an uncooperative subject and an officer.
Yes.
Sometimes those barriers are another officer, right?
Yes.
Containing a threat, right? I mean, that's one of the examples in policy.
Yes.
By containing a threat, that can include physically restraining someone so that they don't upset another person, right?
Yes.
Or cause another person to have a violent reaction towards them or officers, right?
Yes.
Moving from a position that exposes officers to potential threats to a safer position, right? So kind of retreating in certain circumstances.
Yes.
Reducing exposure to a potential threat using distance, cover, or concealment, right? So hiding, say, behind a squad car, right?
Yes.
Avoiding physical confrontation. That's probably a pretty big one, right?
Yes.
And using verbal techniques to calm an agitated subject or promote rational decision-making. That's kind of down towards the end.
Yes.
And lastly, calling additional resources, right?
Yes.
And we talked about Exhibit 230. Showing you Exhibit 230, which is the emergency medical response. We'd agree that the policy requires Minneapolis police employees to request an emergency medical service as soon as practical, right?
Yes.
If a person comes into contact having an acute medical crisis, and any delay in treatment could potentially aggravate the severity of the medical crisis, right?
Yes.
So sometimes officers will call for EMS, not thinking it's a major issue. When suddenly it becomes apparent, they can step up or request a quicker response from EMS, right?
Yes.
And that is something that an officer can do to ensure the medical treatment of the suspect that they have or the person that they're in contact with, right?
Counselor, to ensure, I'm sorry, to ensure.
Sorry, it's been a long week. To ensure the medical condition of the suspect, to help with that.
Yes.
Right. Get EMS there as quickly as is possible. Right?
Yes.
Now, we didn't talk about the maximal restraint technique. You're familiar with the policies surrounding that?
Yes.
I'm going to show to you what's been admitted as Exhibit 225. Can you describe what the maximal restraint technique is?
Yes, Counselor, the maximal restraint technique is has often been referred to as the hobble, and that is it's a method of, if officers are dealing with typically a combative or aggressive person, in order to protect them or even property, it's placing, basically attaching a cord of the legs to the waist, so that the person, the individual, does not have free movement of their legs. So it's securing them, again, usually by their ankles. If you're prone, bringing that up to your waist and securing it. The maximal restraint technique, or the hobble, though, if it's used, a supervisor has to respond to the scene. You cannot transport anyone prone in that position due to the risks of the breathing. But that is Counselor, that would be my understanding of the MRT, or the maximal restraint technique.
So you talked a little bit in terms of the use of force, how officers are kind of reevaluating their use of force from time to time, right? They
Yes.
should be, at least, right? And so if officers decide to use the maximal restraint technique and then decide, hey, we know, and then later decide not to use it, right? That is kind of adjusting that use of force.
I would, Counselor, with some clarity, I don't know if that, what I mean by that is, if you were to have a person handcuffed and prone on their stomach on the ground and pavement, and you had two officers, let's say, securing their legs to the back of the waist, you in a way are still employing what that technique is about anyway. So there can be some variances to that.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
It does. So let's assume that you've got two officers pulling the legs forward, essentially employing that aversion, so to speak, of the maximal restraint. But then they release and they say, we're not gonna hobble this person. We're not gonna employ the MRT. You're going from a decision to employ that technique backwards down the continuum in terms of the use of force. Would you agree with that?
And Counselor, just because these types of uses of force can be problematic in terms of there's a high risk to them. So meaning that if you're going to take that initiative to do that alternative version in the first place, you'd want to get a hold of a supervisor, because something could happen in terms of that person. And so
I'm not
yeah.
I'm not asking in terms of the policy. I'm asking in terms of sort of the use of force and the critical decision-making model, right? You described how the use of force, you have to go through this critical decision-making model. How much force am I going to use? And sometimes you have to back off the use of force. Agreed?
Yes.
And sometimes you have to go forward with the use of force, meaning you use even more force.
Yes.
Right? And it's this constant reevaluation. Agreed?
Yes.
And so when you have officers who make a decision that the facts and circumstances would warrant using the hobble device, but then later decide not to employ that device, that is that critical decision-making model in action. Agreed?
Yes.
And it would be a reduction in the use of force. It may still require supervisors to be on scene, policy-wise, but it is a reduction in the use of force. Agreed?
And Counselor, are we talking specifically the events of May 25th?
I'm talking generally.
In general, yes.
But you would agree, ultimately, that all of the Minneapolis Police Department policies relevant to the use of force, emergency medical response, emergency medical treatment, all of these policies are, by their very language, are situationally dependent, right? They all say, if the circumstances allow, if time permits, if it's safe. They have a qualifier to them. Agreed?
Yes, I would agree with that.
I'll show you Exhibit 231. Which is at the bottom of Exhibit 231 is the crisis intervention policy. And the second page includes the definition. Could you read the entire definition of what a crisis is?
Yes. An event or situation where an individual's safety and health are threatened by behavioral health challenges to include mental illness, developmental disabilities, substance use, or overwhelming stressors. A crisis can involve an individual's perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds the individual's current resources and coping mechanisms and may include unusual stress in his or her life that renders him or her unable to function as he or she normally would. The crisis may, but not necessarily, result in an upward trajectory or intensity culminating in thoughts or acts that are possibly dangerous to himself, herself, and or others.
All right. So generally speaking, again, not relevant to the May 25th of 2020 incident. We'll get there in a minute. But when we talk about a general police response, sometimes the police may respond to something and the person they're dealing with is not in a crisis. Agreed?
Yes.
But other people may be perceiving what is happening and it could become a crisis to that person. Objection.
If you could rephrase.
Sure. People who observe, would you say that people who observe police interactions with people, especially the more physical or use of force types, that could turn into a crisis for an observer?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained is calling for speculation.
So in terms of the definition of crisis, a crisis may involve an individual's perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds that individual's current resources and coping mechanisms, right?
Yes.
That doesn't necessarily mean that you are the person with whom you are arresting or having contact with is going to be the person who will experience the crisis. Agreed?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
And Counselor, just respectfully, so you're saying that the person who's witnessing a situation with the officers, that situation may cause them to be in crisis?
Correct.
Could potentially.
Right. And the crisis may, but not necessarily, result in an upward trajectory or intensity culminating in thoughts or acts that are possibly dangerous to him, her, or others, right?
And Counselor, just this is the person who's watching this?
Right.
It could.
So people are watching with something that they appear to believe or they believe is wrong or contrary to police policy that may cause them to get upset, and that level of upsetment or that level of volatility may grow throughout the course of the interaction.
Objection irrelevant. Calls for speculation and beyond the scope.
Overruled. It's within the scope.
It could.
Because ultimately part of the training that Minneapolis police officers have to go through is how to deal with crowds who observe.
Speaking of training and all that, let's take a quick break because you know they be kind of dry. I'm sure y'all seen this by now, but in case you haven't, check this out.
Wanted in Fulton County on animal cruelty charges. Atlanta News First anchor Joe Gorcho is live tonight at Fulton County Police Headquarters. And Joe, police say Gibson is nowhere to be found.
Fulton County don't be playing. They said we coming after y'all. Animal cruelty now on Tyrese Gibson.
And Blair, according to Fulton County Police, they executed a search warrant a week ago tonight, and when they arrived to his home in Buckhead, Tyrese Gibson was not at home, and either were the dogs. Police say he has 4 Cane Corso dogs, and for those unfamiliar, those dogs are typically large breeds, and they're used as guard dogs. Now, according to police, his dogs were roaming freely on September 18th outside his home on Tuxedo Court at Buckhead and had killed a neighbor's dog. On that same day, according to police, supposedly minutes after the attack, another neighbor called 911. She told police that she could not get to her car because 4 large dogs were scratching at her door. Police say Gibson's dogs have reportedly been running loose on 5 different occasions, and Gibson received multiple warnings. On September 22nd, police came to execute a search warrant, like I mentioned, at his home, but they say Gibson was gone and the dogs had been moved. Now, the Fulton County Chair, Rob Pitts, issued a statement earlier this evening saying, quote, after months of being terrorized by these dogs on the loose, community members brought the situation to my attention earlier this month, and I personally visited the neighborhood where this occurred. those who allow their dogs to roam neighborhoods unrestrained will face serious consequences. Now, we did reach out to Tyrese Gibson's team to get a response about this situation here tonight, but we have yet.
You know it's crazy though? They got him for animal cruelty. Or they trying to arrest him for animal cruelty. But what was cruelty that he did? His dogs got out. How does that animal cruelty? Because his dogs got out the fence. Dogs do that all the time. Just needed a quick break. quick refresher.
No.
No. No, he's sleeping.
Police interactions, right?
Yes.
Crowds that may be upset with police interaction, right?
Yes.
I mean, there are classes through the training academy, there are classes through in-service specifically dealing with how to deal with crowd control, right?
Yes.
And all of this is to revert, in part, back to that de-escalation process as well, right?
Yes.
So part of it, as a crowd grows or becomes more upset, part of it is to try to de-escalate, which can involve trying to avoid a physical confrontation, right?
Yes, it could. Yes.
Trying to stay safe, concealed, and covered, right?
Yes.
Not yelling back at somebody, not engaging with them verbally, right?
Yes.
And sometimes when an officer tries to de-escalate a situation and someone is so upset, right? Sometimes they don't hear what the officer tells them. Would you agree with that?
Objection, speculation.
That calls for speculation. It is sustained.
Is it possible, generally speaking, that someone's own crisis may prevent them from hearing what an officer is telling them?
That could happen.
Hold on. The objection is sustained. The answer will be stricken.
So you testified that you've watched the body cameras, correct?
Yes.
No.
I'm going to show you, I don't know.
No, he's sleeping.
Mr. Slisher, this is Exhibit 1008, which is a 10-second, approximately 5-second clip of Alexander King's body-worn camera. It's already in. Can I give you a copy of it?
Is this in evidence?
Not yet, no. I'm just telling you, first and foremost, that's what it is. I'm going to show you on your screen a short clip of a video to see if this would be contained in what you've watched. And I need to...
Right on. Get out there! That nigga is get out there! Sir, settle down. You have to go deliberate.
You would agree that that appears to be taken from one of the officer's body cameras, May 25th, 2020, at approximately 20, 25, and 33 seconds.
Yes.
Again, watching it without sound. At this point, did you see what appeared to be a reflection in the back of the squad car there?
Counselor, I did not.
Okay.
And it might just be because of the brevity of the video, but.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. If you look in the upper left-hand corner at the bumper of the squad video.
The cursor to circle it for him.
I'm sorry?
Use the cursor, the stylus to...
Oh, sure. Sorry. Forgot all this fancy technology here. You see the legs of someone reflecting?
Yes.
And so you would agree that this appears to be a short clip from one of the officer's body-worn cameras on May 25th of 2020?
Yes.
You've seen these before. You see what appears to be Mr. Floyd's arm there by the back of the squad car, right?
Yes.
So I would offer Exhibit 1008.
Any objection?
No objection.
1008 is received.
And if I may publish.
Oh, come over here. We need you. Yeah, we need you to keep some distance.
Sorry, didn't mean to replay. You hear a voice say, "We've got an ambulance coming"?
Yes.
Oops, sorry, if we could take that down. Now, policy 5-311. Let's talk a little bit about 5-311, which is the neck restraint policy. Get rid of this.
Second. Sure. Police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd, attacked in a federal prison, and he was seriously injured. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has more on this story. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Hey, Gio, good morning. George Floyd's death obviously rocked the country in 2020, sparking nationwide protests about police brutality and race relations. And now sources say the man at the center of it all, found guilty of murdering Floyd, is in the hospital. This morning, sources tell ABC News Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd by kneeling on his neck, sparking massive civil rights protests, is now in the hospital with serious injuries after getting stabbed by another inmate.
The court commits you to the custody of the Commissioner of Corrections for a period of 270 months.
47-year-old Chauvin is serving out his 21-year federal sentence for violating Floyd's civil rights and a 22-and-a-half-year state sentence for second-degree murder at this medium-security federal correctional facility in Tucson, Arizona. Back in August, officials moved him there from this maximum-security Minnesota state prison, where he was mainly kept in solitary confinement largely for his own protection. The Bureau of Prisons only revealing an incarcerated individual was assaulted at the Federal Correctional Institution, Tucson, yesterday. In a recent documentary called The Fall of Minneapolis, Chauvin spoke to the media for the first time, calling the trial and sentencing a sham, claiming his use of his knee on Floyd's neck was part of his police training manual.
In fact, I'm looking at it right now. 5-316, maximum restraint technique, right in their written policy manual.
And sources say Chauvin is, as of now, in stable condition and is expected to survive, but we have not heard back from his attorney.
Yo, peace, family. Appreciate y'all being here. We still rocking and rolling. Got a little bit more for you. First, let's get back to this one time.
Floyd's 7-year-old daughter, Gianna, the first to speak, addressing the judge on video.
We used to have dinner meals every single night before we went to bed. My daddy always used to help me brush my teeth.
Do you wish that he was still here with us?
Yeah, but he is.
Through his spirit?
Yes.
Yeah. If you could say anything to your daddy right now, what would it be?
It would be, I miss you and I love you.
Floyd's brother Terrence with a question for Derek Chauvin.
What were you thinking? What was going through your head when you had your knee on my brother's neck? Why when you knew that he posed no threat anymore, he was handcuffed, why you didn't at least get up? Why you stayed there?
The Floyd family seeking the maximum sentence.
We don't want to see no more slaps on the wrists. We've been through that already. In my community, in my culture, we've been through that already.
Chauvin had only one person in court to speak on his behalf, his mother.
The media, public, and prosecution team believe Derek to be an aggressive, heartless, and uncaring person. I can tell you that is far from the truth, and that my son is a good man.
She did not offer condolences to the Floyd family, instead speaking directly to her son.
Derek, I want you to know I have always believed in your innocence, and I will never waver from that. I will be here for you when you come home. Remember, there is no stronger bond or love than a mother's love.
Chauvin, who's also facing federal civil rights charges, then addressing the court himself.
At this time, due to some additional legal matters at hand, I'm not able to give a full formal statement at this time. But very briefly, though, I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family.
Opening statement for the defense, about 25 minutes, telling the jury this case is about much more than just the time the knee was on the neck. Nelson told the jury that the medical evidence is on their side. He said he told the jury that the prosecution was unsatisfied with the medical examiner's opinion.
Trying to be able to breathe as he's down there, and trying to move his face, side to side. So
things that you saw, particularly the shimmy moves that you saw, and so. I want to move on then from that point and continue on with our questioning this morning, okay?
Correct.
All right. Now, while you were standing there watching this incident from the curb, were there things that you saw on Mr. Floyd's face that were significant to you.
So this is part 2. Remember, they cut him off. This is when they came back. So we back to it, family. Don't forget to hit that like button.
Correct.
And the stats so far, let's see. 15% say yes, 15% say no, 69% say hell no, and 22 years is not enough. George Floyd's death was not justified.
Like I said before, you could see that he was going through tremendous pain, and you can see it in his face from the grunting. You can see his eyes slowly, rolling back in his head, and him having his mouth open, wide open, slowly with drool and slob and dryness on his mouth. And you can see that he's trying to, gasp for air, and trying to be able to breathe as he's down there, and trying to move his face, side to side so he can, I'm believing, okay. I'm assuming gasp for more air there. I'm not.
Okay, and as you were standing there seeing all this, how were you feeling?
As I was sitting there, I just was really trying to keep my professionalismness and make sure that I speak out for Floyd's life, because I felt like he was in very much danger, and I seen another man like me, being controlled in a way where.
Yeah, let me just.
This is. Yeah.
That answers the question. We'll ask another question.
And were you scared for yourself?
Yes, I was totally scared for my safety and people around me, and that's.
And so, did you feel like you could intervene in the situation more than verbally, more than speaking?
Not as much, no. As much as I wanted to, my energy didn't let me, and I was controlled on the curb, so I did as much as I can.
Now, you at some point learned the name of the officer, Tao, who was standing there, correct?
Correct.
So when I ask about that, who I am referring to.
Correct.
And at some point, did you step off the curb and have an interaction with Officer Tao, who I am referring to?
Correct.
And at some point, did you step off the curb and have an interaction with Officer Tao?
Yes, I did step off the curb and had an interaction with Officer Tao.
And what did Officer Tao do?
He proceeded to push his hand in my chest. I swiped down, put my hands up, and I stepped back on the curb.
And did you make any further moves towards Officer Tao?
It's not the evidence.
What?
At some point, did a person come up and identify herself as a Minneapolis firefighter?
That is correct.
Did you know her before that day?
No, I did not know her.
And I think you said earlier she asked that they check his pulse?
That is correct.
And were there, other than you and her, other bystanders on the sidewalk there?
Yes, there were other bystanders on the sidewalk.
Did you hear any of them threatening the safety of the police officers?
No, I did not.
And at some point, did you help, in fact, restrain some of those individuals?
Correct. Once the situation got a little intense with someone was going on behind me, I spoke to one of the gentlemen and told him that this is not the time or place for this right now, and then he proceeded to go back into the building.
So did you know that individual?
No, I did not know the individual at all.
Did you recognize him or know where he was from?
No, I did not.
Okay. At some point, did you ask him to go back in the store?
That is correct.
So you thought he had come from the store?
That is correct.
And after you told him to do that, what did he do?
He proceeded to go back in the store, and I believe he might have been escorted as he was crying back to the store.
So he never made another move towards the police officers?
That is correct.
Mr. Williams, the jury has heard some audio and video of this incident already when you were there, and you were using some pretty strong language.
That is correct.
You were raising your voice.
That is correct.
Why? Why for those, both of those?
For the fear of myself and fear of the people around me, and trying to just be able to talk to the officer and let him know that this should not happen. Just from being around different officers and working in that industry, I just never seen that, and I felt like I should speak on it, and I vocalized it.
What were the kind of emotions that were causing you to speak like that?
No feeling or no remorse or no response from from the officer.
Objection is
Non-responsive.
non-responsive is sustained. Jury will disregard the answer from the last question. If you could be a little more precise in framing your question, Mr. Frank, I think that would help.
I certainly could, Your Honor. The emotions that you were feeling that caused you to use this kind of language and that tone of voice.
Yeah, the emotion that caused me to use this language in this voice was non-responsive from the officer.
Sustained. Disregard the answer.
So let me ask you this way. Were there things that you were seeing about the officers that also caused you concern?
Correct.
And what was that?
The non-response from an officer.
So that was something that was also affecting how you were feeling about the incident.
That is correct.
And so then that led into part of why you were raising your voice and using the terms used.
That is correct.
Were you present when the ambulance arrived?
That is correct.
Now, at any time during this interaction, did you see Officer Chauvin take his knee off of Mr. Floyd's neck?
No.
Okay. When the ambulance arrived, did he do that?
No.
And did you see a paramedic, an ambulance personnel check for Mr. Floyd's pulse?
Repeat the question?
Yep. When the paramedics arrived, did you continue to watch when the paramedics got out of the ambulance and checked on Mr. Floyd?
Yes, I did watch.
Did you see if they checked for Mr. Floyd's pulse?
I believe that they were attempting to go check for the pulse, and the knee was still, he was still on top of him. Did he check the pulse? I cannot recollect. I don't remember if he was able to even check his pulse, but I remember that.
Objection, there's no question.
We'll have the answer there. It was responsive to that point.
I think you've
Next
answered
question.
the question. Thank you. Now, when the paramedics loaded Mr. Floyd into the ambulance, were you still there at the scene?
That is correct.
All right. And after that happened, did you see what the officers did? Well, let me back up a little bit. At some point, did you learn that there were more than those two officers at the scene?
That is correct.
When did you learn that?
Once the ambulance have arrived, I did notice that there was more than one officer, more than two officers on the scene.
And so where did you see, or how did you see these other officers?
Once they started to load Mr. Floyd onto the straddle, to not to know the technical name of it, but they put him onto the little bed thing.
The gurney or the stretcher?
The gurney, correct. Yes, yeah.
And then when they did that, you saw these other officers?
Correct.
Where had they been, or where did they come from?
They were on the bottom side of Floyd, or trying to get his feet on to the gurney, and yeah.
Then you were able to see them?
Correct.
All right. And after Mr. Floyd was put into the ambulance and the ambulance left, did you stay at the scene for a little while?
That is correct.
Okay, so right after the ambulance left, did you see where the officers went?
That is correct.
Where did they go?
They proceeded to cut to the other side, front of the store, which is 38th. Chicago's this way. So they proceeded to go towards 38th and proceed to go away from the scene.
And were you still in that same emotional mindset?
Yes, I was very lost at the moment, and I was very nervous and not knowing what to do. And yes.
And did you, in fact, stay around at the scene for a little while?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At some point, did you make a 911 call?
That is correct. I did call the police on the police.
All right. And why did you do that?
Because I believe I witnessed a murder.
And so you felt a need to call the police?
I felt the need to call the police on the police.
Now, there were police there, right?
There were police there.
Okay. Why didn't you just talk to them about it?
I believe that they didn't. We just didn't have no connection. You know, I spoke to them, but not on a connection of a human being relationship.
Did you, believe that they were involved?
Yes, totally.
And so when you made that 911 call, about how long after the ambulance left was that?
Time recollection? I don't know.
A matter of minutes?
Minutes, seconds. Not too long after they retreated to the other side of the street, I proceeded to call the police.
And prior to today, have you had an opportunity to listen to a recording of that 911 call?
Can you please repeat that question?
Prior to coming to court today, did we play for you a copy of that 911 call, a recording of it?
I will not say yes or no. I cannot remember at this moment.
If you heard that today, would you be able to recognize it as the 911 call that you made?
That is correct.
We have now marked that as Exhibit 20, and Your Honor, we would ask that it be, well, we are offering it now as Exhibit 20.
And 20 is received.
All right, so if we can at this point, then play Exhibit 20.
Exhibit 207, May 25, 2020. 911, what's the address of the emergency?
Officer 987 killed a citizen in front of a Chicago store. He just pretty much just killed this guy that wasn't resisting arrest. He had his knee on the dude's neck the whole time. Officer 987, the man went stopped breathing. He wasn't resisting arrest or nothing. He was already in handcuffs. They pretty much just killed the dude. I don't even know if he's dead for sure, but he was not responsible when the ambulance just came and got him. And the officer that was just out here left, the one that actually just murdered the kid in front of everybody on 36th, 38th in Chicago.
Okay. Would you like to speak with the sergeant?
Yeah, like that was bogus what they just did to this man. He was unresponsive. He wasn't resisting arrest for any of it.
Okay, let me get you over to the desk. You can request to speak with the sergeant, okay?
Yeah, and I'm sitting here talking to with another off-duty firefighter that just sat here watching in front of us as well.
Okay.
And she told him to check the man's pulse, but they wouldn't even check the pulse.
Okay, 1 second. I have reached the city of Minneapolis to reach someone in our property crimes division.
Y'all murderers, bro. Y'all murderers. How you gonna kill yourself? I already know it. 2 more years. You gonna shoot yourself. Murderers, bro. Y'all niggas is murderers, bro. Minneapolis Corporation.
Hey, it's dispatch.
Yeah, man. So I want to speak to a supervisor. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he wants to speak with a supervisor relating to 320's call cup food.
So they can kill that man in front of the store. The police.
2033, 46, May 25, 2020.
Is that then an accurate recording of the call you made?
That is correct.
And at the beginning, you referred to Officer 987. Where did you get that number from?
Honestly, it was just visually popped in my head. Okay. Like I looked at his badge, and that's what I read on his badge.
And so, whose badge? Which officer were you referring to?
The officer sitting over there.
Okay. And was that also the officer that had his knee on George Floyd's neck?
That is correct.
And for the record, when your previous answer, you were pointing to the defendant, Mr. Chauvin.
That's correct.
And so the purpose in making, what was the purpose in making that 911 call at that time?
I just felt like that was the right thing to do. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to do. But call.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
But call.
And the response then was to transfer you to a sergeant, correct?
That is correct.
And then at some point the call, it sounds like you're talking to Officer Tao. Do you recall if you were actually talking to Officer Tao at that point?
That is correct. Or was. Because I think at the moment, or I don't think at the moment that I was making the call, he proceeded to like intimidate me and stick his camera in my face, his body cam. And
okay. And the call sort of ends abruptly. Did you hang up and terminate the call?
I'm not 100% sure. But
was he recording? Where's that body cam at? They ain't show the body cam with him pointing in his face. I ain't seen that. Where's that? Release the footage.
I may have, because I felt threatened once our interaction happened in front of the store with me and Tyler.
And then from there, after hanging up, did you stick around for a while and talk to some other people there?
Yeah, I went to do my own investigation.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Mr. Nelson.
How stupid was that, though? This whole COVID thing. Remember, you used to have to wear a mask, but then you're going to take off your mask and go right to where the person was talking and take off your mask and switch places. Like, what's the point of even wearing the mask? Y'all all in the same, breathing in the same air. Anyway, what up, TSC? That is sad. Real talk.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can I ask what you're looking at?
Just notes, that's all.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you put those to the side, okay?
Cool, thanks.
All right. Thank you for your patience yesterday. Thank you for being here this morning. I just have some follow-up questions for you, all right?
Yep.
You testified yesterday that you started wrestling in the 7th grade. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And over time, you were talking about how you learn how to control your body weight, right?
That is correct.
And one of the things that you kind of talked about was when early in your instruction in wrestling, you call it, I think, flow wrestling.
That's correct.
And as I understand that, and correct me if I'm wrong, flow wrestling is kind of learning how to kind of keep your center of balance, learning how to, sometimes it may feel you should use your arm when you should really use your leg. Kind of just learning how your body works, right?
Yeah, correct. Less resistance.
Less resistance. So sometimes less resistance is actually better in certain circumstances.
Repeat that.
Sure. I mean, if you're on the mat, right, and your instinct is to push your arm out to the side to try to use your body weight to roll, you may want to actually use your leg to roll the other way, right? Kind of like flow.
Kind of, but not really.
Okay, how would you describe just the flow of wrestling?
Flow is less. Flow is more, I'm flowing with you without using my strength. I'm flowing with you going 50, 60% of it. I'm flowing with you, letting you get into a half Nelson, and you feel the half Nelson, you're in it, and now you're flowing, your partner's letting you flow off your back and get into a position where you get into a stand up, into escape. Flow is where my partner's letting me get in on a double, and I'm letting him finish the double, and now I'm flowing into my offensive or my defensive position of getting away. So
Right.
different positioning.
Right, so you're learning how to use your body weight against the weight of the other person. You're learning how to just get in and out of moves, right?
Flowing.
Flowing, right. And that's something that you learn, at a young age in the sport of wrestling.
Correct.
And as you continued your wrestling career, you testified that you wrestled all the way through high school and then into college for a couple of years as well.
That's
right?
correct.
And you would agree that wrestling is a sport.
Wrestling's a lifestyle.
Okay. There are rules, there are points, there are referees. So
Yeah, no, he said wrestling's a lifestyle. He said, nah, it's not a sport, boy. It's a lifestyle, boy. It's my lifestyle.
And you would agree that wrestling is a sport.
Wrestling's a lifestyle.
Okay. There are rules, there are points, there are referees. So there's a sport to wrestling, right?
Correct.
And I understand as a wrestler, it's a lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
But to the casual observer, maybe it's just a sport, right?
Correct.
All right. But you're learning how to keep your center of gravity lower and grapple with people.
Correct.
Right. And then you testified that after you kind of got out of college or finished your career in college, that you started moving more towards the mixed martial arts, right?
Correct.
And so you were training in jiu-jitsu, I believe you said?
That is correct.
All right. And again, jiu-jitsu is a form of martial arts, right?
Correct.
Lots of forms of martial arts, right?
Correct.
Judo, karate, Krav Maga, these are all various forms of martial arts that you have some general familiarity with, right?
Correct.
But your training is specifically in jiu-jitsu, correct?
No. I'm
Hey, I guess he's right, though, about the wrestling is a lifestyle. Real quick, just a 50-second clip about what's happening new with the wrestlers now. They in the White House now. They working with Trump. What y'all know about Triple H and Trump?
First of all, I'd like to say the same. Thank you to President Trump. Thank you for this honor. I'm humbled by it. I'm truly honored to be on this. Vice President Vance, thank you very much. Secretary Kennedy, truly appreciate all that everybody is doing for the health and wellness of the entire country. For me, since I was 14, this has been such an important part of my life. Health, fitness, sports, nutrition, all of it. I think learning that at a young age sets you up for success in life. And without it, you're at a lesser place for it. So I look forward to the opportunity.
Your boy Triple H up there with Trump. Official in the White House. It's a lot more of them, too. I'm going to make a little clip about it, though. I'll make it later. Let's keep it rolling.
a martial artist. I train jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, stick fighting. Like, I'm a martial artist. I don't just train jiu-jitsu. I stay in boxing, You know, wrestling all is put into one. So as a fighter, you're not just working on the ground game. You're working on your stand-up. You're working, you know, your Muay Thai, your kickboxing, things like that. That's what a martial artist is.
Okay, so you incorporate several forms of martial arts into what you study.
That is correct.
All right, and again, the notion of a chokehold is very common within the martial arts community, right?
That is correct.
Submissions, and there are many forms, right?
Correct.
Like the triangle or the rear naked chokehold, all sorts of different types of chokeholds or submission holds that apply.
That is correct.
All right. And again, I understand that martial arts is a lifestyle, but there is a sport to it as well, right?
That yeah, competitive side, so yeah, sports.
Right.
Correct.
And I'm just talking generally, I'm not talking about the MMA fighting yet, but just even as a martial artist, there are competitions with rules and referees and things of that nature.
That
right?
is correct.
All right. And whether you wrestle or you compete in the or in the martial arts, there are weight classes, right?
That is correct. Well, yeah, that's correct. MMA has weight classes. Jiu-jitsu tournaments, there's open weights. So you win your weight division, you have a chance to wrestle in open division, which usually if I'm competing in just a tournament, I'll do an open division, which is open weight.
All right. So again, generally, like looking at your career as a wrestler, what weight did you wrestle at?
I wrestled anywhere from 106 to 141 in college.
Okay. And when you would competitively wrestle, you would wrestle with other people who were in that same weight class, right?
Correct.
And then in the martial arts, in the competitions for the martial art, there are weight classes, but there's also this open weight class, right?
That's correct for jiu-jitsu.
In jiu-jitsu, and so you, as a 141-pound guy, may wrestle or may grapple with someone who's 180 pounds.
Or 220, 210.
Right, or 100.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, okay. But then about 10 years ago, you testified that you started with mixed martial arts.
Just repeat that, please.
I believe that you testified yesterday that about 10 years ago, you began training in mixed martial arts.
Correct, martial arts. Yeah, with like tennis.
MMA.
MMA, mixed martial arts. Yeah.
All right. And maybe I'm confused, like, of your progression? So you go from wrestling to boxing to mixed martial arts?
So I went from wrestling in college to training in a martial arts school, which covers martial arts.
Okay.
Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, boxing, mixed martial arts, wrestling.
And that's because there are some, there are some businesses or gyms that will train in a specific form of a martial art, right?
Correct. You have some that just do boxing. You have boxing gyms. You have jiu-jitsu gyms. You have Muay Thai gyms.
Or Krav Maga or whatever.
Yeah, whatever, anything, stuff like that. You know, you have different specialty of martial arts for different schools. But some schools, one of the schools I was at, the Academy under Great Nelson, he taught a variety of martial arts. It was a martial arts school.
Okay. I'm understanding now that you went from the wrestling to the mixed martial arts. Right. And about 10 years ago, was it that you started competing in a mixed martial arts?
I started competing right away. I went from wrestling in college to being one of the top amateur fighters in the Midwest to finish, just growing as a martial artist. So I started, at a different gym before I got to the academy. Learned to I was a wrestler. I didn't know anything but wrestling, at the time. So I take people down and just ground and pound. And then I switched to gyms and under Greg, and I learned more jiu-jitsu. I learned more kicking. I learned different elbows. I learned, different martial arts techniques, choke, submissions, arm bars, things like that, spinning back fists, flying knees. I learned that.
Right. Okay. When we talk about an MMA fight,
correct,
right? All of those various methods of fighting are employed in those fights, right?
Correct.
So if I am a boxer and I'm in a boxing match, right? I can't kick you, for example.
No.
But if I'm in an MMA fight, I may punch you, I might kick you, I might choke you, short of biting, right?
Correct.
And the point of a mixed martial arts fight is to actually knock the person out, render him unconscious, right?
That is correct. Control the cage, things like that.
You referenced the cage match, right?
Yeah.
And that's what we kind of think about when we think about mixed martial arts fights.
You got cage fighting, which you see UFC, Bellator, LFA, all things like that, and then you have martial art tournaments where it's just strictly jiu-jitsu. You're in your gi. You have blue belts, black belts, white belts, purple belts. They all compete at a level. No striking, just all grappling. Then you have like the ones that are us in the cage. We do everything: punch, kick, all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
And I believe, according to your professional record, because you had an amateur career, and then you had a professional career, right?
Correct.
And you had 11 professional fights.
Possibly. I don't even know how many fights I technically have. So.
Well, you know the internet exists, right?
Yeah.
You know your statistics are saved.
Yeah.
All right. And so if I say that your professional record was 5 wins, 6 losses in 11 fights, would you disagree with that?
But I think I might be 66. I think I'm actually 66.
Okay. And when you fight in an MMA fight, in these kind of open freestyle fights, you fight in a weight class, right?
Correct.
All right. People who are similar in terms of their weight, they may be taller, they may be shorter, but they're in the same weight class.
Correct.
Right. Okay. And again, I mean, there's a referee, right?
Correct.
And certain fights, when you get someone into a submission hold, the referee may come and lift up the person's arm to see if they're conscious or unconscious, right?
That's correct.
That's a way of determining whether or not
That's if they're not moving. I mean, they're not. That's if they're not moving. If they're not fighting and stuff like that. Yeah, the referee has to make sure that the person is conscious. So he might say keep moving. If they're not moving, he might check. You know, and sometimes the opponent will know that person's out. So the opponent, we look at the ref like, look, he's out. Like he's out. You know, things like that.
And sometimes you don't know that they're out, and that's why the ref comes and picks up the arm, right?
Most opponents know when they put the person out.
But it's possible, right? It's a yes or no question.
It's possible.
All right.
How about that?
As a part of your training in the mixed martial arts, you voluntarily submitted to being put into chokeholds, correct?
At practice.
At practice, right. And you also practiced these moves, right?
That's correct.
Rendering other people in practice unconscious.
That's
right?
correct.
And in your professional career, you were also, at times, have rendered people unconscious and been rendered unconscious yourself.
Correct.
Through one of these chokeholds.
Correct.
All right. Now, you described these chokeholds generally yesterday. These chokeholds, like you described an air choke and a blood choke.
Correct.
You remember your conversation about that yesterday?
Yes, correct.
All right. So when you use these forms of chokeholds, whether it's an air choke or a blood choke, they use those in various forms of martial arts, right? Like judo, Krav Maga. A chokehold is sort of across the board in terms of martial arts.
Correct.
With the exception maybe the stick fighting, right?
Correct.
All right. And you testified that at your academy, you train with a lot of law enforcement officers, military people, and law enforcement from both state and federal levels, right?
That is correct.
And you said sometimes you don't even know that that's what they do, right?
That's correct, depending on what level.
And sometimes you get to know these guys because you're fighting with them, right?
Yeah.
You're training with them, and they tell you a little bit about their lives, right?
Sometimes, I mean, we just build a brotherhood of the gym. You know, some people interact outside with personal life. Some people just interact in the gyms, you know, and build a relationship. So I see you on an everyday basis. Like at work, I go in and see you every day. I interact with you there. That don't mean I interact with you outside of work, you know?
Right.
And then there's some that I interact with outside of
Okay.
the gym.
But I just want to make sure, you've never officially been invited to go to like the Minneapolis Police Academy to train law enforcement in the use of force?
No.
Or the use of these chokeholds?
No.
Or any other police academy for that reason?
No, I witnessed my sensei, Greg Nelson.
I'm asking about you, sir. Have you ever officially been asked to train police officers specifically in the use of chokeholds?
No, just witnessed it.
Okay. Now, air chokes. You described air chokes yesterday. Air chokes are from the front, correct?
Correct.
And that's because what you're doing is you're actually cutting off the air
Correct.
to the trachea,
Correct.
right? So you can render someone unconscious by coming from the front of the neck and cutting off their airway, which renders them unconscious.
Repeat that.
Sure. An air choke is a front choke, agreed?
Yep.
And what you're doing in an air choke is you're cutting off the air supply or the oxygen supply from the front of the neck, correct?
Correct.
And in doing so, you can render a person unconscious, correct?
On an air choke, I'm not a medical person, so I won't answer that.
Okay. On a blood choke, right, what you're doing is you're cutting off, and you described yesterday, the blood supply to the brain, right?
Okay, side choke, correct.
A side choke. And you described several different types of chokeholds, like the rear naked chokehold, I think it's called, or the triangle. What you're doing is you're actually cutting off the blood supply to both sides of the neck in those.
Repeat that.
When you do a blood choke, what you're trained on generally is to limit the blood supply to both sides of the neck.
No, a blood choke is attack one side of the neck.
It's just one side of the neck. Okay?
The blood choke is attack the side of a neck. So my choke's from here, side of the neck.
Right, but you're using your weight and you're actually cutting off both sides. You're using your body and your arm, right? And you're actually protecting the trachea or the airway in the crux of your...
You're mixing chokes up, or you're mixing your air chokes and your blood chokes together. Air choke is to attack the trachea, side choke is to attack the side of the neck.
So if I have someone in a chokehold, right? And a blood chokehold from the...
He said, boy, you can't tell me about chokes, boy. I'm the one tell you about chokes. You don't know nothing about chokes. I'm the wrestler. It's a lifestyle, playboy. What up, though, Miss D56? I see you, family. Appreciate you joining. TSC said, home safe from Columbus, Ohio, back to Bourne, Indiana. Appreciate the entertainment. Hey, I appreciate you tapping in with us, family. Much love, much love. Let's keep it rolling.
With using my arm, I may have my hand behind that person, right? No,
it's not. I'm attacking the side of the neck, not the trachea. You're attacking the trachea. I'm attacking the side choke.
I'm saying that the trachea is protected by the crux of the elbow. And so you're using the forearm and the bicep to cut off both sides of the blood.
Correct, from here to here. Right. You're cutting off one side of the neck on the choke.
Okay. How long does that usually take in your experience to render someone unconscious?
You go unconscious on a blood choke within seconds. Some people don't even know that they're about to go unconscious.
Right. You were interviewed by the FBI, right?
That is correct.
Right. I believe it was Agent Garvey of the FBI, right? Are you looking at some notes to refresh your recollection?
I have it in front of me. That's correct.
Would that help? Would that help you refresh your recollection?
I mean, yeah, that's why I just opened it up. Yeah, that's correct.
It's kind of weird. We have rules in court. You have to testify from your memory, not your notes. But if
it's
you need
not notes. I'm just the name is on the front of the page.
What I'm saying is, if you need to refer to your whatever it is you have in front of you to help you refresh your recollection, we need to get permission from the court to do that.
Correct.
It's a weird procedure that we
I
have
don't know his name, so I looked to see what his name was.
Okay.
Correct.
Would it help you remember his or her name if you looked at your paper in front of you?
That's correct. It's in the paper.
Okay. Your Honor, may he refer his notes?
And refer to your notes silently.
Correct.
And once it's refreshed your memory, then close the notes back up and testify from your memory.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Nelson.
Thank you.
He said it's a weird procedure. It's a weird procedure. Miss D56 said, wait. Who is the 14%? Who's the 14% that's saying yes, but don't want to say nothing in the chat? Come on, y'all, welcome. We ain't gonna jump you. We ain't gonna hurt you. Go ahead and speak your mind. Speak your piece. Speak why you feel that George Floyd was justified.
What was the name one more time, sir?
I believe there were two agents there, right? One was from the BCA named Angela Garvey.
That one's correct.
And then Eckert is the last name of the other?
I believe that, yep, that's correct.
Okay. And you were interviewed by those agents on May the 29th of last year, correct?
Correct, I believe so.
All right. You know, we have a transcript of that statement and the reports about it.
Yeah.
Would you dispute me if I told you it was May 29th?
I don't recollect the dates.
Okay, fair enough. And do you recall them asking you about blood chokes and how long it takes to choke someone out?
Correct.
And you told them 3 to 5 seconds?
Correct, just like I just told you, within seconds.
Right. And an MMA round is 3 minutes, right?
No, that's for amateurs. MMA round is 5-minute rounds. 3 minutes for amateurs, 5 minutes for pros.
All right. So 3 to 5 minutes are per round of an MMA fight.
Oh, MMA fight.
Right. Okay.
Bruh.
Have you ever, whether it be in your training, after you have rendered someone unconscious, where they come back to and they start fighting again?
Inside of a fight? Have I choked someone out and they came back to? No. Okay. Like, finish fighting.
Have you seen that happen in practice?
Rephrase it, or please repeat the question.
I will do so. Well, you rendered someone unconscious, right? You're fighting with them, they've gone unconscious, you've released your chokehold from them. Have you ever experienced someone coming back and starting to fight you again right away?
Yes, personally, no. Have I seen it? Yes.
Okay, fair enough. So you've seen, after someone is unconscious, they come back to consciousness, and they start fighting right away again. You've seen that happen.
I've seen it on the UFC multiple times where when someone gets choked out, they come back to and they continue to try to fight, and the referee has to explain to them that they've been unconscious. I've been knocked out, and I had to come back conscious, and the first thing I wanted to do was continue to fight. And then when I was in the locker room, they told me that the fight was already over, so I have no recollections of what happened in that moment.
Okay, great. Now, you testified that one of the things that you do and have done in your career is to work as a security guard, right?
That is correct.
And you've worked as a security guard in a variety of
have said, they exacerbated it.
contexts, right?
That's correct.
So you've done some personal security for people,
Correct.
and you've done some like kind of doorman stuff, right?
That's correct.
Bouncing, I guess, is what you would call it. And you said that you have worked alongside the Minneapolis Police Department in those club type situations with off-duty officers and on-duty officers.
That is correct.
Okay. The in that capacity, have you ever had to deal with a crowd of people?
That is correct.
Have you ever had to deal with a crowd of people that was upset?
Definitely.
Is it easier or harder to deal with a crowd that is upset?
Each person is different. Me, I'm able to deal with the high capacity of distractions, different things going on, and still be able to be professional and focus on what's going on in front of me.
Okay. And have you ever been involved in a situation where there's a crowd that's upset and you were afraid of them?
Correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the incident on May 25th of 2020 that you've testified about. You were shown an exhibit yesterday that shows that you arrived at the Cup Foods on the 38th Street side of Cup Foods at 8:23 and 12 seconds.
Don't recollect the time, sir.
Okay. Would you like me to show you that exhibit, or would you agree that that's probably correct? I can show you the exhibit.
Show me the exhibit.
All right. I am showing you Exhibit 18. Yeah, you can see that?
Yeah, correct.
This was already admitted into evidence yesterday. You would agree that Exhibit 18 shows you walking along 38th Street on May 25th, 2020 at 8:23 and 12 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. So, I'm not trying to trick you, all right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. And it's fair to say that prior to your arrival there, you had no idea what had been going on in the area.
No, not at all. Like I said, I just seen squad cars and didn't know what was going on.
Right. And you testified that as you kind of came around the corner, your energy sort of pulled you towards that incident, right?
Yeah, that's totally correct.
So you would have absolutely no idea that an ambulance was called 3 minutes before you arrived.
Don't know anything about that.
You would have had no idea that an ambulance was stepped up to code 3, which means get here quick, 2 minutes before you arrived.
No recollections of any of that.
You weren't there, you wouldn't possibly know, right?
Wouldn't know at all.
You testified that, kind of based on your experience as a security guard, your first inclination is to just sort of observe everything that's going on, right?
Totally correct.
And that's what you did.
That's why I felt like I did correct.
Shout out the flesh of the gods. Tell everybody. Well, I still fighting through the devils, man. Like they be trying their best to hold me back, but y'all got to give the people what they want, bro. You know what I mean? The people want some real, man. It's time for the real people who ain't pretending to be in position.
So it's fair to say that you had not observed any prior contact between the Minneapolis Police Department and Mr. Floyd.
Only what I seen.
You would have no idea that they had been dealing with him for 15 minutes prior to your arrival.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not mine.
No, right?
He can still answer that question?
You can still answer it.
Oh.
Would you like me to state it again?
Repeat that question.
You were not aware that the police had been dealing with Mr. Floyd for 15 minutes prior to your arrival?
Not at all.
Now, you testified that as you were observing Mr. Floyd on the ground, you observed blood coming from his nose or mouth area, right?
Correct, and someone actually stated that if you watch the video.
Right, I've watched the video. But you would not have been aware that 3 minutes prior to your arrival, an ambulance was called specifically because he was bleeding from the mouth.
That had nothing to do with me, sir.
But you made certain assumptions.
What was your answer again?
That it had nothing, recollection still had nothing to do with me.
Sometimes the court reporter can't hear, so that's the only reason for this.
No, definitely, Your Honor, appreciate you, man.
Okay. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. But you yesterday testified that you assumed that the blood coming from Mr. Floyd's nose and mouth area was from his face being pushed into the cement.
I didn't say that. I don't. Can you?
There's no question.
Yeah.
You answered my question.
Right, his blood coming through his nose. I said blood's coming through his nose. I didn't say how I got there or where.
I'm going to ask you. That's non-responsive objection. You've answered my question, sir.
All right. Stop. Objection is sustained. Jury disregard the last remark that was not in response to a question. Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. You testified that after the ambulance came, you saw 2 additional officers, right?
Correct.
And you, prior to that happening, had no idea that those 2 officers were back there, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to assume that you did not hear any of the conversations between the officers, correct?
Tyler didn't let me get close enough. Correct.
Right. The question is, did you hear any of the conversations between the officers? Yes or no?
Please repeat that because you said it different the first time.
Sure. Did you hear any of the conversation occurring between the 3 officers with Mr. Floyd? Yes or no?
No.
It's fair to say that as you were there, you grew angrier.
Correct. That's what you perceive.
Pardon?
I said, is that what you took from the video, correct?
As you were there and interacting with Officer Tao and Officer Chauvin, you grew more and more upset. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
You grew angry, right?
I grew control and professionalism.
Okay. Again, you made a statement to Agents Garvey and Eckert and in that statement you said,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this form of cross-examination.
Overruled. Overruled.
Proceed.
in that statement you said, like, I really wanted to beat the shit out of the police officers. You said that.
Yeah, I did. That's what I felt.
You were angry.
No, you can't paint me. I was angry. I was in a position where I had to be controlled, control professionalism. I wasn't angry because I stayed up.
Object is non-responsive.
Overruled. Overruled.
Answer will stand.
Next question.
Thank you. You started calling them names. Yes?
Yeah, you heard that. Yeah, you heard
Right?
the video.
You called him a tough guy, right?
You watched the video.
You call him a real man, right?
You watched the video.
You do have to answer the question yes or no based on what he's asking.
I'm going to ask you again, so your answers should be yes or no, okay?
Yes.
You called him a tough guy.
I did.
You called him a real man.
I did.
You called him such a man.
I did.
You called him bogus.
I did.
You called him a bum at least 13 times.
That's what you counted in the video?
That's what I counted.
And that's what you got, 13.
And that was early on, right? Those terms grew more and more angry. Would you agree with that?
They grew more and more pleading for life.
All right.
I don't know what happened with the audio. Oh, there.
Did you say that?
Is that what you heard?
I'm asking you, sir.
Look, they start clipping out. Look, you know how they get. It's getting spicy.
I'm asking you, did you say that?
They must got Fanny over there working on the audio. She must be running the audio. She came and did a special appearance just to run the audio. Like, trust me, I know when to start messing it up. Trust me, I'll run it. Look, how they go silent all of a sudden. It's been working fine.
It's a yes or no, sir.
If that's what was heard in the video, yes, I did.
And at one point, you said that Officer Tao pushed you.
That's correct. He didn't. He put his hand in my chest, is what I said.
And you observed Officer Tao push someone else, right? Or feel like he pushed someone else?
I didn't let him touch anyone else.
Do you recall saying, "I dare you to"?
They like, look, this is how you drop viewers.
So again, sir, it's fair to say that you grew angrier and angrier.
No, I grew professional and I stayed in my body. You can't pay me out to be angry.
You were not standing, you were walking around, right?
Correct, patrol.
And at times, you would go forward towards where Officer Chauvin was, right?
Correct.
And at times, you'd walk to the side, correct?
Well, I didn't really get too close to Officer Chauvin, actually. Tao did not allow me to get close to Officer Chauvin.
You attempted to walk closer.
I stepped off the curb and I stepped back on the curb.
Because Officer Tao didn't permit you to go forward.
He said step back on the curb.
Your voice, right? You weren't just saying you're a bum. Would you agree with that?
You said I wasn't just saying he was
the
a bum?
tone of your voice.
The tone of my voice was loud so people could hear me.
And it grew louder and louder.
So I could be heard.
And after Mr. Floyd was taken by the ambulance, you continued to interact with Officer Tao as well as other people on the scene, correct?
That's correct. After they retreated, I know that retreat, I said what I said. I know they can't say more to me.
And you continued to yell these types of things after Mr. Floyd was gone, right?
Me and Mr. Tao had words back and forth, correct.
And I think you said something about hoping he would shoot himself.
No, I didn't say I hope he's gonna shoot himself. I said within the next 2 years, you will shoot yourself in your head for what you did. I didn't say hope. I don't hope death on anyone.
You have to look at him in his eyes again when he said that one.
The Bible doesn't allow that.
So again, you continued to engage with these officers, right?
Tao.
And your voice was loud, right?
Yeah, he tried to intimidate me, so.
The officers, most of the officers were on the other side of 38th Street.
Me and Tao were standing in front of each other.
At one point, Officer Tao goes across the street as well, right?
They both had to retreat, correct.
And you continued to yell these same types of things.
Probably, correct, yeah. Wasn't being heard.
And it was over and over and over and over again, right?
Because I wasn't being heard.
The dude his knee was on his neck the whole time. Like, why is you pressing like I was wrong for telling him to take his knee off the neck? And the dude died. Like, I mean, he died after this. So obviously I was saying the right thing. Why are you trying to make me look like I'm a bad person for telling you don't kill this dude? Stupid.
It's a yes or no question, sir. Was it over and over and over again?
Yes, because I wasn't being heard.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yes, sir.
Dumbass.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I have a few more questions for you. In MMA fighting, do you ever have a situation where your opponent is handcuffed behind the back?
Never.
Do you ever have a situation in MMA where there are 3 people fighting against 1?
Never.
And when you were on the scene at 38th in Chicago on May 25th of last year, when you were watching this interaction between these 4 Minneapolis police officers and Mr. Floyd, were you watching a cage match at the time?
Well, I only seen 2 of them, the animals. So.
And
sorry about what you said.
That's okay.
Okay.
so you weren't watching a sport that day, were you?
Not at all.
Mr. Nelson asked you a couple times about this kind of blood choke around the throat. Are you, based on your training and your experience doing this yourself, can you apply a blood choke to one side of the neck?
Correct.
And is that done in mixed martial arts?
That is done. Correct.
So whether Mr. Nelson wants to ask you about doing it on both sides of the neck, you've seen it done on one side of the neck.
Correct.
And when you were on the street there at 38th and Chicago on May 25th of last year, watching Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd, was it that kind of blood choke you thought you were seeing on one side of the neck?
That is correct.
Mr. Nelson asked you about seeing times when somebody has been unconscious in a mixed martial arts fight and come to and try to wrestle again or fight again. When an opponent is rendered unconscious through something like a chokehold in a mixed martial arts fight, is the fight stopped?
Right away, immediately, medical attention, right away.
Mr. Nelson asked you about dealing with crowds that are upset in your experience as a security guard. When you're dealing with a crowd that is upset, are there ways to try and de-escalate the situation without using force?
That is correct.
Like what kinds of things can you do?
Really staying calm, being humane, talking to the person, trying to talk them down, just getting the person away from the situation, just being humane with the person. What worked for me in downtown Minneapolis as a security guard and with drunk people that I'm babysitting pretty much. Like I have to come to and try to figure out a way how to solve this problem without putting physical force to them unless they are trying to physically enforce on me.
And so while you were on the street there on 38th in Chicago on May 25th of last year and watching Mr. Chauvin hold Mr. Floyd down, did you see Officer Tao try to de-escalate that situation at all with the crowd? Well, based on your training and experience as a security guard and your testimony just now about ways to de-escalate the situation, did you see Tao doing anything like that while you were there on that scene?
Sustained. Sidebar.
Oh yeah, what they say? Just do what the officer says.
This is Lou Ragoose here.
Just follow.
They're taking a sidebar.
Just follow the instructions. It'll be over soon. Just get in the car. Like, he already wanted to kill you. Why the hell would I want to get in the car with this dude? Of course I'm a fight. He felt that death coming. As soon as they pulled up, he knew it was about to be over. It's like, your light flashed before your eyes. He was probably seeing all types of stuff. That's crazy, man. Crazy. 5 fully armed and trained enforcements, right, surrounding them. Sitting there watching them, telling them this is what happens when you do drugs. This is what happened because of drugs. What the hell? The hell, Bobby?
You have, as Mr. Nelson described them, a crowd that's upset. Would it help in your situation as a security guard to have other security guards present?
Yes, it does. More presence is better.
During your cross-examination, you were asked about the time that Officer Tao touched you, put his hand on your chest.
Correct.
And your reaction was what?
Immediately swiped his hand because I felt threatened, and then I stepped back and I put my hands forward, and I really was threatened by his presence. So, again, I put my hands up, didn't know what else was going to move forward, and I proceeded to step back.
So,
I know you back up to demonstrate, but if you could move back up.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Oh, no problem. I think we heard you, so you're fine.
just got to stay close to the microphone. So you didn't want Officer Tao touching you?
Not at all.
And other than pushing his hand away, you didn't touch him?
Not at all. We kind of just.
And then you went back up on the curb?
That's correct.
During your cross-examination, you used the term the officer's retreat.
Correct.
What did you mean by that retreat?
What I mean is I'm not a law enforcement by any means, but I know when certain cases happen when it comes to certain things like this, most officers retreat away from the scene until all the right authorities come on scene to take care of everything. So, and that's what I noticed that they did. They retreated away from the scene to the other side of the street, and that's where they stayed until whoever came to deal with them.
Okay. Also, during your cross-examination, Mr. Nelson asked you about things that happened before you got to the scene.
That's correct.
You weren't at all trying to tell the jury in your previous testimony that you knew things that occurred before you got there.
Nah, not at all. I was deer in the headlights.
But when you got there, for that time period after you arrived and saw Mr. Chauvin with his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck on the ground there, until the ambulance took him, you watched that entire time.
I watched. Yeah, I watched everything.
And so during that time that you were watching, did you see anything that you thought justified holding Mr. Floyd down that way?
No, at all.
Answer is stricken.
Did you see Mr. Floyd fighting back to the officers?
No.
Did you see whether Mr. Floyd lost consciousness while you were there watching?
Correct.
Your Honor.
Yep. No argument on objections. I'll ask for sidebar if I want objection, or if I want argument. The objection is overruled. You may proceed. Ask the question again so Mr. Williams knows what it is.
While you were there watching, was there a time when you saw Mr. Floyd lose consciousness?
That is correct. We refer to the fish. Yeah. Fish.
You were asked multiple times about being angry
That's correct.
and more upset as time went on.
Correct.
So why? Why did you get angry and more upset as time went on?
Because again, they were not listening to anything that I was telling them. I felt like I had to speak out for Floyd because he was speaking out to the officer, and there was no feedback, no emotion, no nothing. Like I literally looked in his eyes and had, as I'm talking to him.
I mean, I'll just
Yeah.
stop you there.
We're going to stop the answer there. Next question.
What did you think was happening to Mr. Floyd?
He was under distress.
That answer will stand, but move on from that.
You felt he was in danger?
Oh, my bad. I was on mute, huh? But yeah, cause I see it. I'm a martial artist. I'm a security guard. I know what's going on. I see what's going on. I felt it was my place to say something. That's why I'm over here telling them, and they not listening. They sitting there look like they blatantly trying to kill this dude. What you expect? I'm just supposed to sit there and not do nothing?
Danger?
Correct.
In danger of what?
Objection,
Counsel sidebar.
Oh, then they're gonna go to sidebar. What you expect to happen? Y'all sitting there on some bull stuff like that? That's crazy, man. Why'd you say something? Why are you talking to him? Because they over here trying to kill this dude. Why are they doing that? How about that? Ask him that.
It was so important that you were not being heard.
Because I felt like with the side choke, he was consciousness, and I felt like he was in the process of losing consciousness, also from the condition of my fish in the bag.
So
overruled.
You can continue.
Oh, so like I said before earlier, he reminded me of my fish in the bag.
So let me ask it this way then.
The last no will be stricken about the fish in the bag.
And so then, I'm sorry. So you were concerned about Mr. Floyd losing his life?
Correct.
He reminded him of that fish in the bag, that omen he had of killing that fish right before he went up there.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Yeah, I just killed that fish and saw the life coming out.
You were asked a series of questions on redirect about your experience in mixed martial arts. Do you recall?
Correct.
Can you tell me about any of the conversations that you had as you were being rendered unconscious in any of your fights?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. You're stating.
What did you just ask me? What did you do?
No, just wait. Let me rule on the objection first. The objection is overruled. You may answer if you have a recollection as to any time. Ask the question again, but don't answer until I say so.
When you were engaged in mixed martial arts, in your fights, in your competitive fights, can you tell me, were you able to have a conversation with your opponent as you were being rendered unconscious? Yes or no?
We don't talk to each other, so no.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, we be on a wrestling match talking about what you watched last night. Did you watch the Lakers? Get out of here. We ain't having no damn conversations while we fighting on the mat, dummy.
You said earlier you're not a medical doctor.
That's totally correct.
If Mr. Nelson is asking you whether a person can...
Objection, Your Honor.
Stop. You're not allowed to give a medical opinion. Mr. Frank is going to ask you about your personal experience. If you have such a personal experience, you can talk about your personal experience. Nothing more. Mr. Frank, please phrase it in terms of his personal experience, not an opinion.
I will, Your Honor. In a mixed martial arts fight, when you are being rendered unconscious in a chokehold, you tap out, correct?
Correct.
And that's to prevent it from going too far.
Correct, losing conscious.
And the tap out is the communication you use to your opponent to say, hey, let up.
That is correct.
And your opponent has to follow that communication.
That's correct.
That's the rules of the fight.
That's the rule of the fight.
And so when you tap out, they know it's done and it stops.
Correct. And only time you verbally.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
That police didn't let him tap out. He kept on going. Look at him with the COVID mask. Miss D said, that's crazy we watched all this during COVID. In the midst of a pandemic. They was out here choking people.
Members of the jury, our next 4 witnesses are going to be persons who, because of their age, I am allowing them not to be on the video broadcast. Obviously, you will be able to see them in the courthouse. But just so you know what is going out beyond this courtroom, their video will not be shown. Further, when they give their name and spell their names for the record, that will be off the audio that is being broadcast outside this courtroom. Just so you know what the general public is seeing, you will, of course, see and hear everything. I'm also allowing, contrary to what is often in the rules of decorum that we operate under, that they can refer to other people who are at the scene by their first names, as opposed to Mr. or Ms. So that's with court permission. They're not violating anything by doing so. So with that, the state will be bringing in its next witness. There will be 4 in a row, probably. We're not going to get to all of them before we take a break, probably 1 at most. Okay, thank you. Okay.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Shout out to Allie for another gifted membership. For the another gifted membership. Appreciate you, family. Y'all showing some love. Gianna got gifted a membership from Allie. Y'all dropping some what ups and some coins and some blunts in the chat. Showing some love. Appreciate the support, family. Definitely appreciate it. Let's get to the next witness.
5 minutes?
Yes.
It's understandable. I'm just going to take a few minutes this morning to talk with you and give the jury a chance to hear from you about what you saw, how you reacted, and what happened on May 25th, okay?
Yes.
Shout out
first
to
of all,
Allie.
Darnella, would you tell us how old you are?
I'm 18 years old.
And 1 week ago, were you 18 years old?
No.
So you just had a birthday.
Yes.
And so when we talk about May 25th of last year, you were?
17.
Are you a student?
Yes.
Tell us, where do you go to? Are you in high school?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
9th through 11th, I went to Roosevelt High School. Then made the decision to switch to Augsburg Fairview Academy for my 12th grade year.
So you most certainly remember the date of May 25th of last year.
Yes.
I want to take you to a certain time period on May 25th at around 7 o'clock p.m. on May 25th. Do you recall walking to Cup Foods?
Yes.
And were you by yourself?
No.
Were you walking with a cousin of yours?
Yes.
Do you recall how old your cousin was?
Maybe 12, I'm not sure.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Now you're walking to Cup Foods. Where were you walking from?
Home.
So you live nearby?
Yes.
Would you describe Cup Foods as the neighborhood store?
Yes.
Now the jury may have heard something about this being a dangerous neighborhood. Were you concerned for your safety in walking with your cousin to Cup Foods?
No.
If you had to estimate, how many times would you say you walked to Cup Foods from your home in the neighborhood?
Hundreds to maybe even thousands.
So you and your cousin walk into Cup Foods. What were you going there for? Do you remember?
I was taking her to get some snacks.
Your cousin loves snacks.
Yes.
So let's go to May 25th of 2020, and I want to show you a couple of things just to set the scene for our discussion. I want to show you what's been marked for identification purposes, for our purposes, as Exhibit 13. Your Honor, I think I need a handler. Okay, I got one.
Shout out to all the stream sponsors today.
What?
Now, in Exhibit 13, do you see two people in that?
Shout out to all the stream sponsors: Ali, Tia C, Tall Glass, Chanmar Black is Golden. Appreciate y'all, family.
What is a photograph?
Yes, but I also see two people back there, if that counts.
Right, you see two people in the front of the photo and two people in the back.
Yes.
Is this photo a true and accurate depiction of you and your cousin in the front of the photograph on May 25th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll offer Exhibit 13 in the evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
13 is received. Would you like me to publish?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. All right, now the jury can see it too. Now this is a screen that you can actually mark on. And so if we see the two people that are right here in the front of this picture, there's a little girl with the word love on her sweatshirt, and there's another person next to her. One of those persons you?
Yes.
And which one, the bigger one or the little one?
The bigger one.
And this is your cousin next to you?
Yes.
And is this as you walk into to Cup Foods?
Yes.
I want to show you what we marked as.
It's a damn shame, man. These kids had to witness this. These kids have to sit there and witness this dude get choked out on the street by the police, of all people. The protector and servers.
Is Exhibit 16 for the trial. If you could pull that up, right. Now, is this a video that you've seen before?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of the scene that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
Is this video a true and accurate depiction of the scene that you saw on May 25th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers Exhibit 16 in evidence.
No objection. 16 is received.
So, Mr. Eltiste, if you could play this a little ways, I want to ask you some questions about it. So we can see with the jury, two people walking from the left to the right. There's a little girl in a green shirt, and there you are. Do you see you?
Yes.
And is this as you all were approaching Cup Foods on May 25th?
Yes.
Now, see there, your cousin goes into the store. Why did she go into the store and then you turned around and then came back toward the SWAT cars?
I wanted to make sure she got in.
You stop there right for a second. When you walked past the squad car there, did you see anything happening there on the ground as you were walking towards Cup Foods with your cousin?
Yes, I see a man on the ground and I see a cop kneeling down on him.
Was there anything about the scene that you didn't want your cousin to see?
Yes.
And what was that?
A man terrified, scared, begging for his life.
Is that why you directed your cousin to going into Cup Foods?
Yes.
And then when you saw what was happening there at the scene, what was it about the scene that caused you to come back?
It wasn't right. He was suffering. He was in pain.
Let me stop you there for just a second, Donnell. And so when you say, first of all, he, are you referring to the person you come to know as George Floyd?
Yes.
Did you know anything about Mr. George Floyd before May 25th?
No.
Had you ever met him before?
No.
Ever seen him before to your knowledge?
No.
So when you came back to this scene here that we could see in Exhibit 16, what did you do when you first got there and you see where you're standing? What did you do?
I pulled out my phone.
And what were you doing to pull out your phone?
Recording, capturing what I was seeing.
And we have already admitted into evidence in this case the video which you had done, which was our Exhibit 15 that's in evidence. So tell the jury what you observed, what you heard when you stopped to look at what was happening there at the scene.
I heard George Floyd saying, I can't breathe, please get off of me. I can't breathe. He cried for his mom. He was in pain. It seemed like he knew. It seemed like he knew it was over for him. He was terrified. He was suffering. This was a cry for help. Definitely.
Yeah. You will disregard any opinions about how Mr. Floyd was feeling, but you can rely on her observations. Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Donna, let me show you for a moment. We'll come back to this discussion. Let me show you Exhibit 17. That's also already in evidence.
They don't let them
So can you
slide
see
with no extra talking over there, huh? They like you got to answer the question specifically. They don't do all that extra like Lil Woody sit there and talk for 30 minutes stuff. Well, I guess unless they don't object.
person depicted on Exhibit 17? Darnell, are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if you know who this man is? You can take your time.
Yes.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen, who is this?
This was the officer that was kneeling on George Floyd's neck.
On May 25th?
Yes.
Is this the way he appeared when you saw him on May 25th, kneeling on George Floyd's neck?
Yes.
When you first arrived at the scene, you can take that down, right? When you first arrived at the scene and you started recording with your phone camera, were there other bystanders or others that were present at the time?
No.
About how long before other people started to gather with you?
Not even a minute in.
And could you estimate roughly how many others were just there around you who were also observing what was happening?
Maybe about 12, 14, something around that maybe.
If I showed you a picture of those who were there, might you recognize those who might have been present with you? Let's see. Ready to pull Exhibit 184.
Refresh memory, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Let me make sure it's just only that she can see.
I've already got it.
All right, thank you, Judge. As you look at Exhibit 184, do these look like in this exhibit the other bystanders who were with you at the scene on May 25th?
Yes.
Your Honor, offer 184 in evidence.
Any objection? No objection. 184.
So looking at this picture, photograph at 184, can you identify for us any of the other bystanders? We know that you identify your cousin to the right. How about any of the people, others here in the photograph?
This is a former friend. This is a friend I went to school with, Alyssa.
Would you just point her out so that you can mark it on the screen actually?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
The arrow's on.
I'm sorry, Judge, could you repeat that?
The arrow is on the screen.
The arrow's on the
Where's he
screen.
pointing?
Yeah, just one moment, is she able to mark from where she is?
She put the arrow on the screen to mark where her friend is. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
You see the arrow, Mr. Blackwell?
Yeah, no, I can't see anything on the screen here at all. Yeah, all right. You mentioned there's another one of your friends in the picture,
Yes.
and what was the friend's name?
Alyssa.
And could you again point out Alyssa? Okay, now I see it. Thank you, Alan. And what about any other persons you know here?
Not on the scene, but I do know people that was there at like last minute. I know some of the workers because I've lived there for a while.
But you were there the whole time as these various group of bystanders gathered together on May 25th.
Yes.
If somebody were to tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury that you and the rest of the bystanders who were there were an unruly crowd or mob, I didn't finish the question yet. Hypothetical.
I don't think it can be non-leading.
So let's rephrase as a non-leading question, please.
All right. I want you to describe the nature and character of the persons gathered together there. Would you describe yourselves as an unruly mob or an unruly crowd?
This is now overruled. I think it's the only way to get an answer. Is
However, I would like to say
after this answer. Go ahead.
No, I would say everyone were reacting multiple different ways from what they were seeing, which it wasn't right. We all know it wasn't right.
The last part of the answer is stricken. I'd like a sidebar with counsel.
Quick sidebar. Let me skip past that. We're gonna close it out after they wrap up with this part. After they wrap up with these last few testifying right here. Shout out to Indigo Kepra. Indigo Kepra said, young nigga, old nigga, light nigga, dark nigga, innocent nigga, guilty niggas. Either way, still nigga. It don't matter which one you are.
Yes, sir.
You are one.
Sorry, the technical difficulties are sending shooting pains in all of our ears.
Yeah.
Mr. Blackwell, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. So as you were there with the other bystanders, did any of these bystanders ever threaten the police?
No.
Did any of them ever physically get violent with the police?
No.
Did you at the scene on May 25th see any violence at the scene at all anywhere?
Yes, from the cops, from Chauvin, and from Officer Tao. I think that's his name.
Other than the violence you saw from Mr. Chauvin and the other police, did you see any act of violence from the bystanders who were there?
No.
Did you see any of the bystanders that act in any way that you would describe as unruly?
No.
Do you think it's fair to call them a mob?
No.
Amongst the bystanders who were there, did you see any of them make an effort to actually offer care for Mr. Floyd?
Physically?
Yes.
I heard them say, get off of him. You're hurting him. He can't breathe. He's not moving. But anytime someone tried to get close, they were defensive. So we couldn't even get close.
So first, let's just stick with what you heard the bystanders. The bystanders were saying things to Mr. Chauvin?
Yes.
What things did you hear that were being said to Mr. Chauvin by the bystanders?
You're hurting him. Are you enjoying this? He can't breathe. He's not moving. His nose is bleeding. You're a bum. Pretty much words around that category.
And when you arrived at the scene, can you describe for us, first of all, what was the position of Mr. Floyd when you arrived at this scene and saw him by the SWAT car?
He was laid down on the ground, restrained. It didn't look like he could move much, but his head
And by restrained, was he in handcuffs?
Yes.
By restrained, where was Mr. Chauvin in relation to Mr. Floyd?
His knee was kneeling on his neck. There was 2 other officers holding him down as well.
And what did you hear or see Mr. Floyd doing while he was being restrained underneath, as you described, the knee of Mr. Chauvin?
He was complaining about, he was stating that he was in pain. He said his neck, his back, everything hurts. I can't breathe. Mom, he said I would get up if I could, something around that. I wouldn't say that's his exact words. But yeah, pretty much he was saying how much in pain he was. He couldn't breathe.
At some point, was there a person who came to the scene who identified herself as a firefighter?
Yes.
Are you able to see her in this exhibit 184?
Yes.
Could you point to her? Okay, and let the record reflect she's pointed to Genevieve Hanson.
As far as the name, she's identified who she believes is the firefighter.
She had testified yet.
The record will reflect that the witness has identified the person dressed in black, holding up a phone with a white headband in exhibit 184.
When this person who identified herself as a firefighter came, what did she do?
She asked him to check his pulse.
Who did she ask to check?
Chauvin.
And she asked Officer Chauvin to check the pulse of Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Then what happened?
He remained kneeling on his neck. And she asked multiple times, not just once.
Then what did she do? Did she try to check his pulse?
No, they wouldn't even let us get close.
And what prevented your getting close when you say they wouldn't let us get close?
They were quick to pull out mace.
Who pulled out mace?
Officer Tao and Chauvin. He put his hand on his mace. They put their hand on their mace. I can't remember if they actually pointed it at us, but they definitely put their hand on the mace and we all backed back.
Did you feel threatened by the police officers?
Yes.
Did you feel threatened by Mr. Chauvin?
Yes.
Why is that?
He seemed like, how do I word this? I felt like I was in danger when he did that. It rubbed me the wrong way. I didn't understand why they would do that, what we did for them to make them do that. That's why I felt threatened. I don't understand why the mace was even needed at all.
So as you were observing Mr. Floyd under the knee of Mr. Chauvin, did you ever see Mr. Chauvin do anything to offer care to Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did he ever either let up or get up so that he could breathe?
No.
Did you ever see him try to administer CPR?
No.
Did you see him call anyone else to administer aid to Mr. Floyd?
No.
Did he call out and ask if anybody amongst the bystanders knew CPR who might be able to help him?
Not at all.
At what point did you see? Well, let me ask this. Did an ambulance at some point arrive at the scene?
Yes.
And you saw the ambulance arrive there?
Yes.
Roughly how many minutes after you first started watching what was happening to Mr. Floyd did the ambulance show up?
The end of my video, the video was about 10 minutes. I would say maybe somewhere around 9. I'm not sure.
So was there any point in your video, whether it's 9 or 10 minutes, that Mr. Chauvin ever let up or got up off of the neck of Mr. Floyd that you saw?
No. If anything, he actually was kneeling harder. It looked like he was shoving his knee in his neck. Like he was, yeah.
So was it your experience then, as the bystanders cried out, that Mr. Chauvin kneeled in even harder? Is that what you're saying?
Can you rephrase that?
You told us that it looked like Mr. Chauvin was kneeling in even harder on
Yes.
Mr. Floyd. Was there anything that was in response to that he was kneeling harder?
I feel like he was feeding off of our energy.
Calls for speculation.
I want to know.
Counsel, should we take our morning break at this time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Members of the jury, we're going to break until 11:15. We're in recess.
This is Lou Raguse. On the witness stand, you just heard their testimony of Darnella, the teenager who shot the viral video, the one that everybody has seen. It's gone around Facebook. It's that initial video that's been shown. And before her, we heard testimony from Donald Williams, another one of the key eyewitnesses. Lots to talk about here. Gia, do you want to discuss this a little bit back and forth?
Yeah, I mean, a pretty interesting morning so far. I mean, with the witness Donald Williams, can we talk about his first, Lou? I mean, there.
All right, my fault. Let me see. It's a little bit more, I think, for the day, ain't it? Or is that it?
Do you want to discuss this a little bit back and forth?
Yeah, I mean, a pretty interesting morning so far. I mean, with
I think that might be. Oh shit. I think that might be about it. Let me see. What's this? Oh no, yeah, it's a little bit. I think unless they reviewing.
Donald, before the break, let me just bring you back to where we were.
A little bit more. We're gonna wrap it up and get up out of here. Appreciate y'all being here. Let's go.
Giving us testimony to the fact that you saw from time to time Mr. Chauvin kneel harder.
Yes.
You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Could you tell the ladies and members of the jury, how did you see him respond and react to the crowds calling out to him? What did you see him do?
He just stared at us, looked at us. He had like this cold look, heartless. He didn't care. It seemed as if he didn't care what we were saying. It didn't change anything he was doing.
In response to what you and the other bystanders were saying, did you see him do anything differently to the body of George Floyd?
Can you read?
Well, I'll just ask you.
No one said who was scared. The fully armed and trained professional? Hey, the question is, was it a threat or a warning?
The question, yes. In response to what the crowd was doing or saying, did you see him at any time kneel in harder on George Floyd in response?
Yes.
Incidentally, do you see Mr. Chauvin in the courtroom
Yes.
today? Could you please point him out?
There.
Yeah, for the record, just point it to Mr. Chauvin. Thank you. Now, you had at some point told us that you were there when the ambulance came.
Yes.
Did Mr. Chauvin get off of Mr. Floyd when the ambulance arrived?
No, the ambulance person had to actually tell him to lift up.
So the ambulance arrives, and does an ambulance person get out right away and come over to ask Mr. Chauvin to lift up, or did something else happen before that?
He checked his pulse first while Chauvin's knee was still remained on George Floyd's neck.
All right, so paramedic checks his pulse with Mr. Chauvin still on his neck. Then what happened after that?
The paramedic he did like a motion, like get up, basically telling him to remove his knee. His knee was still there, even when they came, even at the end, even unresponsive.
Right. And did Mr. Chauvin get up at that time then?
Yes.
Right. As you were observing the entire scene, did you observe Mr. Floyd do anything that you felt was threatening to any of the police officers?
No.
Did you see him do anything other than call out in anguish?
No, besides maybe trying to get more comfortable. No.
Do you feel, well, let me ask the question a different way. When you arrived at the scene, you heard Mr. Floyd.
You know what's crazy too? Is he was taunting them while he was sitting there killing them, talking about, come on, get up, go ahead, get up, get in the car, get up. Oh yeah, you can't win, you can't win. Like, what the hell?
Crying out, you told us.
Yes, from afar.
At some point during the period of time when he was under Mr. Chauvin's knees, did you see him go unconscious?
Yes.
Did you hear any discussion about whether or not he had in fact died?
No.
Did you have, when the paramedics came, they picked up his body, they took his body from the scene?
Yes.
Did they revive him there?
No.
Did you ever see him conscious again when he left the scene, before he left the scene?
No.
Incidentally, with the photograph here of the bystanders, the exhibit 184 that's in front of you, did the bystanders for the most part stay there on the sidewalk where they were?
For the most part, yes.
if they stepped at all into the street, was there an officer there telling them to get back?
Yes.
Did you see that the bystanders complied with what the officer was asking to get back?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll pass it.
Ms. Nelson.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
You testified that when you first came up to Cup Foods, you initially heard what was being said by Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And you sent your cousin into the store, and you never went into Cup Foods yourself, right?
Correct.
You turned around, and you pretty much right away, from the time you sent your cousin into the store, right away started recording, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, you recorded from that point all the way until shortly after the paramedics came and left, right?
Correct.
All right. And so it's fair to say that prior to, well, as you approached them, Mr. Floyd was already in that position, right?
Yes.
He was on the ground.
Yes.
And anything that happened prior to that, you wouldn't be privy to or know what happened, right?
Correct.
But you, and so what we saw from your video that has been played was roughly 10 minutes of time, agreed?
Agree.
And throughout the course of your time that you were recording, you would agree that when we watch the video, there are times we can hear your voice, right?
Correct.
And we can hear the voices of the other people, the bystanders, so to speak, right?
Yes.
And I believe that you said there were about 12, by the end, there were about 12 to 14 people that were standing kind of right there on the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
Were you also observing people across the street?
No.
Were you observing people like down on the other side of 38th?
No, mainly focused on what I was seeing.
Right. You would agree that that intersection is a fairly busy intersection, lots of traffic.
Certain days, yes, it could be.
Yeah, I mean at times, right?
Yes.
It's a bus route, there's buses coming by.
It's been multiple times, it's been empty though, as well, but yeah.
Understood, right. It's a busier intersection, it's in the middle of the city, right? It's compared to like in a neighborhood, like where there's all houses. More traffic there, right?
Yes.
And in fact, in your video, we can actually see a lot of cars driving by because this was, a nice spring night, right?
Yes.
And so, your video, in other words, sort of speaks for itself, right? What we see on it is what you were watching as you watched it.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. You were interviewed by, I believe, a couple of Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents early on in the case, right?
Who?
The BCA, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. They came and took a statement from you.
Yes.
Okay.
The FBI?
Was there an FBI agent? Let's call them law enforcement, all right? There were a couple of law enforcement agents that interviewed you.
Closer to the situation, yes. It was I believe two white guys. I'm not sure if they were white, but they looked white. But yes, closer to the situation, yes.
Right. You met with them, you provided them your cell phone, and you allowed them to copy the video from your cell phone for purposes of their investigation, right?
Yes.
And at that time, they took a statement from you. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you understand that that statement was recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't want to misphrase what you said before, but I thought I heard you say that you were aware that there were 4 officers on the scene when you walked up.
Here you go. Here you go with the bullshit.
No. I didn't see the other officers until the end, and when everything blowed up, I've seen different angles. That's when I figured out it was two other officers on George Floyd when he was laying on the ground.
Your Honor, I
Question being,
apologize
though,
for interrupting the state earlier, but the state can talk the ears off a donkey. This continued filibustering has got to stop.
However, as you were filming it, you were not aware that those other two officers were there.
No, only officer I seen was Chauvin and Officer Tao.
Right. And those are the two that you primarily had interactions with Officer Tao, right?
Yes.
And you testified that Officer Chauvin didn't say very much, right?
Yes.
But it's also fair to say that you couldn't necessarily hear whether those other officers were speaking to Mr. Chauvin.
Objection, Your Honor, assuming facts that are not established.
Overruled. You can answer if you know.
You want me to ask the question again?
I heard him.
Okay.
No, I did not hear the other officers.
Right. And it's also fair to say that when you first started recording, you were one of the few people that were there, right?
I was the first person to record.
Right.
First person, yeah, sure.
And by the end of the video, there were more people present.
Yeah.
And would you agree that initially when you started recording, you weren't saying much, if anything, to the officers, right?
I don't remember.
But as time went on and more people showed up, voices became louder. Would you agree with that?
As we understood more what was happening.
I just want to know.
What we seen
Right.
is how we reacted.
Right.
Like you said, the video speaks for itself.
Understood, and I appreciate that. So you heard various people calling the officers names, right?
Yes.
And the volume of the people in that were bystanders grew louder over time. Would you agree with that?
Yes. More so as he was becoming more unresponsive.
And more people also started speaking at the same time, right?
Yes.
So we had, you said there were 12 to 14 people.
Around that.
Around that number. I think I counted 12 in the picture.
Okay.
And several of them were speaking. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And several of them were yelling.
Yes.
And they were becoming more and more upset based upon what they saw.
Correct.
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
What?
Do you remember Officer Tao saying to you, if you can breathe if you can talk?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your initial interview with law enforcement officers, you've also met with the prosecution team a couple of times in preparation for trial, right?
Who would that be?
Well, like Mr. Allison, Mr. Blackwell, Mr. Frank, Mr. Slisher, and a host of others, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were you grew up in a nearby neighborhood, right?
I'm from here. I grew up near the suburbs.
Okay. But you were at the time living...
At the time, I've been there for years. Yes, correct.
For how many years, did you say?
Maybe, I don't know, 5+.
Okay. And you attended Roosevelt High School at the time?
Yes.
And you testified that you felt safe, walking to the store?
Actually, sorry. At the time of this, I'm not sure if I attended Roosevelt because I was in the process of switching schools.
Okay. I think it was during the pandemic, right? And so everybody kind of had, all of a sudden you had to study from home kind of a thing, right?
I was already at my other school, so yes.
You testified that you've walked to Cup Foods hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Correct.
And that you felt safe doing so.
Any time of the night, I would walk there.
Would you agree that you had previously told members of the prosecution team that at night the neighborhood can be a little bit more dangerous?
Some nights, I mean, wasn't really known for violence like every night or a lot, but I feel like any area has some type of crime from here and there.
Sure, understood. I'm not trying to disparage the neighborhood, right? I'm just asking what you had told the prosecution before.
Right.
All right. You ultimately ended up posting your video to social media, right?
Correct.
And it went viral?
Correct.
And was that a surprise to you?
Definitely.
Changed your life, right?
You're on objective, to be honest, with the record, though.
Overruled.
Are you asking me?
Yes, it changed your life.
It has.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Blackwell.
Donnell, you had just been asked questions.
So real quick, the final poll is 72% say hell no, 22.5 years ain't enough. 14% say yes, 14% say no, and it's 14 out of the poll. So 14, 14, 14. I don't know. I might have to look that number up. It might be a message for me tonight. Appreciate y'all participation. We almost about to here. As soon as they do this closing, we gone, family.
Questions about the safety of your neighborhood at night. On May 25th, when you were you there at Cup Foods at night?
No.
Sun was out, you could see fine.
Correct.
You were also asked whether or not you were aware of what people were across the street from where the officers were, what people were on the other side of 38th Street. Remember Mr. Nelson asking you about that?
Correct.
Did you see anybody from
Of course, you know I got a bonus for y'all, though.
across the street or from 38th Street do anything to either attack or threaten Mr. Chauvin?
No.
And do you think that if somebody came across the street to attack or threaten Mr. Chauvin, you had your camera going, you'd have recorded it?
Correct.
Now, he asked some questions about, again, the bystanders who were there, and he talked with you about that, those bystanders. Did you see a single thing that indicated to you that Mr. Chauvin was afraid of you, your little cousin, or a single one of the bystanders?
No.
You were asked about cars on the street. There are cars and cars and cars going. Did you notice, was Mr. Chauvin trying to get out of the way of cars?
No.
You were also asked about what the officers might have been saying to Mr. Chauvin.
Correct.
Remember talking about that?
Yes.
Did you hear any of the officers tell Mr. Chauvin that Mr. Floyd didn't have a pulse? Did you hear him say that either?
No.
You didn't hear him say anything?
No.
And you were also asked questions about how, as the events went on May 25th, how you and others may have gotten louder.
Correct.
Darnell, are you the sort of person who, in response to seeing somebody being potentially harmed on the street, gets louder?
I'm more of I bottle things up. I feel things inside. I have social anxiety, so it's really out of my comfort zone to really be that out person. But, you know, when I saw, at moments I was loud.
Loud in response to what you saw?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Nelson asked you a few questions about your video going viral and how that's changed your life. Remember that at the end?
Yes.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen how your viewing, experiencing what happened to George Floyd has affected your life?
When I look at George Floyd, I look at my dad, I look at my brothers, I look at my cousins, my uncles, because they are all black. I have a black father, I have a black brother, I have black friends. And I look at that and I look at how that could have been one of them. It's been nights I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life. But it's like, it's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done. He should have.
That's the answer. Thank you.
Okay.
Did you finish your answer, Darnell?
She finished her answer.
Yeah, thank you.
Proceed to your next question.
No, Your Honor, that's my last question. Thank you, Darnell.
Mr. Nelson. All right, thank you. You may step down.
Well, family, I think that's about enough of that for tonight. Crazy trial. You know, I actually wasn't watching the trial during the time. I watched a lot of the clips. I seen a lot of what went on, but I didn't watch the full trial. So this is my first time actually watching it. And I figured, hey, why not watch it with the fam? But yeah, man, some crazy stuff going on out there, and they act like it's just, I don't know. I got a bonus for y'all real quick. I'll show you what they act like. I got a bonus for y'all. It'll tell y'all exactly what they act like. Appreciate y'all being here. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, tap in, share with a friend. Let's get to the bonus section. And other than that, y'all have a good night. But we still rolling. Just a little bit more. Just a little bonus for y'all.
Well,
60 years ago,
isn't this
via the Frankfurt
a
School
nice
critical
surprise?
theory, but there was a moment during COVID where it seemed as if the entire society exploded. There was a moment that was caught on video that triggered what is now known as Floydapalooza. We weren't allowed to think about it at the time, we were only allowed to feel.
Did y'all hear that? Hold on. I'm gonna run that back a little bit. This dude said Floydapalooza. That's what he called it. Floydapalooza. Is that not a disrespectful term? Is that not disrespectful, family? Let me move this thing out the way. Floydapalooza.
We weren't allowed to. It was caught on video that triggered what is now known as Floydapalooza. We weren't allowed to think about it at the time, we were only allowed to feel. We weren't allowed to ask very simple questions about what's really going on here. And as a result, the man in the video, Derek Chauvin, is now going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Well, now further examination allows us to reanalyze this cultural flashpoint. And a very brave man when it comes to this particular topic, and a great man, Ben Shapiro, is willing to speak out and not just ask the question, but advocate for a pardon for Derek Chauvin. Joining us now is Ben Shapiro, host of The Ben Shapiro Show, and also the website is pardonderek.com, co-founder of The Daily Wire. Ben, welcome to the program.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
So, Ben, I'm going to just say the floor is yours. For some people that have not been following this with great detail, this might make them kind of take a second, like a little pause and a second beat. Why are you advocating for Derek Chauvin's pardon? And what have you learned through the course of your research and your rigorous pursuit of the truth that has led you to this advocacy?
Well, I think the reason that I'm advocating for the pardon is because Derek Chauvin is not guilty. And I think that it's very important to explode narratives like the one that you were talking about, because those
Oh, snaps. Was I on mute? My bad. I must have hit the wrong button. What I said, though, I don't know what I said. But anyway, I said we're going to get into a little bit of this. Not too much. But this is what they saying, though. I forgot what he said now. I forgot.
narratives live on in our memory as sort of flashpoints that people draw upon as evidence of narratives that are false. So the narrative that surrounded the Floyd Chauvin killing was the narrative that America was inherently racist. Now, those allegations were never actually made at trial. There was never any allegation by prosecutors or by anyone that Derek Chauvin, quote unquote, killed George Floyd because George Floyd was black. And yet that was the narrative that burst out all over the country, that systemic American policing was racist, that America had to undergo a sort of racial cleansing process that allowed for $2 billion in rioting. In fact, a process that was so important that even if COVID was spreading around, you were allowed to take off your mask and shout in the streets for George Floyd, and you would somehow be free of COVID for doing all of these things. We all remember this. It was really a quite terrible time in American history, and it was being excused by the entire left, all of the legacy media. And in fact, if you didn't post the black square in favor of Black Lives Matter, you were basically non-personed in terms of sort of social media and the way that you were approached in all of these spaces. Now, the reality of this particular death is now known, and we know pretty much everything there is to know about it. And there are a bunch of reasons why Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. By the way, while in federal custody, he was stabbed recently 21 times by fellow inmates. It's quite dangerous for him. The reason why we now know all of this is because we know from jurors that they were pressured, that they felt the pressure, that they were scared to rule in favor of Derek Chauvin. That we now know, and we could see it at the time, the amount of public pressure that was brought in that particular case. The mayor of Minneapolis was signing settlements with the family of George Floyd on behalf of the city in the middle of the trial. The governor of Minnesota at the time was, of course, Tim Walz, and Tim Walz was basically out there proclaiming the guilt of Derek Chauvin. Joe Biden was running for president at the time, it was 2020.
So, my thing is, they whatever, they speak in their mind, they speak in however they feel, whatever, that's fine. They did that, but why is it always like so offensive when we do the same thing or when we respond to what they saying? Like we just supposed to just shut up and just listen and not respond to this bullshit they be saying right here. Are y'all seeing this? They talking about he need to be acquitted. Basically, they really want a pardon. They want to give him a pardon, let him out. And then you heard the cops saying that he wasn't following the rules and training and procedure by doing that kneel on his neck. He said they don't teach that, but they over here telling you he do.
And he and the rest of the Democratic regime were talking about how Derek Chauvin how this was a key flashpoint in American history, and how this was demonstrating sort of the apex moment of all of American racism contained in this particular incident. So the first clue that this was not true came, I think, from the fact that it was deemed an incident of American racism, and never did anyone ever make a claim. There were not even federal hate crime charges. There was no claim that Derek Chauvin, quote unquote, killed George Floyd because he was racist. Then you start to look more into the details of the actual death.
Like, how can you even, how is you even trying to make that an argument? There's no proof he's racist. No proof. Man, it's like, you think that they still walking around with those masks on that they wear and what you call it, the white sheets? You think they still walking around with white sheets telling you that they racist? No, but you think it never existed? Y'all got history that it existed that y'all trying to remove. Trump is trying to remove out of all the history, so we can't even teach about it no more. That's crazy.
Of George Floyd. Everything from the autopsy report, the original medical examiner autopsy report suggested that he had died not of failure to breathe because of pressure put on him, but effectively of excited delirium, fentanyl overdose. The idea in the actual autopsy report suggested that he had enough fentanyl in him that if he had just found this body on a sidewalk, the medical examiner, then he would have immediately determined that he had died of fentanyl overdose. We know from the actual tape. So there are sections of the tape that people thought they saw.
Then he gonna say, how you gonna say the coroner said he had enough fentanyl in his body that if we found him on the ground, we would just say that must have been a fentanyl overdose. And you just gonna disregard the fact that he had his knee kneeling on his neck while he was in handcuffs telling him he can't breathe. We just forgot about that part, huh? That part didn't happen, right?
The 8 minutes or 4 minutes of the 8 minute tape. And then there was a lot of tape before that. So if you actually look at the incident in its entirety, what you found out is that George Floyd was in a car outside of a place of business where he had passed a counterfeit bill. And the police came and arrived, and there's Derek Chauvin and the rest of the members of the officers who were there. And Derek Chauvin arrested George Floyd. And it appears that George Floyd either ingested drugs that were on him or he was already high. The reason that he might have ingested drugs is because literally a few years before, we also have videotape of George Floyd doing exactly that. He was arrested, and the officer had to force him to spit out the drugs. They arrest him. They take him out of his vehicle. They put him into the vehicle of the police officers. And a crowd is already gathering because this very often happens when there's a controversial police procedure that's happening. And George Floyd is put into the back of the police vehicle. He doesn't want to get in. He's complaining. He's saying that he's scared of being in the car, that he's claustrophobic, and all the rest of this kind of stuff. He gets in, and immediately upon entering the car, he starts shouting that he can't breathe. Before he's on the ground, right? I can't breathe became sort of the matter of the moment, the phrase of the moment. People chanting, I can't breathe, in homage to George Floyd. He was saying he could not breathe.
Hey, I understand, Miss D56. All good. We appreciate you, family. Much love, much love. This is very disturbing, but it must be talked about.
From when he was in the car, suggesting either that it was untrue, that he could actually breathe, because normally if you can talk, you can breathe, or that he was already having difficulty breathing based on the fact that he had a very enlarged heart, that he had a lot of drugs in his system, and that he was actually having a medical issue before he was actually taken out of the car, by the way, at his request. At his request. He said, I don't want to be in the car. And so they said, okay, so they took him out of the car and they put him in prone position on the ground. Now, the Minneapolis police training model includes the sort of position that Derek Chauvin was using. This was introduced at trial. Derek Chauvin had been taught this by the Minneapolis Police Department. This is a normal procedure. In fact, much of the tape of him on George Floyd's quote-unquote neck from a different angle is him on George Floyd's shoulder. This was admitted by witnesses for the prosecution, that some of that time he was on George Floyd's shoulder. Now, at some point during that 8 minutes,
That's part of your argument? You really gonna throw that in? And sometimes some of the point he was on his shoulder, not on his neck. Did you see the video? He wasn't, bruh. He kneeled on his neck and killed this dude. What are you even talking about? You sound stupid right now.
George Floyd went non-responsive. It seems to be unclear to Chauvin when he was non-responsive. But There is no medical evidence that, for example, there was damage to his trachea, which would cut off the air. There was no bruising on his neck. So the autopsy and medical report suggested, again, that at best, there is certainly reasonable doubt that he died because of the suppression technique specifically that Derek Chauvin was using. And so the entire trial was based on the supposition that simply by being put into the prone position, and then Derek Chauvin being on his shoulder and then partially, not with his full weight, partially on his neck to suppress him, that this led to George Floyd's death in the form of murder, not even in the form of manslaughter, not even accidental death. Second-degree murder is what he was convicted of in state court. Okay, the evidence does not match up with this. And we covered this extensively at the time. And again, I was like everybody else when I first saw that tape. I think everybody, when they first saw the tape, they said, this is ugly, right? It looks ugly, because it turns out a lot of police procedure actually looks quite...
The evidence don't match up to this. He said the evidence don't match up to this. That's because they so used to cops just being able to legally kill people like it's not a problem. And then the dude only got 22 years, though. He didn't even get a full life sentence for murder.
Ugly. And so you can find tweets from me at the time saying this looks like bad policing by Derek Chauvin. So first of all, bad policing is not the same as second-degree murder. That's the first thing. But second of all, as the evidence emerged, the medical evidence emerged, the medical examiner's original report, new evidence that was emerging about his condition, new tape that was emerging, the backstory, all of it, as that emerged, it became clear that Derek Chauvin certainly was not guilty of second-degree murder, which is what he was charged with. There are all sorts of questions about the charges. As you recall, he was simultaneously charged with first and second-degree murder. Those are charges that are mutually exclusive, and yet they were both brought in an attempt to allow the jury to find a second-degree murder if they weren't going to find a first-degree murder. So there are all sorts of improprieties in the trial. Even if you just want to take this from a legal level, the idea that Derek Chauvin had, quote-unquote, a fair trial is wrong. The idea that the jury was impartial is wrong. The idea that there was evidence sufficient to...
They want to talk about fair trial and impartial juries. Come on now. Come on now. I ain't even got to cover that. Y'all already know about the jury selections. Remember Queso jury? I posted a picture of Queso jury. Did he have even one black person over there? Not one. You want to talk about impartial jury? Fuck out of here.
Just beyond a reasonable doubt that George Floyd was murdered in the second degree is wrong. We know for a fact that the entire narrative, which was drawn for the entire country, that America is systemically racist, was rooted in an incident in which race was not even alleged.
I want everyone to, I want to repeat that, everyone to internalize that. The 1619 Project was largely accelerated out of this. Robin DiAngelo's fame was born out of this. We had police departments defunding the police. In fact, you can look at a material increase in crime in both Minneapolis and across the country because of this one incident. Not just the riots. We saw murder rates. We saw arson. We saw carjackings. We saw widespread gang violence because of one incident. And so, Ben, I want to...
He said we saw widespread gang violence. Where's that at? Look, first off, most of the people rioting in all the pictures they show rioting are groups of people who are not black. But he said the gang rate went up behind this. He said he had gang members out there banging for George Floyd. What? Where's they getting these numbers from? They could just say whatever the fuck they want to say, and people be like, "Oh no, he never said nothing wrong. He's just a good Christian fellow," right?
Compliment you for your willingness to speak out on this, because it wasn't just one injustice. This was the gateway drug towards mass anarchy in the streets and an unnecessary thousands of people dying on top of the baseline crime rate. Some people in the audience are probably saying, wait a second, I saw the video for myself.
It was a gateway drug? Come on, man. Y'all don't hear the stuff he was saying? I ain't saying he deserved to die, so I'm not saying that. I mean, I ain't saying he didn't. I ain't saying he did. But what I'm saying is, do you hear the shit that he was saying? Do you hear the words that's coming out of his mouth?
His knee was on the neck for 9 minutes. It's tattooed in my memory. You guys, Charlie and Ben, are getting too cutesy here with, trying to introduce data that isn't relevant. Don't lie to me. This is what happened. It was obviously police brutality. It wasn't some sort of legal conspiracy. Ben, what would your response be to that? And also, when did you start to form the opinion that this was a railroaded via the justice system against Derek Chauvin?
So when I started to change my opinion, again, you can find tweets from me in May when this first broke talking about police brutality, was watching the actual trial. So when I watched the actual trial, when I read the medical examiner's report, when I was watching the defense witnesses and the prosecution witnesses, by the way, when I was watching all that go down, it occurred to me, They do not have the evidence to convict this man beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, that's just not the case. And then when after the trial, further evidence came out about the predilections of the jurors. So, for example, one of the jurors...
Briefly here, the autopsy was totally coerced, strong-armed. Usually we look at autopsy and say, well, there's no way politics could get in the way of a medical examination report. But it shows here...
Now he's saying that they, look, my bad, I stopped him. I gotta go back 10 seconds. But now he about to say that now he don't trust the autopsy reports. He think that they infiltrated the autopsy reports and that they lying. So that now it happens. All of a sudden, now it happens. But it never happened before, huh?
That there was subtly here, the autopsy was totally coerced, strong-armed. Usually we look at autopsy and say, well, there's no way politics could get in the way of a medical examination report. But it shows here that there was such a thrust, there was a willingness to reach a conclusion that America's racist during this political season. Remember, Trump was president during this. There was political pressure. Speak about the political pressure in the medical examination process.
Well, I mean, we know for a fact that there were people who were involved in this case, medical examiners and other
terms. Chauvin did not crush Floyd's neck. He did not crush Floyd's neck. That must be repeated. So,
I mean, we know for a fact that there were people who were involved in this case, medical examiners and other
terms. Chauvin did not crush Floyd's neck. He did not crush Floyd's neck. That must be repeated. So Ben, explain to our audience then how on earth federal charges got involved here, and therefore the President Trump wrinkle and angle. Because typically, if there's a police situation where if the police acts improperly, usually the police officer will be handled by local authorities. There might be a DOJ investigation, albeit rare, but there were federal charges as well against Derek Chauvin. What were they, and why do you believe that Derek Chauvin deserves a pardon from the President of the United States?
So the charges were brought under denial of civil rights. So these charges were brought, and Chauvin basically pled them out because the supposition was that these sentences were largely set to run concurrently. If it went to trial, he was one of the most highly publicized convicts in the history of the United States. If he went to trial, then he might end up with a longer sentence. It was basically a plea bargain that he did with the federal government on denial of civil rights. The judge in that particular case said he didn't know why Chauvin knelt on Floyd's neck until he died, but he will be punished and that Chauvin would have to pay restitution. He ended up on the lower end of the expected sentence, which was between 20 and 25 years, which is why he took the plea agreement in the first place. The reason that I say that is because he was already stabbed 21 times last year in a federal prison, actually. The idea here is again, twofold. If he is transferred, if the federal charges go away, if he's pardoned on the federal charges or a sentence commuted on the federal charges, he'll be transferred back to state prison. You can, in some instances, get time chalked up against you in a way, like you serve less time in state prison, you probably get 5 years off his sentence for serving in state prison in a way that you don't with the federal charges. So just on a practical level, he will do less time in prison if the federal charge goes away than he otherwise would. He's not going to be pardoned on the state charges, unfortunately, because again, the government of Minnesota is what the government of Minnesota is. Only the governor of...
Ooh, yeah, he slid that unfortunately in there. He definitely slid that unfortunately in there. It sounded like he knew him on a personal level or something.
Minnesota, so just on a practical can, in some instances, get time chalked up against you in a way, like you serve less time in state prison, you probably get 5 years off his sentence for serving in state prison in a way that you don't with the federal charges. So just on a practical level, he will do less time in prison if the federal charge goes away than he otherwise would. He's not going to be pardoned on the state charges, unfortunately, because again, the government of Minnesota is what the government of Minnesota is. Only the governor of Minnesota, the famed oddity Tim Walz, it has the power to pardon him on the state charges, which of course Tim Walz will never in a million years do.
What do you think is a lesson for the audience and for us in times of hysteria to not repeat the same mistakes? Because in some ways, I wish I would have even spoken out even more during the trial, but this was like top level verboten. The Overton window has moved dramatically where now this is an acceptable, a little bit boundary pushing, but somewhat acceptable conversation to have. What is the takeaway for so many people here to make sure the next time the media is force-feeding something like this? And have we adjusted, Ben? Have we adjusted from some of the hysterias they've been trying to push towards us in the last couple of months or years?
Bad things could happen to you, or you could just sit in your cop car. You're going to sit in your cop car and not do it. And so what you see is a depolicing movement that comes not just from the top, but also from the bottom. And the spike in the crime rate in America's major cities was extraordinary in 2020, 2021. You saw hundreds of additional murders.
This is the picture they showed right here. This is the riots they talking about. What's missing?
America's major cities, by the way, disproportionately of black young people, because it turns out that in order to actually crack down on the kinds of crime that are most likely to cause murder in the United States, namely crime that happens in America's major cities and very often includes gangs, you need cops on the streets doing their jobs.
That was part of the George Floyd. People was robbing ATMs because of George Floyd. What?
George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? That also during the trial, but this was like top level verboten. The Overton window has moved dramatically where now this is an acceptable, a little bit boundary pushing, but somewhat acceptable conversation to have. What is the takeaway for so many people here to make sure the next time the media is force-feeding something like this? And have we adjusted, Ben? Have we adjusted from some of the hysterias they've been trying to push towards us in the last couple of months or years?
Bad things could happen to you, or you could just sit in your cop car. You're going to sit in your cop car and not do it. And so what you see is a de-policing movement that comes not just from the top, but also from the bottom. And the spike in the crime rate in America's major cities was extraordinary in 2021. You saw hundreds of additional murders in America's major cities. By the way, disproportionately of black young people, because it turns out that in order to actually crack down on the kinds of crime that are most likely to cause murder in the United States, namely crime that happens in America's major cities and very often includes gangs, you need cops on the streets doing their jobs. When you
George Floyd that was overdosing on drugs, right? That also, did you know that what Derek Chauvin did to George Floyd was actually in the police manual training? It was completely justified and was trained by his superiors to do. Now, let me ask you a question. How many unarmed black people, on average, are killed by police a year?
Well, I'd have to look up that statistic.
Guess.
Probably over 50%.
It's 15 people a year. 15. George Floyd.
Trying to fix my eyes. I don't know what's going on. I think it's been going too long. Look, my eye going crazy. I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway, we up out of here, family. Let me send a shout out to our stream sponsors one time for the one time. Is that loud?
The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
All right, it's tweaking over here. What's going on? Jumping out of control. It can't go no longer. Shout out to Ali. Shout out to TSC. Shout out to Tall Glass. Shout out to Chan My Black is Golden. Appreciate y'all, family. Shout out to everybody who showed up. Shout out to Reggie Righteous. Shout out to No One. Appreciate y'all being here. Reggie said paid actors. Hey Reggie, I got you. Yeah, we can get some of that moving. I also got some new stuff too. So I'm a little better. So we could talk about some new stuff. If you got some tracks, I'll make you another one on GP, another video. Appreciate you, family. Shout out to Miss D56. Appreciate you. Shout out to Ali. Appreciate you. Stream sponsor. Shout out to Tall Glass, TSC. Chan My Black is Golden. Shout out to Indigo Kepra. Appreciate you, family. Shout out to Reggie Righteous. Shout out to Rock Solid TV. Y'all go sub up to Rock Solid TV. Shout out to Indigo Kepra. I appreciate you, family. Shout out to Lady L. I appreciate you, family. Shout out to Miss DB. Appreciate you, family. Appreciate all y'all hanging out with us. Shout out to Brown Sugar Babe. Much love, much love. Appreciate you hanging out. TSC, shout out to TSC. I'm seeing doubles now. I don't know if I forgot your name, drop something in the comment and I'll shoot you a shout out before we roll out. But other than that, we pretty much done here. Appreciate all the support, family. Appreciate all the love, definitely. Rock Solid TV, y'all go sub up. Have a blessed night. Ali says. New video in the morning. Oh yeah. Oh, matter of fact, here. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna drop this. I'm gonna attach this to the end so y'all can go and set your notification for this new Rock Solid video dropping in the AM. You know what I'm talking about. So I'll link to that on the way out. Oh man, now my head to tripping. Oh man, what's going on? They tweaking. Alright, man, we got to get up out of here. My character off the... Anyway, I appreciate the love, family. Y'all stay fresh and stay blessed and have a great motherfucking night.
Have a good night. Have a good night. Have a motherfucking good ass night.
Peace out. I might, real quick also, I might go live tomorrow morning. After that air with Rock Solid, I might go live with some more of this trial just to get some more knocked out. But appreciate y'all. We out. Oh, dang, you know what? I can't send the redirect. The redirect ain't set up. I can't do the redirect yet. But the link is in the chat. Y'all go ahead. Go ahead and tap in and rock solid. Hit that link. Hit your notification bell for the video dropping in the morning. And we gonna get it. Appreciate y'all, family. Much love. Peace out.